The battlefield is a grim portrait of conflict at sunset, littered with the casualties of a recent clash. Amidst the silence, a lone figure in dark armor, Crown Prince Kyle Lanfair, surveys the devastation. His helmet falls to the dusty ground with a metallic clang as he lets out a weary sigh. His moment of quiet is broken when a squad of surviving soldiers surrounds him, their swords drawn. They see him not as a prince, but as a monster, and demand his end. In response, Kyle's red eyes gleam with lethal intent. He moves with impossible speed, a whirlwind of dark steel that cuts through their formation. In a matter of moments, the soldiers are all defeated, lying motionless around him. But the fight isn't over. To regain control from something monstrous stirring within, Kyle drives his own sword into his leg. The blade sizzles against his skin, causing him to stagger back. He clutches his head, groaning that this can't be happening now, before collapsing to his knees, succumbing to the overwhelming pain. As the monstrous transformation begins to take over, Kyle's hand twists into a scaled claw. His heart thumps violently as he fights the terrifying urge to change completely. His loyal knight, Philip, appears at his side, grabbing his shoulders. He begs the prince to hold himself together, pleading with him not to lose control on the battlefield. The knight's voice grounds him. Kyle takes a steadying breath, acknowledging that Philip is right. He internally counts down the days, just 10 more until he can finally die while still human. A bittersweet memory surfaces, his one wish before the end. He desperately wants to see the smiling girl he cherishes one last time. Far away at the Imperial Palace, a young woman with golden hair named Elena stands outside. She holds out her hand to the sky, watching the first snowflakes of the season begin to fall, completely unaware of the cursed prince and the fate that will soon bind them. As Elena paces through the grand temple, a knot of worry tightens in her stomach. Her twin sister, Layla, has been gone far too long, and the unsettling absence of the bishops only deepens her suspicion. With their time together running out, Elena is lost in a painful memory of the past. In a sunlit clearing, the young twin sisters stood before the temple's highest authorities. After a robed figure gave the command, Layla unleashed her phenomenal power. A brilliant green light erupted from her hands, causing a massive tree to sprout from the ground and grow to its full height in mere seconds. The onlookers were in awe, declaring it proof of her divine right as the Holy Maiden. But as Layla's light faded, the archbishop placed a firm hand on Elena's shoulder. His gaze was cold and demanding as he told her it was now her turn to demonstrate her abilities. Surrounded by intimidating figures, the powerless girl could only stand there, trapped by their crushing expectations. Elena desperately tried to summon the power she was meant to have. A faint glimmer of light appeared around her hands before flickering out into nothing. The surrounding bishops watched in cold silence, their disappointment obvious. The archbishop was baffled. As twins born with the holy markings, how could Elena be so utterly powerless? Defeated, she was reminded of the ancient legend of the Lanfair Empire. The story told of two guardians, a mighty black dragon of incredible strength and a holy maiden who brought healing. Over time, the dragon fell in love, taking a human form to become the first emperor but neglecting his sacred duty to the Tree of Life. As punishment, a divine being cursed his lineage, decreeing that the strongest heirs would all meet a tragic and early end. For generations, this grim prophecy held true. The curse seemed unbreakable until a different holy maiden, who had fallen for one of the dragon's descendants, begged for mercy. Her heartfelt prayers, it was said, were finally answered. The ancient legend promised glory for the empire through the union of a holy maiden and the dragon's descendant. Yet Elena questioned this tale. If it were true, why were she and Layla born as twins? And why did she, marked as holy, lack any power to protect those she cared about? 10 years had passed since her sister's betrothal to the crown prince. With the wedding less than 10 days away, Elena feared a future of solitude, trapped within the temple walls. As she worried on the balcony, a hooded figure holding a lantern approached her in the darkness. It was the archbishop. He acknowledged that she'd been searching for Layla all day and confirmed her unspoken fears. Something was wrong. With chilling finality, he announced that Layla had disappeared without a trace. Before Elena could absorb the shock, the archbishop declared that a divine calling had been revealed. She must now fulfill the duty herself and marry the crown prince in her sister's stead. Elena was escorted down a long, winding staircase, her unease growing with every step. The path led to the sacred chamber, a place reserved for the highest-ranking bishops. As she entered the vast, intimidating hall, she was presented to the archbishop. He looked down on her, his voice devoid of warmth as he remarked on Layla's cruel disappearance. But then he called it a cause for celebration, sneering that Elena finally had a purpose. He grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. He informed her that a carriage would arrive in 10 days to take her to the palace. Her duty was simple. She must assume the identity of Holy Maiden Layla. Elena protested, reminding him she was powerless. The archbishop dismissed her concern with a chilling smirk. He explained that most people saw the marriage as a simple tradition. However, its true purpose was to hide an uncomfortable truth about the land, a terrible secret connected to the empire's cursed, draconic lineage. The archbishop confirmed the horrifying truth. Anyone who continuously uses the dragon's powers will eventually become a dragon. Elena was stunned, realizing the fairy tale was real. He explained that a holy maiden's power can only delay the transformation, not prevent it. Crown Prince Kyle had been fighting on battlefields since he was 16, fully aware that each battle pushed him closer to this monstrous fate. The archbishop told Elena that as long as she played her part, no one would suspect the truth until it was too late. When Elena hesitated, the archbishop's patience wore thin. He spelled out her options with chilling clarity. They could send her to the palace, or inform the emperor that the holy maiden was missing. He warned that the emperor would tear the temple apart, inevitably exposing the secret of her existence. The archbishop declared he would rather see Elena gone than risk the temple's destruction for betraying the empire. He cornered her with a final, stark choice: marriage or death. Elena flinched back, then clenched her fists, trapped by his cold-blooded ultimatum. On the day of the wedding, Elena sits silently as attendants prepare her. She confirms the archbishop's prediction was correct. Not a single person suspects she is an imposter. In fact, no one seems interested in her at all. The lack of scrutiny is unsettling. The crown prince she is about to marry is a cursed descendant of dragons, his safety hanging by a thread. Yet, the palace seems strangely unconcerned about who the holy maiden truly is. Elena tries to dismiss her unease, but a greater fear takes hold. While she might fool the court, the prince is another story. He met her sister, Layla, when they were young. If he realizes she isn't the girl from his memories, punishment from the emperor is certain. The grand doors swing open, revealing the path forward. Gripping her bouquet, Elena's resolve hardens around one simple thought: she does not want to die. She silently pleads for her missing sister to grant her courage, just as she had done once before. The ceremony is about to begin. Whispers fill the grand hall. Guests pity the new holy maiden, unfortunate to be betrothed to a man like the crown prince. Elena stands alone at the altar, where she has been waiting for hours. She overhears the talk and clenches her dress, forcing herself to remain composed. This is what her sister, Layla, would have done. Watching from his throne, the emperor smirks. An advisor questions if it was wise to send Kyle on an expedition right before his wedding, doubting the prince will even appear. But the emperor isn't concerned. He knows Kyle always obeys when his fiancée is involved. This is a test to measure his son's resolve, to see how far Kyle will go to get what he wants, like a strategic move in a chess game. Suddenly, the massive doors are flung open. A man in battered black armor stands in the doorway, his figure covered in the grim aftermath of a battle. This is the groom. Crown Prince Kyle has finally arrived. The guests murmur in shock as the battered prince walks down the aisle. Some can't believe this grim figure is the groom, but they are quickly silenced. The sword at his hip is a gift from the emperor himself. The emperor watches the scene unfold, a cruel laugh escaping his lips. No one dares to stop the prince's path. Standing at the altar, Elena's heart sinks. This must be him. This is Crown Prince Kyle Lanfair, the man she is about to marry. He reaches her and unclasps his helmet, letting it crash onto the marble floor. His voice is cold as he apologizes for the wait, stating that it's time to exchange their vows and get the ceremony over with. His intense red eyes lock onto hers, and for a fleeting moment, a memory of a childhood promise flashes in his mind. He sees the face of the girl he's been waiting for all this time, not knowing the woman standing before him is someone else entirely. Elena feels a shiver run down her spine. The way Kyle stares at her is unsettling, as if he's looking straight through her and seeing a ghost. He slowly raises his gauntlet, which is covered in the grim aftermath of his recent battle. With a sharp click, he unfastens the armor and lets it fall away, taking a determined step toward her. His voice is low and steady as he asks for her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Elena extends her own. Holding it, Kyle begins the ceremony, his voice echoing in the silent hall. He solemnly vows to take Layla Underwood as his wedded wife, completely unaware he's speaking to the wrong woman. He slides a simple ring onto her finger, his grip firm. He looks directly at her, his red eyes full of meaning as he delivers the final line of his vow, "Till death do us part." For him, it's not just a tradition, it's a promise of a very specific end. Later that night, Kyle sits alone in his chambers, the wedding ceremony replaying in his mind. He remembers her face at the altar, a brief moment of reflection before his gaze lands on a dagger. His hand instinctively closes around its hilt, his dark intentions clear. A sudden knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. A maid announces that his wife, the crown princess, wishes to see him. After a tense pause, he grants her entry. Elena steps into the dimly lit room, standing uncertainly before him. The silence stretches between them, thick with unspoken questions. With a sharp clench of his fist, Kyle finally tells her to come in. Before she can react, he closes the distance in an instant, pulling her forcefully into his arms. His piercing red eyes lock onto hers, leaving her trapped in his intense, desperate grasp. Kyle breaks the intense silence, asking if she plans to just stand there. Internally, Elena panics, forcing herself to channel the composure her sister Layla would have. Taking a steadying breath, she presents him with a choice. If he intends to claim her as his wife, she will be his. If not, she will leave. Despite her bold front, Kyle notices her hands are trembling. He remarks that while her body betrays her fear, he doesn't understand her words. Turning toward the window, he mentions hearing that she was blindfolded during her travels to the palace. He confirms this, stating she hasn't had a proper opportunity to see this. He gestures outside, revealing a breathtaking sight. Bathed in a soft, ethereal glow is the Tree of Life, a colossal, ancient tree that stands at the center of the empire. This is the very tree whose bloom will signal the completion of his monstrous transformation. Elena stares at the glowing Tree of Life, remembering the legends that it only bears leaves when a dragon's descendant is born. Lost in its beauty, she innocently remarks that the flowers look like they might bloom soon. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Kyle's hand grips her shoulder. He agrees that the flowers will bloom, and by then, it will be too late for him. She insists her duty is to delay his transformation, but he coldly tells her she is mistaken. He explains the grim truth. Once the tree is in full bloom, he will irrevocably become a monster and lose his human life forever. He reminds her of the promise she, as Layla, made to him 8 years ago. Taking her hand, he forces her to grip the hilt of a ceremonial dagger. Then, the crown prince kneels before her. With a look of unnerving calm, he makes his final, horrifying request. He tells her to kill him, just as she swore she would. Elena stands frozen, the terrible weight of his desperation crashing down on her. Still kneeling before her, Kyle taps his chest, pinpointing the exact spot. He tells her to strike him there with all her strength. The shocking request hangs in the air, leaving Elena utterly frozen. Her mind races. This man, a stranger she just met, is asking her to end his life. But the promise he clings to wasn't hers to make. She isn't Layla. The weight of the deception and the horror of his demand become too much to bear. In a sudden act of defiance, Elena throws the dagger. It clatters loudly across the floor as she declares she will not do it. Kyle's desperate expression instantly hardens into ice. He slowly rises to his feet, his voice flat as he questions her refusal. He states that if she won't uphold her promise, then her presence in the palace is meaningless. His eyes glow a dangerous red as he delivers a final, chilling command: leave at once. Elena reeled from his command to leave the palace. Her heart hammered against her ribs as the reality of her situation crashed down. If she left, she'd have to return to the temple. A chilling memory of the archbishop surfaced, his voice promising that only a grim fate awaited her there. She realized with dawning horror that she couldn't go back. That left only one other option: to fulfill the prince's horrifying request. Kyle noticed her hesitation and pulled her closer, his gaze intense. He questioned why she was waiting, warning that if she didn't end his life now, she would be the one forced to face him when he became a dragon. Confused, Elena could only ask how that was possible. The truth of the curse was simple and absolute. A dragon's descendant is nearly immortal, their body regenerating from fire or blade. The only individual capable of ending such a life is the Holy Maiden. In that moment, Elena understood the Archbishop's true, cruel intentions. She wasn't sent to be a bride, she was sent to be an executioner. Kyle's intensity faded, replaced by a somber plea. He grabbed Elena's shoulder, voicing a new request. If she refused to grant him a peaceful end, then she had to grant him this one thing. She must not stay by his side. But Elena wouldn't be pushed away. She gripped his sleeve tightly, asking if he was really telling her to just run away and save her own skin. Her sudden fire caught him off guard. She argued that if she, the Holy Maiden, were to abandon him, it would cause chaos. People would get hurt, and the blame would fall squarely on him. Kyle found her concern for others completely illogical, given her own predicament. Without another word, he swept her up into his arms. A deep blush spread across her face as she demanded to be put down, but her protests were ignored. He stated plainly that if she wouldn't leave on her own, he would simply have to make her. He then carried her out of the room, his footsteps echoing down the hall as she frantically asked where he was taking her. As Kyle carried her through the palace, he told her not to worry, promising that once she was out of Landfair, she would avoid the worst fate. He questioned why she thought the temple had sent her, explaining they only cared about their own goals. Her safety was of no importance to them. He made it clear that no one in the land would thank her for her sacrifice. Elena knew he was right. Still, she couldn't help but wonder what would become of the man who had once saved her life. Outside, a guard waited with a horse. Kyle gestured toward the man, ordering Elena to go with him. Looking up at the prince, she asked what would become of him if she left. He set her down, and the terrible reality of her situation settled in. If she returned to the temple, a grim outcome was guaranteed. She knew she wasn't in a position to worry about anyone else, but she couldn't bring herself to abandon him. Refusing to be dismissed, Elena grabs Kyle's shirt. She demands to know what will happen to him once he fully transforms into a dragon. He tells her it's not important, but she refuses to accept that answer, shouting its importance to her. She points out that he keeps worrying about her safety instead of his own. Her passionate concern catches him off guard. Kyle asks why she doesn't just run away, reminding her that the only fate awaiting her at the palace is a terrible one. He pulls her closer, his expression somber as he reveals his deepest terror. It's not dying he fears, but losing himself to the monster within. He wants to meet his end while he is still human, before he can destroy everything he holds dear. His heartfelt confession suddenly triggers a memory for Elena. She remembers a younger Kyle, years ago, asking her to become his imago, the other half of his soul. He had explained that if he knew she would always be by his side, he felt he could truly live. The word imago echoes in Elena's mind, unlocking a forgotten memory. She remembers a younger Kyle explaining that an imago was an irreplaceable person, a source of hope that could make one believe in an end to all troubles. He had asked her to stay by his side. Snapping back to the present, a painful realization hits her. The person he cherishes above all else, his imago, is her sister, Layla. He truly believes Elena is the woman he's waited 8 long years for. Seeing his desperation, Elena's resolve hardens. She refuses to abandon him just to save herself. She declares that he's the only one who has ever shown concern for her as the Holy Maiden, so now she wants to help him in return. Taking his hand, she looks him in the eye and asks a life-altering question. If she were able to find a way to stop his transformation, would he be willing to live his life anew? With newfound determination, Elena holds Kyle's hand and asks a question that hangs in the air. If she could find a way to stop his transformation, would he be willing to live his life again? The idea stuns him. He clenches his fist, his voice filled with a lifetime of doubt as he asks if she truly believes that's possible. Kyle explains that for generations, the brightest minds, scholars, physicians, and bishops have all tried to break the dragon's curse. Every single attempt has ended in failure. He looks at her with weary eyes, stating that fate isn't something that can be changed. His grim words make Elena flinch, but she doesn't back down. Quietly, she tells him she doesn't think the same way. She reminds him of what the Archbishop said. She and Layla are the first holy maidens in history to be born as twins, suggesting that their unique existence might be the very key to changing his inescapable destiny. Elena knows his words of doubt offer no real assurance. However, she believes that if fate is truly a set path, her very existence as a twin holy maiden has already forged a new one. With unwavering resolve, she looks Kyle in the eyes and makes a solemn vow. She will find a way to turn him completely human before the tree of life's flowers bloom, asking only for a chance to prove him wrong. Her determination shatters his composure. Kyle's hand clenches into a tight fist as he closes the distance between them, slamming his palm against the wall just beside her head. He desperately demands to know what he has to say to make her understand the danger. He tells her she is only risking her own life by staying with him. But Elena doesn't flinch. Taking a calm breath, she poses a question that cuts through his anger. If she leaves, what will happen when he finally turns into a dragon? What will become of the people of the Landfair Empire? Unfazed by his intensity, Elena explains that just as he has something precious he fears losing, she also has someone dear to her she cannot abandon. For her, surviving all alone is a pointless victory. Her resolve seems to surprise him. Kyle presses her, questioning if this person's life is truly as important as her own. Elena's answer is simple and firm. She doubts there is much difference in the value they each place on the things they deem valuable. Her words finally break through his resistance. Turning away, Kyle reluctantly agrees to let her try, but gives her a serious ultimatum. This is her one and only chance. If she fails to find a cure before the first flower on the tree of life blooms, he will personally have her expelled from the Landfair Empire for good. Without a moment's hesitation, Elena accepts his terms. Just as their tense agreement is settled, Kyle mentions there is one more thing, his movement a sudden blur. With their deal settled, Kyle suddenly pulls Elena close. He whispers a final condition, reminding her not to forget that until the tree of life blooms, she is his wife. A confused Elena asks what he means by that. His expression darkens as he issues a firm demand. He states that he won't ask about the person she cherishes, but he makes it clear that he never wants to hear their name mentioned in his presence again. The unexpected possessiveness catches her completely off guard. After holding her composure for so long, the immense stress of the night finally overwhelms her. Her vision blurs, and her strength gives out. As Elena's body goes limp and she stumbles backward, Kyle reacts instantly. He catches her effortlessly, holding her securely in his arms. Looking down at her, he realizes the crown princess hasn't just fainted, she's fallen fast asleep from pure exhaustion. As a guard rushes forward in concern, Kyle calmly reassures him that the princess has simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. With no sign of effort, the prince lifts Elena into his arms and carries her through the silent palace halls. He gently places her onto a bed, her golden hair fanning out around her. For a moment, he stands over her, his expression unreadable. He reaches down and brushes a strand of hair from her face, his thoughts turning dark. He felt trapped in a terrible nightmare, questioning why she was the one sent to him instead of her sister. This was never how he had imagined their reunion would be. Gazing at her peaceful, sleeping face, a lock of her golden hair resting in his hand, he quietly speaks her true name. Anne. It seems the prince has known her real identity this entire time. The next morning, a group of maids stood anxiously outside the crown prince's chambers. One nervously questioned the head maid's decision to wake him, reminding her that others had been injured trying to do so before. The head maid, however, was resolute. They had no choice. An order had come from the emperor himself half an hour ago. She called on a younger maid, Julie, to perform the dangerous task. Stealing her nerves, she approached the large door and knocked, announcing she had a message from His Majesty. A low voice from within granted her entry. As the door creaked open, Julie saw a surprising sight. Prince Kyle was sitting up in bed, and the sleeping Elena was resting peacefully against his chest, held securely in his arms. The maid delivered her message. The emperor requested an audience in 1 hour. Kyle's intense red eyes narrowed as he asked where the meeting would be. The head maid, now inside, stammered that it was in the emperor's office. With a final, gentle caress of Elena's hand, he stated he would head there now. Before heading to the emperor's office, Kyle instructs the maids to inform the princess of his whereabouts when she wakes up so she isn't confused. The staff watches in stunned silence, taken aback by this rare, gentle side of their famously cold master. News of the morning's events travels fast. A nervous maid is soon brought before Prince Shane, Kyle's manipulative half-brother. Leaning back in his chair with a thoughtful expression, Shane asks if the rumors are true, that his stoic brother is head over heels for the crown princess. The maid timidly confirms that it certainly appears so. A smirk plays on Shane's lips as he puts down his quill. He finds this development unexpected and very unlike his brother. For Shane, this sudden change in Kyle's behavior isn't a sign of love, but a new, interesting weakness he can potentially exploit in his own ambitions for the throne. Walking through the palace halls, Kyle's mind was racing. He admitted he hadn't been thinking clearly since discovering Elena remembered their shared past, figuring she couldn't recognize him because he had changed so much over the years. At first, he thought he was just distracted by the excitement of being remembered. But as he reflected, he questioned if that was the only reason. Recalling her desperate plea not to be left to survive alone, he confronted a deeper truth. A possessive thought surfaced. Maybe what he really wanted was to separate Elena from any other special person in her life. The realization was heavy, and he let out a frustrated sigh. Suddenly, a smooth voice cut through his thoughts. His half-brother, Shane, stepped into view, remarking that it was an unusual sight to see Kyle so troubled. Annoyed by the interruption, Kyle coldly asked what business he had. With a sly smile, Shane closed the distance, reminding Kyle that having different mothers didn't make them strangers. Kyle tries to brush his brother off, stating he has no time to humor him. But Shane continues his probing, casually asking how Layla is doing. He quickly offers a fake apology for the discourtesy, musing that ever since the wedding, he assumed he'd never see that woman again. That comment is the final straw. Kyle's temper snaps, and he lunges forward, grabbing his brother by the collar. Shane remains perfectly calm, a smirk playing on his lips. He points out how unusual it is to see Kyle so upset. Releasing his grip, Kyle's expression darkens. He states that no matter what Shane thinks, she is his wife. With his red eyes glowing, Kyle warns him not to take an interest in her in any form. Unimpressed, Shane adjusts his clothes and questions if Kyle really thinks he has the right to make such a demand. With the threat hanging in the air, Kyle warns his brother that ignoring this advice will have grave consequences. He then turns and walks away, leaving Shane alone in the grand hallway. Shane lets out a thoughtful sigh, realizing a maid's previous report was accurate. Kyle is acting completely out of character. A slight smirk appears on his face as he decides it's time he meets this intriguing woman, and sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Elena is being formally introduced to her new life. A long line of maids stands before her, and the head maid announces they will be attending to her needs from now on. Elena tells herself to remain calm, knowing she must avoid attracting any unwanted suspicion. Just then, a quiet sob catches her attention. She looks over to see one of the younger maids trying her best to hold back tears, her shoulders shaking. Elena's expression softens with concern for the distressed girl. Elena had been worried about keeping up her act as the crown princess, but she soon realized that was the least of her problems. The maids standing before her weren't suspicious. They were terrified. The head maid's sharp voice cut through the room, warning the girls to remember exactly whose wife they were serving. She made it clear that incurring the prince's anger meant they wouldn't see another day. At this threat, the crying girl flinched and stammered an apology. In that moment, Elena understood completely. The person they feared wasn't her. It was the crown prince. She couldn't have people paralyzed by fear serving her, not when she had made a promise to save him. Anyone who was too afraid of Kyle would only get in the way. She needed strong people, capable of overcoming such fear. Stepping forward with a calm expression, Elena addressed the young, tearful maid. She asked the girl her age. The maid, still trembling, managed to reply that she was 15. Elena looked at the young maid with a gentle expression, telling the girl it was admirable that she had come all this way for her household's sake. The head maid tried to speak, but Elena calmly waved her off, assuring her she understood the situation. Turning to all the maids, Elena acknowledged that most of them weren't there by choice. She explained that her status as crown princess didn't change her duties as the Almighty's chosen, and she didn't want anyone making unnecessary sacrifices for her. She made them a promise. She would not hold any of their families responsible. If the thought of staying in the palace was too frightening, they were free to leave. Almost instantly, the room cleared out as the maids fled. The only one who remained was the young girl. Elena approached her and asked for her name. The maid introduced herself as Julie Wes. Surprised, Elena questioned if Julie was sure she didn't want to follow the others, especially if she was only staying for her family. Julie looks Elena in the eye, insisting she is there by choice because of a promise she needs to keep. She recalls a story from 9 years ago about her childhood friend who joined the palace guard. His difficult mission was to protect the most dangerous man in the empire. Despite many trying to dissuade him, her friend's resolve never wavered. Inspired by such loyalty, Julie made a vow to herself. If the man her friend protected ever found a wife, she would dedicate herself to serving that woman. Just as Elena begins to understand who she's talking about, a knock sounds at the door. A knight enters, announcing he is there on orders from Crown Prince Kyle. He introduces himself as Philip Baldwin, the prince's personal guard. Elena recognizes him immediately. This was the same man Kyle assigned to protect her last night. It was clear now that he was also Julie's childhood friend. As the young maid Julie looks on with clear admiration, a man steps forward. His name is Philip Baldwin, Kyle's most trusted knight, and Julie's expression reminds him of how the prince once looked at the holy maiden in their youth. Philip kneels before Elena, startling her. He announces that Prince Kyle has appointed him as her personal guard. He explains that his orders are to protect her whenever the prince is absent and to prioritize her safety above everything else. Elena is completely taken aback. She understands that Kyle has just entrusted her with his most loyal retainer, a significant gesture of trust. A brief flicker of hope warms her, but she quickly forces it down. Clenching her hands, she reminds herself not to get carried away. This act of protection, she reasons, is for Layla, the woman Kyle believes her to be. To think it was for her would be a dangerous mistake, one that could pull her into feelings she couldn't afford to have. Steeling her resolve, Elena reminds herself to focus on her promise to Kyle. She has a mission to complete. Observing her new companions, she sees true conviction. Philip has been Kyle's fiercely loyal guard for 9 years, and the young maid Julie is here because of her complete faith in the knight. They chose this path. With that settled, Elena decides she can trust them. She formally accepts their service, placing herself and the prince in their care. Philip and Julie immediately kneel, vowing to serve her dutifully. Wasting no time, Elena makes her first request. She wants to be taken to the palace archives to research its history. A flicker of concern crosses Philip's face. When Elena asks if there's a problem, he explains that it's not a big issue, but a certain unwelcome guest is often found there. The scene shifts to the library, revealing that very guest is none other than Kyle's ambitious half-brother, Shane. As they proceed through the palace corridors, Elena feels the weight of royal etiquette in the distance Philip keeps behind her. She asks him to walk by her side, an informal request he accepts under the prince's orders to follow her commands. With the formal barrier slightly lowered, Elena voices her curiosity. Why does he call the crown prince Sir Kyle, instead of using his title? Philip explains that he's been serving Kyle for nearly 9 years, ever since the prince was a boy of 15. He recalls his first impression, expecting a child like his own younger siblings. However, that notion was shattered when he met a young Kyle whose intense red eyes held a maturity far beyond his years. Before she can probe further, Philip reveals another piece of Kyle's reality. The prince constantly throws himself into the Empire's most dangerous battles, fighting in brutal wars and leading campaigns against monstrous threats without a moment's rest. He is a warrior first, a prince second. Philip continues, explaining that this has been Kyle's reality since he was just 17. Elena is stunned. The knight elaborates that all descendants of the dragon are raised from birth with the singular expectation of becoming great warriors. This harsh upbringing is the reason Kyle arrived at their wedding ceremony in such a state. He had just come from a brutal conflict. Clenching her fists, Elena finds this tradition incredibly cruel. Forcing a 17-year-old into combat seems unthinkable. The weight of his burden reminds her of her own sister, Layla. As the chosen holy maiden, Layla was also crushed by others' expectations since childhood, a pressure that made her miserable. Seeing the genuine concern on her face, Philip says he's glad she worries for the prince. Elena replies that it's only natural for his wife to do so. Hearing this, Philip understands why Kyle gave him such strict orders. He reveals that this is the first time in 9 years the prince has ever ordered him to protect someone so closely, leaving Elena speechless. As they approach grand doors, Philip stops Elena, explaining there's something she needs to know about the Empire's delicate political landscape before they enter. Currently, 2 figures are seen as potential successors to the throne. The first is Kyle, the Emperor's firstborn and the official crown prince. Elena questions this, wondering if his title doesn't already secure his position as the heir. Philip confirms this is the public perception, but the reality is more complicated. After Kyle's mother passed away, the Emperor remarried, and Prince Shane, Kyle's younger half-brother, was born. The night reveals the critical issue. The nobility is aware of the dragon curse. Knowing Kyle is fated for a short life, they prefer a ruler who can offer a long, stable reign over a fleeting one. In their eyes, Prince Shane will ultimately claim the throne by simply outliving his brother. Philip adds, however, that Shane has never openly expressed any desire for the crown, leaving his true intentions a mystery. Philip finished his briefing with a final, ominous warning. It's the wolf in sheep's clothing that one must truly watch out for. He then informed Elena that the palace library is where Prince Shane spends most of his free time. When they reached the towering doors, Philip stopped her, explaining that only the imperial family and their spouses were permitted inside. Leaning close, he whispered that she didn't have to answer all of Shane's questions and could leave if she felt uncomfortable. He gave her one last, firm instruction. If she ever felt she was in danger, she was to call his name immediately. To him, her safety was more important than any imperial rule. Moved by his devotion, Elena entered the library alone. After searching for a while, her eyes landed on a book that might hold the answers she needed, titled Oracles and Curses. As she reached for it, another hand intercepted hers, plucking the book from the shelf. A calm voice spoke from beside her, asking why she would be interested in such a topic. It was Prince Shane. With a disarming smile, Prince Shane introduces himself, formally addressing her as Crown Princess Layla. Elena internally confirms this is the man Philip warned her about, the so-called wolf in sheep's clothing. Remembering her guard's advice, she resolves to keep their conversation to a minimum. Shane offers her the book on curses she was after, and Elena cautiously reaches out to accept it with a polite "thank you." But just as their hands meet, Shane's fingers close around hers, stopping her from pulling away. The gesture is surprisingly forward. He looks directly at her, his voice low as he remarks that it's been a long time since they last spoke. Before Elena can react, he lifts her hand and presses a light kiss to her knuckles. His calm blue eyes lock onto hers as he murmurs her sister's name, Layla? The familiarity is shocking. Elena's heart pounds in her chest as a horrifying realization dawns on her. This man doesn't just know of the Holy Maiden. He seems to know Layla personally. Elena's mind races for an answer. Her sister Layla used to gush about Prince Kyle after every palace visit, but she never once mentioned his younger brother. Realizing this must be a trap, Elena carefully withdraws her hand. With a polite smile, she claims to have a poor memory of her childhood and apologizes for failing to recognize him. Shane seems surprised by her calm response, then breaks into a laugh. He waves off her apology, calling his forward greeting a simple joke. He confesses that they never actually met. He'd only seen her from afar when she visited Kyle. He was just curious to see if she would pretend to remember him. With a dismissive smirk, he says it seems he had his hopes set a little too high.
Elena understands perfectly.
This was a test, and she had just barely passed. With his little test concluded, Shane plays the part of a gracious host, offering to show Elena around the grand library. Seeing no polite way to refuse, she cautiously accepts. As they settle at a table, rain begins to pour outside, and Elena's thoughts immediately drift to Kyle, out on a dangerous mission to subdue monsters. Shane cuts through her worries, pushing the books she was looking for across the table. He points out that they're all about the dragon's descendant and the Holy Maiden. Leaning in, he questions why she would need to research legends she should already know by heart. Trapped again, Elena has to think fast. She explains that the temple taught her palace etiquette, but her knowledge of the curse is limited to common legends. She recalls her restrictive past, where stern bishops constantly watched over her and Layla, ensuring they only learned what was deemed appropriate, keeping deeper truths carefully hidden. Elena explains that the temple kept her ignorant, hoping to control her. She then turns the question back on Shane, asking what he knows about the dragon's descendant. With a smug laugh, he admits his knowledge is no different from what's commonly known. He closes a book with a sharp clap and stands, his friendly act fading away. He walks around the table until he's standing directly behind her, leaning in close. Elena freezes as he invades her space. He whispers that while he doesn't know much about the curse, he knows his brother, Kyle, better than anyone. He confesses he was curious if she was trying to learn about the curse or about Kyle himself, and now he has his answer. Feigning sympathy, Shane notes how lonely she must be in the palace. He places his hand over hers on the book, making her flinch. He warns her that he knows exactly what kind of man his brother is. But Elena thinks otherwise. Though their first meeting was a shock, Kyle has only ever worried for her safety. She wonders why this man is so sure she'd want to avoid him. Shane's manipulation continues as he offers Elena a small sachet, suggesting it as a gift for Kyle. Before Elena can refuse the suspicious gesture, a messenger interrupts them. He announces that the Emperor wants to speak with Shane regarding Kyle's return from his mission. Forgetting her caution, Elena's only concern is for her husband. She immediately asks if he has returned safely. Seeing her worry, Shane smirks and asks a pointed question. Did Kyle return covered in blood, as he always does? The implication hits Elena hard, and she stumbles back in shock. Believing Kyle is grievously injured, she decides she must go to him. As she hurries away, an attendant clarifies to a smug Shane that Her Highness misunderstood. The blood covering the crown prince is from the monsters he slays, not his own. Shane simply laughs, amused by the chaos he created. As Elena hurries off, Shane watches with a smug expression, dismissing his manipulation as a harmless joke. He looks at the small sachet he tried to give her, quietly hoping his brother Kyle will like his gift. When Elena arrives at the Crown Prince's chambers, she finds her path blocked by Philip and a maid. Panicked, she asks why she can't see her husband. Philip calmly explains it's for her own safety. Elena doesn't understand. If Kyle is injured, why is she, his wife, being denied entry? Why isn't a doctor with him? The guards can only reveal that Prince Kyle himself gave the order to keep her away from this matter. They bow their heads and ask for her forgiveness, but Elena isn't having it. She insists that she must see him. Just as she speaks, a violent crash erupts from inside the room. The sound of something heavy smashing is followed by a gut-wrenching cry of pain. Elena freezes, her eyes wide with shock, as the terrible sounds from behind the door continue. Horrified cries of pain echo from behind the heavy doors, confirming Elena's worst fears. Driven by panic, she shoves past a stunned Philip, ignoring his warning to stay back. She throws herself against the door, but it's locked tight from the inside. Her desperate pleas for Kyle to open up are met with only the sound of her own frantic pounding. Defeated, she leans against the wood, whispering an apology to the guard for her outburst. Suddenly, the lock clicks and the door swings open. Kyle stands there, his silhouette blocking the view into the room. The chamber is a wreck, with furniture smashed and his sword discarded on the floor. When he finally looks at her, Elena freezes. His eyes are no longer human. They glow intensely, the pupils narrowed into terrifying slits. She is face to face with the monster she was warned about, the very reason Kyle wants his life to end. The heavy door swings open, and Kyle stands there, a lone figure in a room torn apart. Elena watches him trudge forward, an unnerving feeling washing over her. Something is very wrong. As he gets closer, she sees it clearly. His intense eyes are no longer human. The pupils have become menacing vertical slits, glowing like a beast's. This is the curse she was warned about, the slow transformation into a monster. But instead of terror, a different emotion takes hold. Determination. Seeing him in this state strengthens her resolve. She steps forward, calling his name and asking if he recognizes her. She reminds him that she is Layla, the one who promised to save him and make him human again. Her voice seems to break through his haze. He clutches his head, stumbling back before collapsing to his knees. Elena rushes to his side, asking if he's all right. Ignoring her concern, Kyle grabs her arm, his voice tight with pain. He asks why she disobeyed his order to stay away, an order he gave specifically to keep her safe from him. Elena holds Kyle close, her voice steady as she tells him she heard he returned from a violent encounter. He tries to dismiss her concern, reminding her that he's nearly immortal and the blood staining his clothes isn't his own. Still, she can't help but worry. Internally, Kyle feels a strange sense of calm. The pain from his curse, which usually lasts for hours, is already fading with her by his side. Shaking off the thought, he urges her to leave the room for her own safety and to listen to his guard, Philip. But Elena refuses. She understands he's pushing her away out of his deep love for Layla, which makes her question why her sister ever left. She declares that she could never abandon him in this state. He sighs, muttering that she never listens. In response, she gently touches his face, assuring him that she is always listening. In fact, he's constantly on her mind. The unexpected tenderness catches him off guard. He realizes that this compassionate nature of hers hasn't changed since they were young, and neither has his desire to find solace in her presence. Just as her touch brought a moment of peace, Kyle collapses, groaning in agony. Elena calls out his name in alarm, but he's already lost in the past. The familiar scent of her perfume has unlocked a deeply traumatic memory. In his mind, he's a child again, cornered by a horrifying figure, his own mother. Her voice rings in his ears, cold and possessive, demanding to know where he had wandered off to. A skeletal hand grips his face as the monstrous woman leans in, her cruel words trapping him. She declared that she was the only person who would ever truly love him. It's too much, and Kyle pleads for it to end. Seeing the sheer terror on his face, Elena knows she has to intervene. She grabs him firmly and shoves him backward onto a chaise lounge, her voice sharp as she yells for him to stop. Kyle's grip tightens as he stares right through her, his red eyes locked on a phantom from his past. He calls her Deborah, telling this vision that she is mistaken. Elena freezes, confused and unable to move. Who is he seeing in her place? Lost in the traumatic memory, Kyle's voice cracks with desperation. He tells this Deborah that someone else had already given him her word, promising to turn him into a human. He begs her to stop, pleading for the torment to end. In that instant, everything clicks for Elena. Though he sees another woman's face, his desperate plea for help is aimed at her. He isn't seeking Layla. He's reaching for the girl from his forgotten past, Elena herself. With newfound resolve, she pulls the suffering prince into a firm embrace. She holds him close, her voice a steady anchor in his mental storm. She confirms his fractured memory, whispering that she did promise him that, and she is here with him now. The brief moment of connection shatters as Kyle pulls away, his eyes now clear but confused. He demands to know where Deborah is and why Elena is wearing her perfume. In a flash, Elena realizes the scent is from the sachet Prince Shane had gifted her, a deliberate and cruel trap. Pushing that thought aside, she gently touches Kyle's cheek, her voice steady. She promises to explain everything later, but for now, she just needs him to focus on her. Her calm presence cuts through his haze, and he whispers her name, finally seeing her again. But his gaze then falls to her shoulder, where a dark mark from his earlier grip is visible. A wave of self-loathing hits him. He declares that he hurt her and that letting her stay was a terrible mistake. As he stumbles back, intending to put distance between them, Elena reaches out and firmly takes his hand. With unwavering resolve, she pleads with him not to push her away. Clinging to Kyle's hand, Elena refuses to let him run. She realizes that after everything, they are meant to share the same fate. Just then, the door creaks open. Her maid Julie and guard Philip enter, their faces etched with worry. Elena quickly apologizes for her earlier actions, but they simply express relief that she's safe. Taking control of the situation, she calmly asks Julie to prepare a bowl of warm water and a cloth. As the maid leaves, Elena turns to her guard. She asks Philip if he stopped her from entering the room because Kyle ordered him to prioritize her safety. Before he can answer, she cancels the command, stating that as the prince's personal guard, his only duty is to protect Kyle. Philip hesitates, but Elena stands firm. She tells him that protecting the prince must come before anything else. After all, her safety is now completely tied to his. Elena grabs Philip's hand, her voice firm. She asks for his help so she'll have the strength to protect the prince. Seeing her unwavering resolve, the loyal knight understands and agrees to her terms. When her maid Julie arrives with the water and cloths, Elena politely dismisses them both, requesting privacy with Kyle for the rest of the night. Alone, she begins to carefully clean him. She observes that despite being covered in grime, there isn't a single wound on his body, a chilling testament to his dragon heritage. She wonders if he's always had to endure this suffering by himself. Kyle gently stops her hand, telling her he didn't allow her to stay just so she could be his servant. He insists his body heals on its own, and she must never put herself in danger for him again. But his words of strength ring hollow to Elena. She saw the truth earlier. Despite his tough exterior now, he had been trembling. Elena looks Kyle straight in the eyes, cutting through his facade of strength. She tells him that possessing immeasurable power doesn't make him immune to fear. Gathering her courage, she asks a question that has been on her mind since his breakdown. Who is Deborah? The name catches Kyle completely off guard. He realizes he must have said it out loud while he was struggling. He reluctantly explains that Deborah was his half-brother Shane's mother. She had desperately wanted to become the empress, and when that dream was denied, the failure utterly broke her. He asks if Elena is curious to learn more about this woman from his past, but she shakes her head. She clarifies that her curiosity isn't about Deborah, it's about him. Elena wants to know everything: his past, his feelings, his thoughts, his likes, and his dislikes. Struck by her sincerity, Kyle's guarded expression softens. He agrees, telling her to ask whatever she wants, promising to finally give her the answers she seeks. Just as Kyle agrees to open up, he turns the tables on Elena. Pulling her closer, he asks a question of his own, his voice serious. He's intrigued and wants to know who taught her the word imago. Elena hesitates, admitting the story is so unbelievable he'll probably laugh. She explains that it feels more like a dream than a real memory, a fairy tale with no proof it ever happened. Leaning against his shoulder, she asks him to listen to her story. Growing up isolated in the temple, she never had any friends her own age. But there was one person, a boy not much older than her. He was the one who taught her that special word. In a flashback, a young Elena peeks from behind a tree, watching a lonely young boy. She confesses to Kyle that the moment she saw him, she was convinced he was an angel sent down just for her. Kyle listens, his expression shifting as the pieces click into place. The girl from his most cherished memory was never Layla. It was Elena all along. Elena recalls that when she first saw the boy, it felt like she was dreaming. She was so nervous he would vanish if she even tried to approach him. The scene shifts, showing a young Elena watching a lonely boy from a distance, hidden behind a tree. To her complete surprise, he was the one who walked toward her. His voice broke the quiet afternoon as he simply asked who she was. A bright smile lit up the young girl's face as she introduced herself as Elena. Instantly, her shyness was replaced by a wave of curiosity, wanting to know everything about this mysterious boy. But his next question wasn't what she expected. He calmly asked if she had a sister who shared her face. The unexpected inquiry stops her cold, causing her happy expression to fade. In that moment, her cheerful memory becomes clouded, hinting at a misunderstanding that began all those years ago. As her story concludes, the happy memory turns bittersweet. Elena looks down and apologizes, assuming Kyle's past question meant he was always looking for Layla. With a sad smile, she admits she got a little carried away, foolishly thinking he had come all this way just for her. Kyle is visibly moved, his expression softening as he understands the decades-long mix-up. He firmly tells her she's wrong, reaching out to gently touch her shoulder. He explains his question wasn't about choosing between sisters, it was to make sure his memory was real. Looking into her eyes, Kyle states with newfound clarity that she is the one he came to see. Later that night, he stands over a sleeping Elena. In the quiet room, he gently caresses her hair, reflecting on their conversation. He thinks to himself that she will never know just how much her words affect him. Staring down at the girl who holds his oldest memory, Kyle is left to wonder how she can be so certain of her path. Elena continues her story, admitting she isn't even sure if the boy she met was actually human. With a wistful smile, she wonders if she might have imagined the entire encounter in her loneliness. Still, she explains that the word he taught her, imago, remains incredibly special. It was a term she had never heard before, making her feel as though she had been visited by an angel. Turning to Kyle, she mentions that, strangely enough, the boy from her memory bears a striking resemblance to him. Her one regret is that she never thought to ask for his name. Elena is sure the boy has forgotten all about her, but for her, that meeting remains a cherished memory to this day. Kyle is visibly stunned by her words. He quietly says his own name, Kyle, causing Elena to look at him in confusion. He doesn't answer, lost in his own thoughts. He wonders how she would react if he confessed he was that same boy, and more importantly, what she would do if she discovered he knew her real name all along. Kyle holds back, realizing he can't reveal the truth just yet. He knows the Emperor's eyes are everywhere in the palace, and exposing their shared past could bring unwanted attention and harm to Elena. For her own protection, he decides to keep his knowledge a secret for now. Later, he sits with Elena and asks why she called him by his name when he was unwell but now addresses him so formally. A flustered Elena admits she might have spoken without thinking in the heat of the moment. Gently taking her hand, Kyle insists she use his name, explaining it's more comfortable for him that way. She hesitantly tries calling him Sir Kyle, but he quickly corrects her. He reminds her that she isn't his subordinate, she's his wife. Taking a moment to gather her courage, Elena finally looks at him and softly says his name. As Elena sleeps, Kyle watches over her, gently caressing her face. His mind races with unanswered questions. He doesn't understand how Elena, the girl from his cherished memory, ended up engaged to a monster like him. He wonders about the whereabouts of her twin, Layla, but he's terrified to seek the truth. He fears that digging too deep into the mystery might cause him to lose her for good. A single tear escapes his eye and falls onto the sheets. He wishes he could be the angel she remembers from her childhood, believing that even then, he would pray for his wings to break so he could live a normal, human life by her side. He looks at her peaceful face, his expression softening with devotion. After everything she's done and the hope she's given him, he realizes he can't possibly give up on her now. He doesn't know what the future holds, but he knows he can't face it without her. The next morning, Elena wakes up feeling disoriented. As her memories of the previous night return, she shoots upright in bed, shocked to find Kyle sitting beside her. He calmly asks how she's feeling, and she quickly replies that she's fine. However, a sudden throb of pain in her shoulder makes her flinch. Noticing her discomfort, Kyle's expression fills with concern. He asks if he hurt her last night and gently touches her shoulder, insisting that she see a physician immediately. His suggestion stops Elena cold. Her mind races with panic. A true holy maiden can heal herself with divine power. Layla would never need a doctor. She questions his motives. Why would he suggest a physician instead of telling her to use her holy abilities? A terrifying thought takes root. Could he know she's an imposter? Is this some kind of test to expose her? His simple act of care feels like a trap, and Elena is left questioning everything she thought she knew about their arrangement. As Elena's mind races with suspicion, Kyle cuts through her panic with an unexpected answer. It's his fault. He gently touches her bruised shoulder, explaining he is responsible for her injury. Leaning in close, he questions if she seriously thought he would demand she heal a wound he himself had caused. This reaction, he adds, only proves how poorly the people at the temple must have treated her. Before she can respond, Kyle pulls her into a firm embrace. He needs her to understand something crucial. Holy maiden or not, she is his wife, and the only one who promised to save him. Her title doesn't matter as much as her promise to make him human. Holding her tighter, he vows that no one, not even himself, will ever treat her with indifference again. Tears stream down Elena's face as she leans into his warmth, her heart aching with the secret of her identity. As they walk through the palace, Kyle tells Elena he hasn't forgotten her warning that his time is running out. His expression then turns serious as he reveals Philip informed him of her meeting with Shane. Elena explains she encountered him in the library while searching for information about his curse, though she found nothing useful. Kyle's gaze intensifies, and he asks if his brother said anything specific. She admits Shane gave her a small sachet as a gift, which she now suspects is the source of a strange perfume. Kyle's demeanor darkens instantly. He gives her a firm warning to avoid being alone with Shane if she can. Elena recalls Philip's warning about Shane's ambition for the throne, but Kyle cuts in, saying that's not the only reason. He stops before a portrait of a regal woman, his face shadowed by a painful memory. He confesses Shane holds a deep grudge against him because of a past incident he accepts was entirely his fault. Kyle is consumed by guilt, tormented by the idea that his past actions might cause Shane to harm Elena. He clenches his hand over his face, unable to voice his fears. But Elena calmly interrupts his dark thoughts, telling him she will be fine. With a reassuring smile, she lists her protectors, her maid Julie, the loyal knight Philip, and now, she has him, too. Her confidence gives her the courage to make a proposal. She explains that if she is going to find a cure for his curse, she needs to learn more about him. Taking his hand, she boldly asks if he can spare a part of his day for her. Kyle is visibly conflicted. He knows that the more time they spend together, the more difficult it will be to let her go when his time runs out. However, pushing her away is no longer an option. He decides to fulfill her wish. Taking her hand in his, he raises it to his lips and formally accepts her request, much to her surprise. With their new agreement set, Elena smiles warmly and thanks Kyle for his understanding. As they begin their partnership, the palace is already buzzing with gossip about the new royal couple. During a gathering, a group of noble women discuss the marriage. One comments that she thought dragon descendants were emotionless, but rumors say the prince changed completely after falling in love, like something from a fairy tale. Another lady leans in, whispering that a juicier story is making the rounds. The crown princess has supposedly bewitched not only Crown Prince Kyle, but his younger brother, Prince Shane, as well. At that remark, a teacup violently shatters. A dark-haired woman trembles with rage, her friends asking if she's all right. Ignoring them, she is consumed by a single, furious thought. Prince Shane is hers and hers alone. A carriage arrives at the palace, carrying an important visitor. Prince Shane is greeted by the archbishop, who remarks that everything seems surprisingly normal on the surface. With a knowing smile, Shane points out that the archbishop sounds like he was expecting to walk into some kind of chaos. Pivoting the conversation, the archbishop reveals he's been listening to the nobles' gossip. He explains that whispers about Crown Prince Kyle's drastic change since getting married are spreading fast, causing many to speculate about the future of the throne. Some even hold onto the fairy tale idea that love could alter his tragic fate. Sensing a potential shift in power, the archbishop openly questions which of the two royal brothers would be the smarter bet for his own future. Unfazed by the blatant political maneuvering, Shane simply smirks, finding the entire situation rather interesting. With a sly smile, Shane reminds the archbishop that it was the temple who prepared the holy maiden for this marriage, putting the older man on the defensive. He acknowledges the archbishop's fears, noting how Elena was essentially thrown into the lion's den without any real power of her own. Privately, Shane recalls his original assumption that she would be easy to get rid of. Sensing the power shift, the archbishop quickly reassures the prince. He promises to handle any potential issues and offers Shane his complete trust. They shake hands, cementing their shady new alliance. However, Shane's true intentions run deeper. He resolves that if he can't eliminate the new princess, he must at least get her out of his path, viewing her as a clear obstacle to his plans. Completely unaware of this plotting, Elena is with Kyle, who informs her that his father has summoned him, preventing them from being together. She calmly replies that it's a shame, oblivious to the schemes brewing around her. Gossip spreads quickly through the palace. The staff can't stop whispering about Crown Prince Kyle, who now seeks out Elena's company almost every day. This sudden change from his usual reclusive behavior is all anyone can talk about. As he prepares to leave, Kyle gently takes Elena's hands. He explains that since he's taking his guard, Philip, with him, she should try not to wander the palace alone. Elena smiles, promising to pray for his safe return. In a tender gesture that shocks the onlookers, Kyle says he will pray for her safety as well and brings her hand to his lips for a soft kiss. Later, Elena sits with her maid, Julie, who reveals that a new, more dangerous rumor is circulating. People are claiming that Elena was seen having a secret meeting with Kyle's manipulative half-brother, Shane. The teacup in Elena's hand trembles at the outrageous lie. She knows it's impossible, having only met Shane once, but the thought of this new plot against her is deeply unsettling. Elena knows that if anyone had seen how Prince Shane acted, they might have misunderstood. She questions how this rumor could have even started. After all, the palace library is exclusively for the imperial family and their spouses, so someone with high-level access is clearly targeting her. Putting the plot aside, Elena focuses on her true mission. Kyle has been spending time with her every day, just as he promised. Despite this, she's frustrated, having found not a single clue to solve his curse. Feeling powerless, she wonders what it will take to finally help him and decides she needs to find an expert on the dragon's descendants. For now, she tries to recall what Layla told her when they were young, hoping for a hint. A memory surfaces of her sister describing a meeting with Kyle in a garden gazebo. Layla said he was as quiet as a corpse, with eyes as fierce as a beast's. Yet, she smiled, telling Elena that if she saw him for herself, she might think differently. Her sister's cryptic words trail off, leaving the memory unfinished. Clinging to the fragmented memory of her sister, Elena asks her maid, Julie, for help. She needs to find the palace's largest garden. The one Layla mentioned was covered in wisteria during the spring. Julie knows exactly the place, the inner court garden, and agrees to guide her there immediately. As they walk, Elena racks her brain, desperately trying to recall what Layla said after describing Kyle. The full memory feels just out of reach, but she's certain it holds a vital clue to saving him. Her concentration is suddenly broken by the sound of a heated argument nearby. Peeking through an ornate gate, she sees a noblewoman in a tense confrontation. The woman's voice is sharp with accusation before a loud slap echoes through the air. She tearfully begs the man to tell her it was all a misunderstanding. Elena covers her mouth in shock, recognizing the man standing there, completely unfazed by the strike. It's Prince Shane. His calm, blue eyes turn and lock directly onto hers. As Elena and Julie head towards the garden, their path is cut short by a tense argument. Peeking through an ornate gate, she witnesses a shocking scene. A noblewoman confronts Prince Shane, her voice filled with desperation. A sharp slap rings out, and Elena instinctively covers her mouth. Violet is on the verge of tears. She demands to know why their engagement was suddenly cancelled, reminding him of the flowers and gems he sent just weeks ago. But Shane's expression remains ice-cold. He claims to have no memory of such gifts, suggesting they were merely a formal gesture from his servants or father. Desperate, she grabs his collar, insisting their relationship was different. She believed his smiles were proof of his affection and pleads for a reason. Ignoring her completely, Shane turns his head. His calm, blue eyes find Elena hiding behind the gate, locking onto her with an unreadable expression. Ignoring Violet's desperate grip, Shane calmly explains his change of heart. He admits he never thought he would fall in love, but all that changed at the wedding. The moment he saw the holy maiden, he was certain she was his fated one. Stunned, Violet shoves him back. She can't believe he's abandoning her for his own brother's wife. From her hiding place, Elena processes the shocking confession. She reflects on her recent close call with Kyle, realizing how dangerous he can be. Now, she's caught the attention of his manipulative brother. Shane sighs, ordering Violet to lower her voice. He coldly dismisses her feelings as some kind of delusion. With chilling finality, he says the only reason he is forgiving her for striking a prince is out of his generosity, making it clear just how little she means to him. Shane leans in, his voice dangerously low. He gives the distraught Violet a choice: stay quiet, or he will make her family pay for her outburst. Trembling, she can barely form a word. With a final, chilling command to get out of his sight, he dismisses her entirely. Humiliated and heartbroken, Violet flees the garden in tears. Without missing a beat, Shane turns and walks directly towards Elena's hiding spot. He calls out to the crown princess, casually asking if she was entertained. Caught, Elena flinches. Her loyal maid, Julie, steps forward to defend her, telling the prince to mind his manners. Shane scoffs, fixing his cold gaze on the servant, who nervously swallows her fear. Elena places a hand on Julie's arm, telling Shane not to threaten her people. She asks for a moment alone with the prince, but then quietly whispers a secret order to her maid: bring Philip immediately. Understanding the unspoken danger, Julie quickly agrees and heads off to find the knight. Now alone, Shane questions if Elena is truly sure about this. He suggests that since she knows who his heart yearns for, her choice to stay must mean she reciprocates his feelings. He reaches out, his hand gently cupping her face. Elena, however, is completely unimpressed. She sighs and bluntly asks him why he bothered to lie about being in love with her. His friendly demeanor shatters. He shoots out a hand, gripping her throat as he asks if she really thought he was joking. But Elena refuses to be intimidated, slapping his hand away with force. She tells him not to think she is naive, declaring she knows all about his plot to use her husband to have her eliminated. A slow smile spreads across Shane's face. He remarks that he can now see how a twisted man like his brother fell for her. Elena snaps back, telling him not to speak ill of Kyle. Shane admits his confession was partly a joke, but then steps closer, his voice low. He tells her there is some truth to it, whispering that he wants her for himself. Shane leans in, whispering the one thing Elena fears most.
He knows her secret.
He tells her the reason he wants her is because she's an imposter who just happens to have the same face as Layla. Elena freezes, her heart pounding in her chest. How could he possibly have found out? He smiles, asking if she really thought her secret would be safe forever, then grabs her wrist, assuring her there's nothing to worry about. All she has to do, he says, is rely on him instead of his brother. As he pulls her closer, Elena panics. She knows she can't trust him and silently screams for Kyle to help her. Suddenly, a sword flashes into view, its sharp edge stopping right at Shane's throat. Kyle stands behind him, his expression dangerously calm. He commands Shane to remove his hand from Elena, adding a chilling warning that if he doesn't comply, he might just find himself without a head. With his sword pressed against Shane's throat, Kyle's voice is lethally calm. He orders his brother to remove his hand from Elena, warning that his head might be the price for disobedience. A stunned Elena can only manage to say Kyle's name. His intense red eyes fixated on his brother, Kyle asks if Shane has forgotten his warning to stay away from his wife. Shane, however, remains composed. He casually states that Kyle is mistaken. He isn't the one causing trouble for Elena, Kyle is. To twist the knife, he turns to Elena and asks if he's right, putting her in an impossible position. Ignoring the manipulative question, Kyle reaches out his hand to Elena, telling her to ignore Shane and come to him. Elena hesitates, her mind racing. If she goes with Kyle, she fears Shane will expose her secret. But an even bigger fear grips her. Would Kyle still look at her the same way if he knew the truth? She wants to take his hand, but she finds herself unable to move. Caught between the two brothers, Elena quickly tries to de-escalate the situation. She insists it's all a misunderstanding, claiming she and Shane were just having a conversation. Though his expression remains hard, Kyle slowly lowers his sword. He gives his brother a final, chilling warning, making it clear there won't be a second chance. As Kyle turns to leave, Shane watches him go, a smirk playing on his lips. He privately notes Kyle's unusual desperation, suspecting his brother must have realized this woman is nothing like the real Layla. Seeing his opportunity, Shane steps forward and grabs Elena's arm, pulling her firmly to his side. He then announces with a triumphant smile that he can't let her go just yet. After all, he declares, the crown princess has just asked him to be her partner for the first dance at the upcoming banquet, leaving both Elena and Kyle completely stunned by the bold-faced lie. The shocking lie hangs in the air, stunning both Elena and Kyle. As the crown prince begins to walk away, Shane seizes his chance, pulling Elena firmly against him. A wave of pure panic washes over Elena. Her mind screams she's an imposter and has gone too far to turn back now. If Kyle finds out the truth, everything will be ruined. She clenches her fist, determined to protect her secret at all costs. But then, a voice cuts through her fear.
Kyle has stopped.
He turns back, his intense gaze fixed solely on her. He tells her there's no need to refute his brother's ridiculous claim or to worry about his reaction. Extending his hand once more, Kyle gives her a look of absolute faith. He declares that despite what anyone might say about her, she is the one he will trust no matter what. Taking a confident step toward Kyle, Elena accepts his unspoken offer of trust. Kyle immediately moves to her side, wrapping a protective arm around her waist as he confronts his brother. He informs Shane that he already knows about the upcoming banquet. Then, with absolute finality, he declares that his wife won't be available for a dance because she will be too busy by his side. Shane's smile returns, but it's laced with poison. He asks Kyle if he feels any pity, taunting that Elena is bound to discover his monstrous secret eventually. He wonders how she'll react when she realizes she can't escape from her cursed husband. But it isn't Kyle who responds. Elena steps forward with unwavering resolve, looking directly at Shane. She firmly states that she understands Kyle is the dragon's descendant more than anyone else. As Shane watches her passionate defense of his brother, his expression shifts to one of cold calculation, intrigued by this unexpected development. Shane watches this display, completely intrigued. He observes that Elena is more eager to stand up for Kyle than for herself, a complete transformation from the scared woman moments before. It's almost as if she is genuinely in love with the crown prince. Sensing his confusion, Elena clarifies that she wasn't complaining about Kyle's lineage. But Shane just smiles, asking if anyone has told her the real reason people regard the prince with such fear. Kyle's expression immediately hardens, and a confused Elena calls his name. Ignoring his brother's silent warning, Shane continues his manipulative attack. He asks Elena if she knows who the first person was that his brother ever took down. He reveals that it wasn't a monster in the forest or an enemy soldier on the battlefield. As a dark, traumatic memory flashes, Shane delivers the final, shocking blow. The very first life Kyle ever claimed was of a helpless woman, one very similar to Elena herself. The story cuts to a flashback from 8 years ago, offering a glimpse into the prince's youth. A young Shane enters a bright conservatory and finds his older brother, Kyle, resting in a chair. After waking him, Shane expresses concern, warning that Kyle's mother will be upset if she finds him there. Kyle, looking exhausted, isn't worried. He explains that he had a difficult night and that this place is the only one where he can escape a strange, recurring dream. Shane notes that his brother often mentions this nightmare, but has never revealed what it's about. The truth is, Kyle could never bring himself to describe the horrific vision that plagues his sleep. He keeps the terrifying secret, a dream where he witnesses his own hands becoming monstrous and inhuman. The nightmare always starts the same. Young Kyle sees his own body twisting and changing, covered head to toe in monstrous scales. He transforms into a terrifying beast, losing all control and going on a destructive frenzy. Back in the conservatory, his brother Shane's voice pulls him from his thoughts. He asks Kyle if today is a special day, mentioning that the palace maids were all looking for him. The question makes Kyle flinch before he remembers. His fiancée is coming to visit. Shane is stunned to hear the Holy Maiden is arriving. Seeing his brother's shock, Kyle figures it was probably meant to be a secret. Not missing a beat, Shane grabs Kyle's hand and insists on coming along, promising to stay hidden. Kyle internally notes the engagement is purely political, but seeing his brother's excitement, he gives a small smirk. He agrees, allowing Shane to tag along to meet the girl who would one day change everything. The story cuts back 8 years to the day the princes met the Holy Maiden. A young Kyle sits alone in a gazebo, trying to compose himself before the meeting. However, the voices of his handlers echo in his mind, piling on the pressure. He is reminded that his fiancée has been sheltered her entire life and knows nothing of the world's darkness. An advisor adjusts his collar, patronizingly telling him what an honor this marriage is, warning him not to frighten the pure girl away. Another's words are even harsher, ordering him to remember that he is a terrifying dragon's descendant and must act human. This condescending advice makes his blood boil. His grip tightens around his teacup, his knuckles white. He raises his arm, about to smash the cup against the ground. His crimson eyes flare with rage. Just then, a calm voice cuts through his anger. A young girl with golden hair steps into the gazebo. Seeing his intent, she simply remarks that she supposes they will have to spend their first tea time drinking straight from the kettle. The girl's unexpected comment throws Kyle off balance. Hiding in the distance, his brother Shane is just as surprised. The young lady calmly introduces herself as Layla Underwood. Kyle questions her last name, and she explains with a bright smile that the bishops gave it to her because she was found under a tree. She thinks it's silly, pointing out that since everyone lives under the Tree of Life, they should all be named Underwood. Kyle cuts through her cheerful logic. He states plainly that he knows the bishops forced her to come. Tapping his fingers on the table, he informs her that he has zero intention of marrying her. He insists that his fate as the dragon's descendant won't change, regardless of their union. Layla falls silent and covers her mouth, her shoulders shaking. Her head droops forward. But just as Kyle assumes his words have landed, a small chuckle escapes her. Soon, she's laughing openly. Looking straight at the stunned prince, she asks if he really expects everything to unfold according to his will. Layla simply finds his response funny. As she calmly pours him a cup of tea, she addresses him by his full name, Kyle Lanfair. She admits she can understand why he would try to reject her, recognizing his firm belief that this marriage will not change his fate. However, she calls his thinking flawed, stating that he doesn't truly comprehend the power of the Almighty. Suddenly, her voice cuts straight to his deepest fears. She asks about the dream he has every night, the one where he loses his human form. She knows he pictures himself as a merciless dragon hurting innocents, and that this potential future terrifies him. Kyle is completely stunned. A single tear falls as he questions how she could possibly know about a nightmare he has never shared with anyone. Layla then reveals a shocking truth of her own. She explains that she also has a certain dream each night. In her dream, he turns into a dragon, and she is the one who ends him. The story flashes back 8 years. A much younger Shane pushes open the door to a sunlit conservatory. Stepping on a twig, Kyle chases his brother through the palace grounds. He finally corners him inside, promising he has no desire for the throne and just wants to talk. But as he tries to reassure his younger brother, his gaze drifts past him. Kyle's eyes widen in absolute shock at a disturbing sight just beyond Shane. The sight that greets Kyle freezes him in place. At the top of the grand staircase stands a woman with dark red hair. It's his mother, Deborah. She welcomes him with a chilling smile, appreciating that he came to her. Her expression grows twisted as she reveals her understanding of the Emperor's recent declaration: only the Crown Prince's mother can become the Empress. This new rule means the Emperor will never name a new successor. Her heels click on the marble floor as she descends, stating that her own son, Shane, is now useless to her. She grabs Kyle, pulling him close with a disturbing intensity. She whispers her plan. Kyle must become her child. If she gets rid of the failure, Shane, then the Emperor will have no choice but to name her Empress. Just then, young Shane appears, calling out to them. Kyle's heart pounds in his chest, realizing the immense danger. His mother turns toward Shane, her sweet facade dropping completely. She tells her younger son that he is no use to her anymore and moves with terrifying speed. Kyle can only scream her name in desperation. As his mother lunges toward Shane, Kyle's instincts take over. He grabs her arm, desperately shouting for her to let go of him. The sudden intervention causes her to lose her balance on the top step. She staggers backward and takes a terrible fall down the entire length of the grand staircase. A heavy thud echoes through the hall as she lands motionless at the bottom. Frozen, Kyle can only stare down, his face a mask of pure horror. At the foot of the stairs, Shane watches the tragic scene unfold. He cautiously approaches his mother's still form, his voice trembling as he calls out to her. Rushing to her side, he cradles her head, pleading for her to open her eyes. But there is no response. Shane's grief quickly morphs into pure rage. He glares up at Kyle, demanding to know what he has done, his voice shaking. His accusation rings out, claiming Kyle pushed her. With tears streaming down his face, Shane screams that his brother is a murderer. Rain pours down on the few mourners gathered for Deborah's funeral. It's a quiet affair, and Kyle watches his brother from a distance. He fully expected Shane to point a finger and publicly accuse him of murder. However, Shane remains silent, his face bandaged and his eyes filled with tears. Kyle realizes the Emperor must have stepped in, forcing his younger brother to keep the family's dark secrets buried. As he stands in the downpour, a figure approaches. It's Elena, holding an umbrella over him. The gesture reminds Kyle of her promise to end his life after their wedding, a strange form of comfort he clings to. Later that evening, Elena finds him on a balcony and gently tells him his mother's death was an unfortunate accident. Kyle knows this logically, but the guilt is overwhelming. He turns away, admitting that a part of him can't help but think Shane is right about him. As Kyle turns away, consumed by guilt, Elena notices his hands are trembling uncontrollably. He voices his despair, wondering if this tragedy would have happened if he wasn't a dragon's descendant, or even Kyle Lanfair at all. He concludes it would have been better if he had never been born. Seeing his pain, Elena's expression hardens with resolve. She steps forward and firmly wraps her arms around him from behind, catching the prince completely off guard. He thinks to himself that she should leave, that staying with him will only put her in constant danger. But Elena cuts through his dark thoughts with a simple, powerful no. She looks up at him, her gaze unwavering, and declares that she will not meet her end because of him. She then makes a solemn promise that she won't leave him to suffer through this alone. He gently touches her face, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Alone in her room, Elena fights to keep her composure, telling herself she mustn't cry if Kyle is holding his own tears back. Her thoughts drift to her twin sister, Layla. She simply cannot understand her. Elena thinks back to Kyle as a child, wondering how Layla could have made such a dark promise to him. He clung to that single hope that Layla would end his suffering for years. Yet, after making that vow, Layla simply vanished, leaving Kyle to wait. Looking at her own reflection, Elena accuses her absent sister of never intending to keep her word. As if summoned by her thoughts, an ethereal image of Layla appears, confirming Elena's suspicion. The vision admits she was never going to stay true to her promise. However, the spectral twin then turns the tables, coldly asking if Elena, an imposter living a lie, is really in a position to judge her. The spectral image of Layla cuts deep, calling Elena out for lying about her own identity. Elena has to admit, she's in no position to judge anyone. She's living a lie after all. She turns and watches Kyle sleep, her mind racing. Revealing the truth now would be devastating. After everything he's been through, telling him she's not the woman he thinks she is would only feel like another betrayal. A wave of helplessness washes over her as she wonders what she can possibly do for him. This leads to bigger questions. Why was her existence kept a secret by the temple? And if it was so crucial to keep hidden, how did Prince Shane find out? A chilling realization dawns on her. Shane must have met the real Layla before. That's how he saw through her disguise. The fact that her hidden identity is known by Kyle's manipulative brother is a dangerous new problem. Elena's mind races with this dangerous new knowledge. For Shane to know her secret, he must have a helper inside the temple. She thinks back to the last banquet, where Shane asked her for a dance. At the time, she dismissed it. Now, she wonders if accepting his next invitation might be a way to uncover his plans, though she worries about how it would affect Kyle. Watching her husband sleep, her resolve hardens. Before she can save him and confess her identity, she needs more information. She gently places a kiss on his forehead, vowing to one day tell him the whole truth, that the woman by his side, the one who truly cares for him, has been Elena all along. Elsewhere, Prince Shane relaxes with a glass of wine, a sealed letter on his desk. He reflects that while things aren't going exactly to his original plan, the pieces are still falling right where he wants them. He smirks, remarking that something is about to happen that will surely make Layla smile. In the grand throne room, a visitor named Prince Edwin Aspera presents himself before the Emperor. With Prince Shane at his side, the Emperor welcomes Edwin, pointedly calling him the brave Lion of Aspera. Edwin politely accepts the honor, apologizing for his father's absence and vowing to fulfill his duties. Shane immediately understands the subtext. His father's words are a clear slight, meant to remind their guest that a lion is no match for the Landfair dragon. However, Edwin's reply subtly asserts that the Aspera kingdom is strong with him as its heir. He then asks about the absent crown prince, Kyle. Shane flinches slightly at the mention of his brother. The Emperor says they can meet at the banquet, but Edwin coolly retorts that Kyle's time is surely spent on more pressing matters. He remembers a time when he and the Black Dragon crossed swords, hinting at a past rivalry between the two powerful princes. Prince Edwin explains his interest in Kyle, stating he simply wanted to finish a sparring match that was cut short during a recent campaign. The Emperor dismisses it as a shame their duel had no victor and assures Edwin that Kyle will be at the banquet for another bout. With the formalities concluded, Edwin offers his regards and departs as the heavy doors swing shut behind him. Once they are alone, the Emperor's facade drops. He calls Edwin a toothless lion who is too blinded by pride to realize Kyle was holding back his true strength. He then gives Shane a chilling order: keep a watchful eye on his brother until their rival is dealt with. Shane agrees, but internally he seethes with resentment. The entire conversation, from start to finish, was about Kyle, a constant reminder that the throne may not be his. Clenching his fist, he silently prays that his own plans for revenge are also part of some divine will. As preparations for the high-stakes banquet continue, it's clear new political games are afoot. In his chambers, Kyle listens as his guard, Philip, relays a message from the Emperor. His Majesty expects him to maintain his composure at the banquet, and only for that reason is he overlooking Kyle's recent abrupt departure. Kyle smirks, realizing his father is putting on a show for the nobility, creating the illusion that he is the confirmed heir. Elena questions the strategy, pointing out that everyone already believes Prince Shane is the successor. Philip tries to intervene, but Kyle waves him off, stating that Elena's awareness of the situation makes things easier. He moves to a chessboard to explain the complex game his father's playing. There are 3 key pieces on the board: the fractured Landfair nobility, the ambitious bishops, and the rival prince of Aspera. He explains that the temple, seeking to increase its own power, has allied with Shane's faction. They know Kyle's future is uncertain, and he admits there's no telling how long he'll remain on the board. The comment makes Elena flinch. She processes the information, asking if the Emperor is displeased with this alliance, showing she's quickly grasping the dangerous political landscape. Kyle confirms her theory, stating that the temple gaining more power is bad news for his father. The throne's biggest weakness has always been its reliance on the Holy Maiden. Elena quickly puts the pieces together, asking if their marriage is the Emperor's public signal that the dynamics of succession are shifting. Kyle affirms this, explaining his father's ultimate goal is to be remembered as the greatest emperor in history. By presenting Kyle as the undeniable heir, he forces all other factions, including the temple and nobility, to submit to a more powerful ruler. The realization hits Elena. This is why Shane wanted the first dance. He's trying to weaken Kyle's position by creating the impression that the royal couple is on bad terms, a move that directly opposes the Emperor's will. Elena asks Kyle for a moment alone. He dismisses Philip, and once the door clicks shut, she delivers her shocking decision. She tells him what she is about to say may hurt, but she intends to accept Shane's request to be his first dance partner, promising it is not a betrayal. Kyle is visibly taken aback by her plan to dance with his brother, but after a moment of thought, his trust in her wins out. He promises to never doubt her loyalty, stating he's sure she has her reasons. Pulling her into a sudden, tight embrace, he admits that the very idea of her with another man is painful. He confesses that her concern for his well-being makes his own possessiveness feel justified. He doesn't want anyone else to have even a second of her time. Stunned by his raw honesty, Elena meets his gaze. She admits that she's afraid she is the one who is becoming greedy. Then, she makes a bold confession. She doesn't want him to love anyone else. She wants him to love her. Before he can fully process her words, she leans in and seals her heartfelt declaration with a kiss, solidifying the new foundation of their complicated relationship. The moment lingers as they share a quiet, meaningful connection that changes everything between them. Pulling back slightly, Elena looks up at her husband and thanks him for his trust. She then shyly asks for just one more favor. Curious, Kyle listens as she makes a surprising confession. She's only ever danced once in her life. She explains that it was with the angel she had mentioned before, the girl from their shared childhood memory. A faint memory comes back to Kyle of a clumsy dance in a sunlit garden, and he admits, a bit embarrassed, that he just assumed his angel had 2 left feet. Elena says she just needs some practice before the ball. But before she can finish her request, Kyle cuts her off. He smoothly extends his hand in a formal invitation. With a gentle smile breaking through his usual stoic expression, he asks if she would do him the honor of this dance. Elena stares, moved by the simple, heartfelt gesture. With a radiant smile, Elena closes her eyes and gladly accepts his proposal. Kyle gently takes her hand, guiding her into a formal dance position. As he holds her, a rare, unguarded softness appears on his face, mirroring the pure joy that lights up hers. This private lesson is a new beginning for them. The scene then shifts to a grand palace under the moonlight, where guests arrive for a lavish ball. Inside, the atmosphere is heavy with political maneuvering. 2 nobles murmur in a corner, discussing a recent incident that has become more complicated now that a duke's daughter is involved. One man expresses frustration that foreign guests are gossiping freely about the empire's secrets. His companion, a confident white-haired man, advises him to let them talk. With a sly grin, he declares that the Landfair Empire's arrogance will ultimately be its downfall. His younger associate seems impressed by this bold and dignified response, hinting at the complex political games ahead. At the grand ball, a young noble named Chester loudly praises a man called Edwin Aspera. However, his confident, white-haired companion calmly tells him to stop, seeing an opportunity here and stating that their main goal is to figure out who will inherit the throne. He then steers the conversation to the hottest gossip in the palace, Crown Princess Elena. Nobles whisper that she has completely transformed the cold-hearted Prince Kyle. Not only that, some say she has also captured the heart of the second prince, Shane. Chester is shocked, wondering aloud if this means the princess is being disloyal. His companion quickly shushes him, explaining the Empire's political landscape. Kyle, as a powerful but cursed dragon's descendant, is seen as a pawn with a short lifespan. In contrast, support for the mysterious Prince Shane to become the next emperor is quietly growing, adding a dangerous new layer to the royal drama. At the grand ball, the confident, white-haired noble Edwin Espera calmly assesses the political landscape. He declares that his proud motherland, Espera, is the only nation that can truly challenge the powerful Lanfair Empire. To safeguard its future, he explains, they must gather every piece of intelligence and anticipate any shifts in power. His primary interest lies in a recent development, the claims of a mysterious soothsayer. This prophet has suggested that the current dragon's descendant, Prince Kyle, is unlike any before him. Edwin is determined to verify this information for himself. His gaze sweeps across the bustling ballroom, cutting through the noise and chatter. He finally spots the person at the very center of all the rumors and political intrigue. Standing with the royal couple, he sees Crown Princess Elena for the first time. Observing her from a distance, he acknowledges that the whispers about her goddess-like beauty were no exaggeration. He now recognizes the face of the woman who could change everything. Observing the royal couple, Chester whispers to Edwin, questioning if he believes the rumors about the crown princess being blessed by a deity. Edwin doesn't give a simple answer. Instead, he points out a logical flaw. If a holy maiden's blessing was the cure, why has no other dragon descendant in history ever been saved from their tragic fate? He concludes that if Elena truly holds the key to Kyle's survival, the entire political landscape could shift, making the succession to the throne anyone's game. Just then, the emperor addresses the grand hall. He thanks the nobles for gathering and offers a toast, praying that the empire's glory will continue through the crown prince and princess. As the room fills with thunderous applause, Kyle and Elena stand together, a perfect picture of royal unity. From within the crowd, Prince Shane claps along, a subtle, calculating smile on his face as he watches his brother and new sister-in-law. As Prince Shane observes the royal couple, he notes how much Elena looks like her sister, yet feels fundamentally different. He recalls Layla's strange final piece of advice. If he truly wanted the throne, he had to stop Kyle's future wife from falling in love with him. At the time, Shane had dismissed it, assuming any woman matched with his cursed brother would eventually flee in terror. Stepping forward, he interrupts the couple with a pleasant smile. Kyle's expression hardens at the sight of his half-brother. Shane smoothly asks Kyle if he's considered his offer, earning a stiff nod in return. Before another word is spoken, Elena turns to face the prince. She calmly states that her first dance will be his, just as he had requested. A confident smirk spreads across Shane's face. He believes he has her figured out already. Her quick acceptance proves she doesn't care enough about Kyle to risk her own safety. This is exactly the opening he was looking for. As the orchestra plays, Shane leads Elena across the dance floor. With a confident smirk, he assumes she agreed to dance with him out of fear of being exposed as an imposter. But Elena doesn't miss a beat. She calmly tells him he's mistaken, revealing she only accepted his offer so she could ask him a question. Looking him dead in the eye, she gets straight to the point. Is he plotting against the emperor? Shane's pleasant expression doesn't falter, but their hands suddenly fall away from each other. The dance stops dead in the middle of the ballroom, drawing confused murmurs from the watching crowd. Even nobles like Edwin can't hear what was said, but they find the unexpected drama highly entertaining. Breaking the tense silence, Elena looks at Shane coolly. She points out that he was the one who asked for this dance, so why did he stop? Shane's confident smirk vanishes. He takes a small step back, thrown off by her bold accusation. Elena presses her advantage, stating that his plotting goes deeper than just the emperor. She knows he's working with a temple. The prince is speechless. If Kyle was truly doomed, Shane could simply wait for the throne to fall into his lap. But he isn't waiting. Instead, he's colluding with a group that wants to weaken the imperial family. Elena explains that this means he knows something even Kyle denies. The curse can be stopped, and that there's a real possibility Kyle could survive and become the next emperor. Completely exposed, Shane can only stare in disbelief. After she figured out his entire scheme, he can't understand why her only concern is helping Kyle. Shifting his approach from threats to curiosity, Shane asks her a simple question. Why is she so determined to save him? Shane's fist clenches by his side. He presses her for an answer, questioning if her goal is the empress's title, power, or money. With a confident smirk, Elena tells him her reason is simple. It's because she is an imposter, just as he called her. Despite that, she declares there is one person she is determined to be true to. Having made her point, she thanks him for the talk and turns to leave. But the conversation isn't over. Shane's demeanor shifts instantly as he grabs her arm, stopping her cold. Elena is startled, telling him to let go and reminding him that the entire ballroom can see them. Suddenly, a voice rings out from across the hall. It's Kyle, and he shouts her real name, Elena. Shane ignores the outburst, his grip tightening. He orders her not to go back to Kyle, warning her about his brother's unforgivable sins. He sneers that Kyle deserves nothing, least of all anyone's love. But Elena stands her ground, her heart pounding with defiance. Hearing Shane's words, something inside Kyle breaks. A low growl escapes his lips as his eyes flare, the pupils narrowing into dangerous reptilian slits. He crosses the ballroom in a few quick strides, filled with barely contained fury. The guests cry out in alarm as Kyle unsheathes his sword, the sound of steel ringing through the hall. Before Shane can react, Kyle is on him. The blade swings through the air in a gleaming arc. In a split second, Shane shoves Elena behind him, taking the full force of the attack himself. A spray of red darkens Shane's fine clothes. He stumbles backward, his hand flying to the deep gash on his shoulder as he stares at his brother in disbelief. Pain and betrayal flash across his face as he demands to know why. Kyle stands frozen, his sword arm trembling. The draconic glow fades from his eyes, replaced by pure shock as he realizes he just attacked his own family in a blind rage. The ballroom erupts in panicked whispers. Gripping his injured shoulder, Shane stares in disbelief, questioning why Elena would shield him and what she could possibly gain from it. Leaning against him for support, Elena clutches her dress, where the deep red has stained the fabric. With what little strength she has left, she begs him to stop trying to hurt Kyle. Having said her piece, her body goes limp. Shane quickly catches her as she falls, urging her not to close her eyes, but she's already unconscious. Across the room, Kyle stands frozen, the rage completely gone from his face. All that remains is stark horror. The chilling realization crashes down on him. He almost ended Elena's life with his own blade. His heart pounds violently in his chest. Closing the distance in a few quick steps, he takes Elena from his brother's arms. Without a backward glance, he issues a sharp command for a physician to be sent to his room immediately, then carries her away, the doors slamming shut. As the guests whisper in shock, the Emperor observes from a balcony. He remarks that Kyle is known for being a monster on the battlefield, but he never expected him to have a softer side. He concludes that only the Crown Princess could have caused such a change in his son. Recalling a soothsayer's prophecy, the Emperor decides it would be wise to keep a close watch on this mysterious lady and quickly departs before the situation escalates. Later, in Kyle's chambers, Elena lies unconscious. The physician reports that her life isn't in danger, but this does little to calm the prince. In a panic, Kyle grabs the physician, desperately demanding to know why Elena won't open her eyes. The doctor theorizes it's due to psychological shock, urging the prince to let her rest until she stabilizes. Left alone with his thoughts, Kyle sinks into a chair, completely shattered by guilt and wondering how he let his power run so wild. Alone in his chambers, Kyle is utterly shattered. He realizes that drawing his sword was never the right way to protect Elena. His mind races as he confronts the painful truth that he was afraid. Not of his curse, but of her leaving him once she saw how worthless he was. This pathetic fear had almost made him do the unthinkable. Kneeling by her bed, he gently takes her hand, desperately pleading for her to wake up. He confesses that he suffered through 8 long years just to see her again and can't bear to lose her now. In a raw moment of prayer, Kyle offers himself up to the heavens. He asks that he, the dragon's descendant, be the one punished, not his wife. He makes a solemn vow. He would gladly accept his cursed fate and become a monster if it meant Elena would just open her eyes. As tears stream down his face, they fall onto her arm. Suddenly, a faint, glowing pattern of flowers materializes on her skin where his tears landed. Elena's consciousness drifts into a beautiful, sunlit field of flowers. She opens her eyes, confused about where she is, and spots a massive, scaled creature resting nearby. A hand gently touches hers, and she looks up to see a man with long, dark hair and striking golden eyes. At first, she thinks it's Kyle, but she quickly realizes this man is different. Despite this, an undeniable pull remains, a deep yearning, as if she has been waiting for him her entire life. He pulls her into a warm embrace and speaks of a grim destiny. He explains that if they were to face divine wrath and perish, he would make her a solemn promise. In a voice full of conviction, he vows that he would still love her again in another life, calling her by a forgotten name, Edna. In the depths of her mind, Elena finds herself in another life. A single tear escapes as she confesses to a man named Shar that she cannot imagine a world without him. He holds her tenderly, calling her by a forgotten name, Edna. But this perfect memory suddenly sours. His gentle hand transforms, the grip becoming tight and scaled. Through reptilian, golden eyes filled with tears, the man asks a heartbreaking question. Why did she, his amigo, betray him? The shock of his words jolts Elena back to consciousness. She flinches, her mind racing to understand if it was just a dream. As her vision clears, she finds Kyle kneeling beside her bed. He is clutching her hand desperately, his own face streaked with fresh tears. His raw grief mirrors the sorrow from her vision. Barely able to speak, she whispers his name, bridging the gap between a forgotten past and their painful present. Elena slowly sits up in bed, calling out to the figure sitting nearby. She approaches a distraught Kyle and gently touches his face, asking why he's crying so much. His voice shakes as he confesses his fear that she would never open her eyes again. He clutches her hand desperately, his whole body trembling with relief and regret. Elena tries to reassure him that she is awake and fine, but Kyle is inconsolable. He stands, turning away from her. He states that it was pure luck she survived and insists she must stay by his side from now on because this will happen again. Overcome with self-loathing, Kyle covers his face, admitting that he almost ended her with his own hands. After waiting 8 long years just to meet her, he feels like he has failed completely. A quiet pang of understanding hits Elena. She realizes his immense suffering is for Layla. He had waited all this time for his true love, only to be met by an imposter he nearly destroyed. Elena sits up, the unsettling dream of a crying, scaled man still echoing in her thoughts. She wonders if that man was supposed to be Kyle. A painful realization dawns on her. Kyle's profound despair wasn't for her, but for Layla, the girl he's waited 8 years to see. She knows the truth would hurt him deeply. He's in love with her sister, and he would surely doubt how a powerless imposter could ever hope to change his fate. Despite the risks, the guilt of the lie is too much to bear. Getting out of bed, she walks over to him. She tells Kyle there is something she must confess, especially if he truly intends to send her away. Looking him straight in the eye, she admits she can no longer deceive him. Even if he scorns her for it, she has to tell him. Taking a final, steadying breath, she reveals everything. The one who made him a promise all those years ago was not her. The woman standing before him is Elena Underwood, the twin sister of Holy Maiden Layla. As Kyle watches, stunned, Elena explains that while her identity was false, not everything she said was a lie. She admits it may sound like an excuse, but the truth is that Layla suddenly disappeared just days before the ceremony. To cover it up, the temple forced Elena to take her sister's place as Kyle's bride. She then reminds him of their wedding night, when he asked her to leave in order to protect Layla. Elena tearfully confesses why she refused to go, even as an imposter. She knew his earnest feelings weren't meant for her, but she found herself wanting to stay by his side anyway. With tears streaming down her face, she finally reveals her true name, Elena. She says she wanted to believe there was a reason she was born Layla's twin, hoping it meant their meeting was fated. Overwhelmed by emotion, she begins to sob. In response, Kyle steps forward and pulls her into a firm, comforting embrace, holding her as she cries. As Kyle holds Elena close, he tells her she doesn't need to say another word. He understands the gravity of her confession and the immense danger she is now in. If her true identity were discovered, her life would be forfeit. He then asks her why she chose to tell him the truth, knowing how much she must have dreaded it. Before she can answer, he makes a startling admission of his own. He confesses that every time he sees her distressed and hurting for his sake, he feels a selfish sense of relief and finds himself wanting more. He wants every single emotion she has to be directed at him and him alone. Overwhelmed by his words, Elena looks up with tears streaming down her face and tells him that she loves him. The confession hangs in the air between them. Kyle looks down at her, finally saying her real name, Elena. He then quietly states that he's the one who should be apologizing to her. With her love confession hanging in the air, Kyle tells Elena that he is the one who should be apologizing. He admits he thought it was best to keep a secret of his own from her, but now realizes he was mistaken. His mind flashes back to his brutal life on the battlefield. For 8 long years, there was only one person he longed to see, whose memory held him together and prevented his transformation. He looks at her, his voice steady, and reveals that person was her Elena. Completely shocked, Elena takes a step back, insisting it can't be true. She was sure they had never met before she came to the palace. But Kyle refutes this, explaining they did meet, just once. In a shared memory, a younger Elena promised to be his other half, his shadow. Back in the present, the crown prince kneels before the woman he loves. He confesses she is the only one he has yearned for all this time, calling her his amigo. Elena is left utterly speechless. The story flashes back 8 years to the imperial throne room. The emperor sits, looking down at a much younger Kyle, asking him why he was appointed crown prince. Kneeling respectfully, Kyle answers that it was for the glory and prosperity of the Landfair Empire. The emperor agrees, stating how fortunate he is to have a son who inherited the dragon's blood. He steps down from the throne, coldly remarking that while Kyle's mother's death was unfortunate, he had feared Kyle would become uncontrollable. He credits the Holy Maiden for having reined him in. Seeing an opening, Kyle immediately asks for his father's permission to marry her. In his mind, he has a dark plan. She will be the one to end his life on their wedding day. However, the emperor flatly denies his request. Instead of a marriage, he orders Kyle to the Aspera border to lead a campaign against monsters. The emperor's smirk suggests this is no ordinary mission, but a cruel test of his son's cursed power. The emperor reveals his true, ruthless plan. He orders Kyle to use the monster campaign as a cover to eliminate Aspera's neighboring nations, assuring his son that their downfall will simply be blamed on the beasts. Kyle's hand tightens into a fist as he quietly asks what would happen if he refused. The emperor's response is ice cold. He cruelly brings up Kyle's mother, reminding him how she took her own life after their empire conquered her homeland. Calling her foolish, he warns Kyle not to follow her path. The threat is clear. If Kyle disobeys, his fiancée, the Holy Maiden, will pay the ultimate price. Defeated, Kyle kneels and agrees to his father's command. But he has one condition. He asks for permission to marry the Holy Maiden on the day he returns. Without another word, Kyle storms out, leaps onto his horse, and gallops away from the palace, leaving his bewildered knights calling after him. Kyle gallops away from the palace, his mind racing. He has no idea how many years this forced campaign will last, and a grim thought settles in. This might be his last chance to see Layla while he's still human. He refuses to let his curse win, steeling his resolve to end his life as a man, no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to an earlier memory. A younger Kyle arrives at the temple grounds, finding them strangely empty of any bishops. He considers this a good thing, as it makes his secret visit much easier. As he begins his search for someone, he spots a girl with long, golden hair standing under a tree. He immediately wonders if this is Layla, but he senses a completely different air about her. She seems more gentle, less divine. The girl turns to face him, her expression curious. Kyle approaches her and asks directly who she is. The young girl smiles and introduces herself as Elena. As Kyle suspected, this isn't Layla, but he's struck by a strange sense of familiarity, feeling as if he's known her for a very long time. Shaking off the thought, he asks her directly if she has a sister who shares her face. Elena's expression falls. Realizing he must have come to see Layla, she apologizes for getting carried away, thinking he was there for her. Her eyes well up with tears as her heart pounds in her chest. Seeing her on the verge of crying stirs something in Kyle. He can't stand to see her sad. Reaching out, he gently grabs her hand and tells her to stop. He explains that he only asked to confirm his guess. Looking straight at her, he makes a surprising declaration. She is the one he came to see. Elena's face lights up with pure joy as she beams, exclaiming that he is her angel and that she has always wanted to meet him. Overcome with joy, Elena pulls the young prince into a tight hug, calling him her angel. Kyle is stunned, quietly asking if she's talking about him. She enthusiastically confirms it, explaining that she read in fairy tales that an angel will appear to those who endure their struggles. As they stand in an embrace, Kyle's mind races. He believes he's the opposite of an angel, something far darker. Sensing his doubt, Elena pulls back just enough to gently cup his face. She reassures him that he doesn't have to be a literal angel. She's just incredibly happy to finally meet him. Looking at her bright, hopeful face, she asks if he feels the same way. A slight smile touches Kyle's lips. He realizes she is the first person ever to be so happy to see him. Moved by her sincerity, he draws her into another hug, admitting that yes, he is also glad to meet her. As they walk together, Kyle finds the feeling strange. Before meeting this girl, his mind was a constant storm of heavy thoughts and dark plans. Now, in her presence, everything feels calm, and he finds himself wishing this moment could last forever. Suddenly, Elena stops and turns to him with a bright smile. She asks him a curious question: are angels able to dance? Kyle is momentarily stunned, wondering if she genuinely believes he is one. A small smirk touches his lips as he decides to play along. After all, being seen as an angel is a definite improvement over being treated like a monster. He agrees, and Elena's face lights up with pure joy. She excitedly grabs his arm and asks if he would dance with her. Her enthusiasm quickly fades into nervousness, however. She pulls back, her face flushing as she admits that she has never danced with anyone before. With a worried expression, she confesses that she's afraid she might step on his feet. Kyle's serious demeanor melts away at her confession. With a gentle smile, he admits he'd also like to try dancing with someone. Taking her hand, he reassures her that for today, he is entirely at her service. If there's anything she wants to do, she just needs to say the word. Elena's face lights up, and she happily agrees. They begin to dance, and for a short time, the weight of his curse disappears, replaced by a simple, profound joy. Later, as they rest on a balcony, Elena quietly says she wishes he would visit every day. The peaceful mood shatters as Kyle's expression darkens. He explains that he must leave tomorrow and doesn't know when they can meet again.
Disappointment flows Elena's face.
Gently taking her hand, Kyle asks for a promise that she won't forget him. As long as she remembers, he says, he knows they will see each other again. With that, he asks her to become his amigo. Elena is left confused by his strange request, questioning the word amigo. Kyle explains that it's a term only he knows. He describes his amigo as the other half of his soul, a constant presence like a shadow or a reflection in a mirror. He earnestly believes that if he could live his life knowing she was always with him, it would be a promise that they would never forget each other. As he prepares to leave, his thoughts turn dark with regret. He wishes he could have run away with her instead of leaving her behind as she cried. But he simply couldn't. He was terrified that if she ever found out about the monster lurking inside him, he would lose her precious smile forever. Watching him ride away, Elena's expression crumbles with sorrow. The weight of their shared past and her secret identity presses down on her. A sudden memory flashes in her mind, and she confronts a kneeling man, asking if he was the boy she met all those years ago. Kyle simply nods, confirming he was indeed the boy from her past. He explains he left for Aspera the very next day, meaning he was completely unaware of any news regarding Layla. As he fought on countless battlefields, he clung to the hope she would keep her promise. His single desire to see her one last time kept him fighting to stay alive. But when they were finally reunited at their wedding, his world came crashing down. Seeing her pure and radiant, he felt his own monstrous nature made him a danger to her. He knew he should send her away for her safety, but he was helplessly captivated. Kyle admits, while he desperately tried to push her away, her stubborn refusal to leave secretly brought him immense joy. He confesses he is still the same man. Then and now, she is the only thing binding him to this world, the only one making him feel he isn't alone. Holding Elena close, Kyle declares that she is his entire world. With tears streaming down her face, she looks up at him, asking if he truly means what he says. Internally, Kyle admits that from the moment they first met, all he ever did was hope for the day he would see her again. He pulls her into a firm embrace, whispering her name before finally confessing that he loves her. They share a tender kiss, a moment of peace after much turmoil. As they hold one another, Elena thinks about the secret she carries.
There is still so much he doesn't understand.
Even before his heartfelt confession, she had secretly dreamt of being by his side. She realizes that his words, his love, have become a powerful light shining through all the darkness in her life. It's a revelation that gives her hope for their complicated future together. The next morning, Elena wakes to find Kyle sleeping soundly beside her, looking truly at peace. Watching him, she feels an overwhelming sense of closeness, as if his heartbeat is her own. A small, genuine smile graces her lips as she realizes she has never felt this connected to anyone, not even her twin sister, Layla. This thought pulls her into a memory from long ago, a conversation under the moonlit sky. Layla had spoken with complete conviction, telling Elena that they were more than just twins. They were one. She insisted that Elena's pain was her pain and that her sadness was also Layla's. But as the memory fades, a shadow of doubt crosses Elena's mind. She quietly wonders if Layla ever knew that the emotion she felt in that moment wasn't unity, but something far more complicated. As Elena reflects on their bond, her heart pounds with a lingering sense of fear. Kyle's confession echoes in her mind. She is the only one who sees him for who he is, the only one who can make him feel less alone. She realizes with certainty that she feels the same way. Suddenly, she is pulled from her thoughts. Her eyes flutter open, and she is startled to find Kyle already awake, watching her. She quietly asks when he woke up. He smiles softly, explaining that he was simply waiting while she gently stroked his face in her sleep. Before she can ask what he was waiting for, he leans in and gives her a tender morning kiss. The gentle intimacy of the moment leaves her slightly flustered. Trying to compose herself, Elena announces that she will go and fetch the physician now that they are both awake, creating a bit of distance after their close encounter. As Elena gets up to find her clothes, Kyle's voice stops her. Sensing her serious mood, he asks if something is the matter. Instead of answering, she simply tells him to look, pulling down the strap of her nightgown. Her shoulder is perfectly healed, without a single scratch left from the ordeal. Kyle sits behind her, acknowledging that a holy maiden's rapid healing isn't entirely surprising, but it's always good to be careful. However, he reveals a much more significant development. He shows Elena his wrist, explaining that he isn't just healed, his holy markings have transformed into a new, intricate floral shape. This discovery completely stuns Elena. She has spent her entire life believing she was the powerless twin, born without any special abilities. Now, seeing the undeniable proof on Kyle's skin, a profound question hangs in the air. She wonders if this is a sign that some dormant power has finally awakened within her, changing everything. Elena declared that if this power was real, she wanted to use it to help him. But Kyle's feelings were unconditional. He pulled her into a secure embrace, telling her it didn't matter whether she had powers or not. Even if she were an ordinary girl, his affection for her would never change. He whispered that for the past 8 years, his sole desire was to see her again. He confessed that she, Elena, was the only thing he needed. As he gently guided her back onto the bed, his red eyes were full of conviction. He believed that if she wished for an even bigger miracle, it would absolutely come true. Looking back at him, Elena felt her own hope grow. She replied that the fact she was even granted the chance to love him was proof enough of miracles. Gently caressing his cheek, she encouraged him to be a little more greedy. It was time for him to want things not just for her sake, but for his own. Kyle took her hand gently, his expression softening as he considered her words. He confessed that after desiring only her for 8 long years, he wasn't even sure what else he could ask for. Leaning in, his intense gaze met hers as he proposed an idea. Perhaps, he suggested, she could teach him just how much greedier he was allowed to be. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken feelings, and it was clear their bond was about to deepen significantly. Flustered by his sudden intensity, Elena began to protest that this wasn't what she meant. But her words were cut short by a sharp knock at the door, shattering their private moment. A maid's urgent voice called from the hallway, announcing that the Emperor's knights were waiting. His Majesty had summoned Prince Kyle and demanded his immediate presence. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a sharp sound echoed through a grand room. The Emperor, his face a mask of fury, confronted his younger son, Shane. He demanded to know if Shane had any concept of what he'd done, berating him for humiliating the crown prince in front of watchful eyes. Shane quickly apologized for his short-sightedness, But the emperor was not appeased, sarcastically noting that at least his son's tongue still worked. The emperor then posed a critical question: who was meant to inherit the throne? Internally, Shane knew his own ambitions were useless at this moment. He'd be cast aside if Kyle found a cure. Bowing his head, Shane stated that Kyle was the designated heir and that the emperor alone decided the succession. He called himself a simple pawn for the empire's glory, just as he had been taught. Unimpressed, the emperor told Shane he was becoming more like his mother every day. With a final look of disgust, he ordered his son to get out. The heavy doors slammed shut, leaving Prince Shane alone in the hallway after his dressing down from the emperor. He composes himself and walks forward, a faint flush on his cheeks. Just then, he crosses paths with his older brother, Kyle. With a slight, knowing smile, Shane breaks the silence. He mentions his punishment: only 3 days of probation for the incident where Elena was hurt. He muses that he got off easy, considering it was his fault. Kyle begins to walk away, but Shane calls out for him to wait, grabbing his arm. He tells Kyle not to expect his forgiveness or for him to forget what happened the previous night, suspecting Kyle feels the same. Kyle's response is immediate and cold. He pulls his arm from Shane's grasp, stating there is no need for Shane's forgiveness. With a final, dismissive "that is all," Kyle turns his back and disappears into a nearby room, leaving his brother standing alone in the silent hall. Shane is left standing alone in the hallway, completely stunned by his brother's cold dismissal. He can't believe Kyle's final words were that his forgiveness wasn't needed after all this time. Meanwhile, Kyle enters a nearby room and is surprised to find Elena waiting for him. A warm smile lights up her face as she calls his name, playfully asking if he was waiting for her. She quickly shifts the topic, inquiring about his meeting with the emperor. Kyle explains that he's been given a new mission. He has to accompany a delegation from Aspera, which he believes is just a pretense for his father to show off the dragon's power. He tries to reassure her, promising to leave his most trusted knight, Philip, as her guard. But his next words cause her expression to fall. He tells her he'll be gone for at least a month, leaving Elena visibly disheartened. Elena suddenly pulls a surprised Kyle into a hug. His reassurances about leaving a guard have done little to calm her. She tells him her worry isn't for herself, it's for him. She knows he's strong, but with tears forming in her eyes, she pleads with him to remember how much he means to her. Her vulnerability touches him deeply. Kyle holds her close, admitting he survived 8 long years just to meet her, making a month-long mission feel trivial. However, he does confess one fear, that the time without her will seem to pass agonizingly slow. He places a gentle kiss on her forehead, and Elena quietly agrees, praying for a swift return. She promises she will be waiting for him. As Kyle's knights prepare to depart, the two share a final moment together. Unseen by them, Prince Shane watches from a distance, his calm expression hiding whatever schemes are forming in his mind. From a distance, Prince Shane watches the emotional farewell. He thinks about how much Kyle has changed. His brother used to be a man who couldn't trust a single soul, pushing everyone away. But that's no longer the case. As Kyle rides away, Shane grits his teeth, realizing the reason for this transformation is Elena. Frustrated by the whole spectacle, he turns to leave, only to run right into the crown princess herself. Elena calls out his name, but Shane is in no mood to talk and tries to walk past her. Unwilling to be ignored, she rushes forward and grabs his arm, pleading for him to wait. With a determined look, she insists there is something important she needs to discuss with him. The prince is left with little choice but to stop and face her, curious about what she could possibly want. Prince Shane relaxes into his chair, coolly asking what Elena wants to discuss. He assumes she's there to complain or mock him, but she cuts straight to the point, stating she wants to resolve a misunderstanding about Kyle. Unimpressed, Shane says he has no interest in hearing about his brother. He leans in close, invading her space, and suggests she console him instead. But Elena doesn't back down. She calmly observes that he's quick to hide his true feelings, admitting she understands the impulse. It's easier to be hurt from the start than to get your hopes up. Her insight strikes a chord, and she correctly guesses he's afraid of how Kyle might react if he knew Shane's real feelings. Enraged, Shane shouts that she knows nothing about him, bitterly declaring that Kyle sees him as worthless. But Elena calmly tells him he's wrong. She reveals that Kyle still feels guilty about the past, specifically, the day Shane's mother fell down the stairs during a struggle with him. Stunned into silence, Shane can only demand what she's getting at. Elena reveals the shocking truth behind that traumatic day. The struggle between Kyle and Shane's mother occurred as Kyle protected his younger brother from her. Shane immediately dismisses this, demanding to know why Kyle never said a word. Elena calmly explains that what Kyle wanted most was Shane's forgiveness, but Shane never gave him an opportunity to explain. She tries to connect with him, noting that they both have extraordinary older siblings, and she can imagine the complicated feelings that come with it. She tells Shane that whenever Kyle spoke of their shared childhood, his expression became gentle. The memories were often sad, but it was clear Kyle cherished the moments he spent with his little brother more than anything. This revelation overwhelms Shane, who hides his face in his hands. Elena presses on, stating that while she can't convince him now, she has faith he'll help them one day. Shane's eyes narrow as he asks if she's telling him to keep her identity a secret. Elena gently places her hand on Shane's, telling him she isn't concerned about her own fate. Her only goal is to find a way to turn Kyle completely human again. Shane is stunned, demanding to know why she would go to such lengths for his brother. He angrily insists that even if what happened to his mother was an accident, it doesn't erase all the pain Kyle has caused. Elena's reason is simple and direct. Kyle told her that he needs her. She explains that growing up, she was always told she was powerless. But Kyle is different. He was honest with her and asked for her help. Because of that, she is determined to do whatever it takes to save him. The sincerity of her devotion leaves Shane speechless. A painful memory of his mother striking him as a child flashes through his mind. He bitterly wonders why he was never given that kind of chance. He realizes Elena is simply different. For a moment, he considers asking for her help, but quickly clenches his fist, believing it's too late. Elena then states that before he can make that request, he needs to understand exactly whose side she is on. Shane asks what she means about choosing a side. He slides a coin across the table, offering to repay her for telling him the truth about his brother. But he has a condition, wondering if she will still want his help after seeing his proof. He then produces a sealed letter, revealing that the name inside belongs to the person who sent her to the palace. Elena's heart hammers in her chest as she accepts the letter, the terrifying realization dawning that her secret is compromised. Meanwhile, Kyle rides through a desolate, snowy landscape alongside a knight in white armor. The knight questions if it's wise to be traveling while the princess is still recovering. Kyle coldly asks if the man prefers to return to their destination with his head attached. The knight simply jests that he'd rather not fall in a duel today. He then admits his curiosity, saying that while he's witnessed Kyle's immense power in battle, he struggles to believe the legends. He looks directly at the prince and asks if he truly carries the blood of the ancestor dragon. The knight casually mentions Shah, the ancestor dragon, and Edna, the first holy maiden. Kyle's cold demeanor shatters, and he demands to know how the knight knows those names. That secret is meant only for those with the dragon's blood. The knight explains that a mysterious woman has appeared in the city of Aspera. While some call her a witch, she claims to be a soothsayer who can see the past and future of both their kingdoms. Kyle asks for her name. The knight reveals the woman calls herself Edna. Elsewhere, a woman with long golden hair holds a falcon. It's Layla, Elena's missing twin. She thanks the bird for delivering her letter to Elena, certain her sister will receive it. Layla looks out over the city, declaring that she cannot fail this time. She needs Kyle, Shane, and Elena to play their parts correctly. Holding the letter, she muses that Elena will understand her plan because they are twins. Back in the palace, Elena clutches the letter, her secret now in Shane's hands. The promise Kyle holds onto is never hers to begin with. Elena accepts the letter from Shane, her world tilting on its axis. From her twin sister, Layla, it starts with a hollow apology, admitting it was a painful choice to leave Elena behind in the palace. But the tone quickly shifts. Layla promises that Elena will soon be free from this forced role because fate has a different plan. Its contents reveal that Kyle is destined to come to Layla in Aspera. It carries a chilling warning. If Elena has developed any affection for the prince, she should say her final goodbyes. Layla makes it clear that Elena will never see him again. The paper slips from Elena's stunned grasp. Shane watches her, a smirk playing on his lips. He reminds her of the day they first met, when she asked if he knew Layla. Leaning closer, he drops the final bombshell. Of course, he knew her. A flashback confirms his words, showing Layla whispering in his ear. Shane reveals the devastating truth. Layla was the one who told him everything. Shane corners Elena, his grip firm as he demands to know the details of her sister's plan. He reveals Layla's chilling warning. While past descendants perished, Kyle might survive his transformation and steal the throne. He admits he initially dismissed Layla, but Elena's arrival changed the game. Her presence at Kyle's side made the people support him as the next emperor again. Layla's advice was simple and cruel. To reclaim what was his, Shane had to stop Elena from loving his brother. Elena challenges him, asking if he's satisfied now, but Shane bitterly confesses he has already failed. He confesses he never knew of a cure for Kyle and has been actively trying to prevent her from finding one. Horrified, Elena realizes he wants Kyle to meet his doom. As she confronts him, Shane grabs her again, demanding she stop pretending after reading what Layla had planned. Elena shoves his accusations aside, calling them ridiculous. Unsettled by her calm, Shane grabs her arm, his voice tight as he asks if she has forgotten the reality of her situation. He reminds her that Kyle is the dragon's descendant, a force of nature that an entire army couldn't hope to bring down. He scoffs at the idea that Layla, even as the Holy Maiden, would be strong enough to stop him. He presses Elena, asking if he is wrong. She remains silent, and his frustration boils over. He shakes her, demanding to know where her confident resolve has gone. Finally, Elena meets his frantic gaze with a steady one of her own. She states plainly that he knows nothing about Layla. To understand any of this, she explains, he would first have to understand who her sister truly is. A memory flashes of a young Elena waiting on a balcony, tiredly wondering when Layla will finally come back. Elena's mind flashes back to a painful memory. A much younger her happily calls out to her returning sister. But the joy vanishes as she sees Layla, escorted by temple figures, suddenly collapse into a hooded man's arms. Panicked, young Elena lunges forward, demanding to know what they did to her. In response, the archbishop delivers a sharp strike, knocking her to the ground. He coldly warns her not to interfere, stating she knows exactly why Layla is unconscious. It's what always happens when the Holy Maiden overuses her powers without rest. The archbishop's voice turns cruel as he twists the knife, asking if she truly doesn't know who is to blame for it. He tells her that if she, Layla's other half, wasn't so completely useless, her sister wouldn't have to suffer like this. The weight of that accusation hangs in the air, revealing the true source of Elena's hidden trauma. The archbishop's cruel words hang in the air. He declares that if Elena wasn't so useless, Layla wouldn't have collapsed from overusing her powers. As punishment, he prohibits Layla from using her abilities for 10 days while ordering Elena to increase her prayer time. Crushed by guilt, young Elena clenches her fist, her mind screaming an apology to her sister. The memory fades, and Elena wakes up in the present. Still half asleep, she instinctively calls out for Layla, asking if she's feeling better now. But the other side of the bed is empty.
Panic sets in.
Elena leaps out of bed and runs outside, wondering where her sister could have gone so early. Her search leads her to a set of footprints heading away from the palace and into the ominous woods. A chilling realization dawns on her as she stares into the darkness. She has a terrible feeling that her sister didn't enter that forest alone. This painful memory continues as a younger Elena frantically searches the woods, calling out for her sister. A faint rustling sound makes her pause, and she finds Layla sitting peacefully in a sunlit clearing. Rushing to her side, Elena asks what she was doing out here alone. Layla calmly replies that she was just thinking about where the birds come and go. Overcome with relief, Elena confesses she was terrified Layla had run away because of her. With tears welling up, she admits the archbishop's words have been haunting her, his claim that it's her fault Layla is always in pain. She's worried it might actually be true. But Layla simply offers a gentle smile, patting her sister's head. She tells Elena not to mind what other people say. She then reveals a comforting truth to her sister. Having Elena live alongside her is the only joy she has in this world. As the memory continues, a baby bird tumbles from its nest, interrupting the sisters' quiet moment. Elena dashes over, her heart sinking as she discovers its broken wing. Filled with compassion, she tells Layla it must have failed its first flight and asks if there's a way they can fix it. But Layla's mood shifts dramatically. Her voice turns cold as she questions if saving the bird is even necessary. Gently cupping her sister's face, Layla's comforting smile is gone. She then delivers a cryptic warning. One day, Elena will have to return everything she took from her at birth. A bewildered Elena asks what she means, insisting she doesn't remember taking anything from her. Before she can get an answer, the unsettling conversation is cut short by another bird's cry, leaving a dark shadow hanging over the once sweet moment of her sister's kindness. Confused by her sister's sudden coldness, Elena asks what she means. Layla calmly identifies the creature as a baby cuckoo. She explains their brutal survival tactic. A mother cuckoo pushes another bird's egg out of a nest to lay her own. In other words, this bird was born by taking the life of another. She then poses a chilling question. If this bird were to die now after failing its first flight, wouldn't that be a form of divine justice? A horrified Elena immediately defends the chick, arguing that it's innocent and couldn't possibly know what its mother did. But Layla's gaze hardens as she asks a sharp question. Does ignorance earn forgiveness? Unable to argue the point, Elena clenches her fists in the grass. She admits she doesn't know about any of that. She just doesn't want the bird to die. Hearing this, Layla's expression softens into something wistful. She remarks that if the deity shared Elena's simple compassion, perhaps her own life could have been different. With a wistful expression, Layla tells Elena she is going to free the bird from its misery, just as her sister wished. A relieved Elena thanks her, thinking her kind sister would heal the small creature. As Layla walks towards the woods, a sudden, heavy impact echoes from the trees. Elena calls out in alarm, but a silent dread fills the air. She screams in denial, but the horrible act is already done. In the aftermath, a distraught Elena finds Layla standing over a large rock, her hand stained. When Elena demands to know why, Layla calmly explains that the bird would never have flown again with a broken wing. She declares that its entire life would have been filled with misery and regret for ever attempting to fly. To Layla, this wasn't cruelty, it was a mercy, a dark solution that leaves Elena utterly horrified and speechless at her sister's cold logic. The memory of that day haunted Elena, especially Layla's chilling philosophy to just end a life and start anew. So many questions swirled in Elena's mind. She desperately wanted to ask if the small bird could have found happiness even if it couldn't fly, or what her sister truly meant by starting over. But a deep fear kept her silent. From that day on, their relationship was permanently altered. They still sat together as they always had, but an invisible wall now stood between them. Elena would look at her twin, feeling a quiet terror creep into her heart, horrified that she could no longer understand what Layla was thinking. As they grew older, Elena came to a frightening realization. Their fractured bond wasn't the only thing that had changed. Something else was shifting, and she was powerless to stop it. After recovering from her fever, Layla's control over her holy powers stabilized in a major way. The power dynamic shifted instantly. Where she was once taken to visit nobles, they now flocked to the temple in droves, pleading for her divine blessing. She became a celebrated icon, the center of a world that worshipped her every move. But as Layla's star continued to rise, Elena found herself lost in the shadow. In the crowds clamoring for her sister, she was just an afterthought, easily bumped aside and completely overlooked. A painful reality set in. Their worlds had drifted far apart. Every time she was forced to witness her sister's glory, a crushing sense of loneliness washed over her. Feeling utterly isolated, Elena's only instinct was to flee. She ran down the empty palace halls, desperate to find a place where she didn't have to see the person Layla had become. Her only escape was to hide from her sister's blinding light. Shane listens to Elena's story, calmly stating he isn't entirely surprised to hear that Layla had an unusual childhood. He'd always had that impression. But as he continues to listen, something shifts inside him. He begins to understand the isolating pain Elena described, a sudden and unwelcome flash of empathy that he clearly despises. He acknowledges that Layla has always been extraordinary, but he sharply points out that her unique power is no guarantee she can actually end Kyle's life. Standing up, Shane pivots the conversation to the temple's politics. He reminds her that Archbishop Eos holds all the authority, and his believers would never act without a direct command. He then catches her completely off guard with a sly comment, saying he assumed she knew all this from conspiring with the temple, but now sees he was mistaken. Finally, Shane drops a shocking revelation. The Archbishop abandoned his faith long ago. ever since a mysterious incident simply known as that winter. Shane found Elena's story hard to believe. He argued that the Archbishop was a man so powerful that even the Emperor saw him as a threat. It was under his leadership that the temple's authority had grown so immense. He couldn't accept that such a man was completely devoted to Layla Underwood, a mere girl at the time. But Elena calmly insisted that the truth is the truth, whether he believes it or not. Rising from her seat, she walked toward the window and explained the flaw in everyone's thinking. People looked to Layla as a source of salvation and hope, but they didn't understand her philosophy. Elena revealed that her sister believes death is a better form of salvation than living with an unattainable future. A chilling realization dawned on Elena. Thinking back, it was incredibly strange that when Layla vanished, the bishops immediately pressured her to marry Kyle. They never once asked about her missing sister's whereabouts. Shane listened in silence, processing the grim implications of her words. As Shane listened, an unsettling feeling crept over him. He noted Elena trembling, her voice shaking with the weight of her realization. The implications of the temple's actions were hitting her hard. Suddenly, Elena turned away, her eyes wide with panic. She declared she had to go to Aspera at once, certain her sister must be hiding there. Before she could run, Shane grabbed her arm, stopping her cold. He ordered her to compose herself, telling her she was letting mere conjecture drive her into a frenzy. But his logic was no comfort. A tear slid down her cheek as a dreadful possibility took shape in her mind. Had Layla sent her to the palace to die in her place? Was she now luring Kyle to Aspera to finish the job, all because Elena was still alive? The thought of Kyle being harmed because of her was unbearable. She broke down completely, sobbing his name in utter despair. Shane watched her, a single, grim thought echoing in his mind: ruin. As Shane observes her breakdown, he notes her past resilience. Even after facing a sword, she never shed a tear. But now, Elena is completely shattered, sobbing that it's all her fault. She blames her own ordinary nature for the unfolding disaster. Shane cuts her off, telling her that being ordinary isn't a crime. He insists they were both just caught up in the plans of those around them. Changing his approach, he says Kyle isn't the immediate problem, she is. He reaches for her hands, showing her how tightly she's been clenching them in her distress. He then asks what Kyle would think if he came back to find her in this state. The question hangs in the air, giving her a flicker of hope. Elena looks up, quietly asking if he means when Kyle returns. Shane simply nods, his expression calm and unreadable as he watches her reaction. With their discussion concluded, Shane dismisses his attendant, making a specific request that their meeting remains off the official record. After the door clicks shut, he turns back to a distraught Elena, asking if she has finally composed herself. She quietly nods, her mind still reeling from the terrible possibilities she's just imagined. Shane warns her that while the Lord Chamberlain is gone, the palace walls have ears. Staying any longer would only invite unwanted gossip, so it was best to end their conversation for the day. But Elena can't let it go. Her voice trembles as she brings up Kyle, her panic resurfacing. Shane calmly cuts her off, reminding her that the journey to Aspera is a long one, at least 2 weeks. He reasons that Layla can't possibly do anything to Kyle in the immediate future. As Elena rises to protest, he stops her with a final, pointed observation. He tells her she isn't herself right now, and the proof is that she has completely forgotten her original reason for seeking him out. Shane's sharp observation brings Elena back to reality. Her mind flashes back to her true purpose, finding a way to make Kyle completely human. She quietly admits that Shane is right. Her intense worry for the prince had clouded her judgment and made her act rashly. Seeing she has regained some composure, Shane suggests they end their meeting for the day. He offers to walk her to the center corridor and promises to send a servant to fetch her tomorrow so they can continue their discussion. He then extends his hand. Elena hesitates, clearly surprised by the gesture of support. Shane tells her to take it before he changes his mind, and she cautiously places her hand in his. Internally, he reflects that he doesn't understand her thinking but is glad he chose to talk things through. With a small smile, Elena agrees, seemingly putting her trust in him for now. Shane watches her, his calm blue eyes revealing a quiet satisfaction with the outcome. Elena politely declines Prince Shane's offer to escort her, deciding to see herself out. As she walks away, Shane is left alone with his thoughts. He looks down at his hand, the one she had accepted, and concludes that the crown princess is simply unpredictable. Her behavior has piqued his interest, leaving a lasting impression on the manipulative prince. Later that evening, Elena is in her chambers with her attendant, Julie. While brushing the princess's hair, Julie explains that Philip had caused a major commotion earlier, demanding a search party be sent out for her. Elena nervously admits she was visiting Prince Shane, which immediately sends Julie into a panic. Worried, Julie asks if Shane had harmed her. Elena reassures her that she is fine and instructs her to watch for a servant Shane will send tomorrow. Julie protests, reminding Elena that Shane was the reason she got hurt in the past. But Elena's calm smile shows she has already made up her mind. She's willing to face the risk to save Kyle. Steeling her resolve, Elena tells herself that everything she's doing is for Kyle. Her primary mission is to find a way to make him completely human. She rises from her seat, struck by a grim thought. None of her efforts will matter if Kyle isn't alive to see the cure. Her mind flashes back to his confession, how for 8 years on the battlefield, he yearned only for the girl he believed she was. However, that devotion was a double-edged sword. He had asked her as Layla to fulfill an old promise to end his life. This leads Elena to a terrifying conclusion. If the real Layla were to return and offer to keep her word, Kyle would likely accept his fate without a fight. As this possibility weighs on her, her attendant Julie approaches, gently draping a shawl over her shoulders. She then assures the princess that she understands her reasons, but reminds her that she and Philip will always be by her side. With her attendant gone for the night, Elena is left alone in the quiet, moonlit hall. The door clicks shut, and doubt immediately floods her mind. She questions her decision to work with Shane, worrying that she might be making things worse for Kyle. But any hesitation vanishes when she thinks of him in danger. A powerful feeling washes over her, a deep desire to be by his side, no matter where he is. Elena acknowledges the risk. She knows she can't trust the manipulative prince completely. However, if there's even a slim chance his help could lead to a cure, she's willing to take it. Her purpose becomes clear, her expression firm with resolve. Far away, as if sensing her unwavering determination, Kyle stands under an endless, starry expanse. He looks out into the night and quietly speaks her name, feeling the connection that ties them together. Standing alone under a vast, starry sky, Kyle whispers Elena's name into the darkness. His quiet moment is soon interrupted by a white-haired advisor who approaches from behind. The man casually comments on the bright stars, then notes the strangely peaceful nature of their march and the complete absence of monsters along their path. Sensing a hidden meaning, Kyle bluntly asks him to get to the point. With a knowing look, the advisor suggests their good fortune might be connected to the Holy Maiden's blessing. This idea instantly irritates Kyle, who scoffs at what he considers another tired reference to the Lanfair legend. Unfazed, the advisor steps closer, his tone turning serious. He reminds Kyle that as the crown prince, he is bound to understand his duty. He declares that he is directly responsible for the lives of a nation's people and for her fate. He insists he cannot simply turn a blind eye while his subjects tremble in fear. The weight of this responsibility hangs heavy in the air between them. Kyle clenches his fist, blaming the entire situation on a supposed soothsayer. He states that the only detail he knows about the mysterious woman from the prophecy is her vague connection to the Lanfair family legend. With a dismissive look, he shuts down the topic, insisting he has nothing more to add. Just as his advisor is about to reveal a critical secret, a soldier suddenly runs toward them, calling for the prince. Breathing hard, the man reports that monsters have been spotted nearby and Kyle needs to see for himself. Without hesitation, Kyle shifts into his commander role, telling his advisor to lead the way. The advisor ominously addresses him as the Dragon of Lanfair, promising to finish their serious talk another time. The situation grows more tense when they learn the monsters aren't just passing by. According to the scouts, the creatures are looking directly at the light of the camp, watching them intently. From the snowy cliffs, the monsters stared down, some locking eyes directly with the soldiers below. Kyle's advisor coolly asked for his assessment, pointedly addressing him as Dragon. Kyle observed the horde, stating he didn't sense any immediate aggression from them. However, he found it peculiar that so many different types of monsters would gather in a single group. His men began to whisper nervously, realizing this strange event perfectly matched the soothsayer's prophecy about a great spring migration. Seizing the moment, The advisor asked Kyle a critical question. When did this mysterious prophet first appear? Kyle confirmed it was recently, near the end of winter. He then added the chilling detail. It was right after his marriage ceremony. The timing aligned perfectly with Layla's disappearance, and the weight of this unsettling connection hung heavily in the cold night air. Kyle's advisor makes a surprising proposal, asking if the prince would like to meet the soothsayer. He offers to send men to find her if Kyle is willing to stay for a few days. Kyle agrees, stating it would be ideal to see her in person and confirm her identity for himself. However, even as he focuses on this new threat, his thoughts inevitably drift back to Elena. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Prince Shane is completely distracted while examining a new dress. An actress he invited over complains that he's ignoring her, but his male attendant playfully interrupts. He teases that the prince has a certain melancholy in his eyes, dramatically declaring that Shane must be in love. Shane dismisses the idea, running a hand through his hair and telling them not to jump to such idiotic conclusions. Unconvinced, his attendant gestures to the dress, asking Shane to explain his sudden interest in ladies' fashion. Ignoring his attendant's teasing, Prince Shane reveals his true agenda. He informs his companions that a certain woman will be visiting them shortly, describing her as a rare beauty with blonde hair and deep green eyes. The actress, intrigued, asks what he needs from her. Shane makes a strange request. He wants her to help transform this beautiful visitor into an entirely different person. This bizarre plan sends his attendant into a panic. He blurts out whether the prince is actually planning to elope with a lady. Just as he struggles to comprehend the situation, a firm knock interrupts the conversation. Shane calmly approaches the door, a sly smile playing on his lips. He tells the others to consider it an honor, as their guest is not someone they get to see every day. The door swings open, revealing the crown princess, Elena. With a knowing look, Shane welcomes her, remarking that she has come at the perfect time. Elena arrives to find Shane with two unfamiliar people, an actress and his attendant. She notes their relaxed demeanor, finding it odd they aren't nervous around a prince. The actress is immediately starstruck by the crown princess, eagerly serving her tea and even presenting her with a red rose as a gift. Elena graciously accepts before asking Shane about his guests. He explains they are reliable people he called for assistance, assuring her they can keep a secret. Changing the subject, he asks if she still intends to go to Aspera. Elena confirms that she hasn't changed her mind. Shane presses further, warning her that the journey could put her life at risk. Her response is instant and unwavering. She declares that if it means saving Kyle, then nothing else matters. Her absolute determination visibly surprises Shane. He stares at the conviction shining in her eyes, wondering about its source as he unconsciously clenches his fist. Shane is momentarily stunned by Elena's conviction. She tells him she's glad to hear the risks, because she hopes she'll never have to truly know them. Realizing she can't be swayed, he finally agrees to offer his help, but with one condition. As Elena asks what he wants, Shane rises from his seat. He states that a lot has happened between them since they first met, and he honestly feels indebted to her. In return for his help, he makes a surprising demand. He wants her to forget everything, ensuring that after this is all over, they never have to deal with each other again. The request catches Elena off guard, and her hands clench the fabric of her dress. Noticing her reaction, Shane questions her hesitation. He coldly reminds her that beyond the information he's already shared, he has no further knowledge on how to prevent Kyle's transformation. Since he has nothing more to offer, he suggests they might as well cut things off for good. After a moment of thought, Elena processes his cold condition. Seeing his point, she calmly accepts his terms. Shane notices her somber look and questions her expression, but he quickly moves on, returning to the matter at hand. He reminds her that a delegation from Aspera attended a recent banquet and would certainly recognize the crown princess. He warns that one of them, Edwin Aspera, is a man who is difficult to read. If Elena were discovered sneaking into their territory, the political fallout could be catastrophic, possibly even sparking a war. The gravity of the situation dawns on her. That, Shane explains, is precisely why she needs to become someone they don't know. The pieces click into place for Elena. She now understands why the actress and attendant are here. Shane confirms they will create her disguise, but makes it clear this is the extent of his help. He delivers a final, chilling reality check. Whether she survives the monster-infested desert or even manages to find Kyle is now entirely up to her. With her perilous journey now set, Elena turns to the actress Shane brought. She acknowledges that her success will ultimately depend on luck, but she offers a genuine thank you for the assistance. Overhearing this, Shane scoffs, questioning what she has to be thankful for. Elena insists she means it, confessing that while she acted confident, the truth is she often feels helpless when facing overwhelming obstacles. That, she explains, is why she's so glad to have his help, regardless of his harsh conditions. Her sincerity seems to catch him off guard. After a moment, Shane quietly admits that he really hates that particular quality about her. Taking his words at face value, Elena calmly agrees that his feelings are probably why he wants to cut ties. She assures him she won't ask for his help again. Just as Shane opens his mouth to argue, the actress interrupts with a loud throat clearing. Pointing out that mercenaries can't be trusted, she suggests that she and her companion should accompany Elena instead. The actress and her companion cheerfully note that their persistence paid off. They introduce themselves as a well-traveled troupe, claiming they go way back with the little prince, making them the perfect escorts for this trip. Shane is visibly annoyed by their interference. He tells them to stay out of it, sternly reminding them of the extreme dangers that lie on the path to Aspera. Unfazed, the actress insists the danger is the exact reason they need to go with Elena. Her male partner leans in and whispers a pointed warning to Shane. He says they see through his cold facade and know he'll regret sending Elena into the wilderness alone. After a moment of thought, Shane clenches his fist. He turns to Elena and adds one last condition to his help. She must promise to return safely and to bring her new companions back with her. Touched by this unexpected show of concern, Elena gives him a warm, sincere smile and gives him her word. As Elena prepares to depart, Shane asks one last time if she's truly certain about this dangerous plan. From her seat in the wagon, she offers a reassuring smile, promising to do everything in her power to protect his companions. Shane corrects her, his gaze serious. He states that it's not just them who must return safely, she must too. His unexpected concern confuses Elena. She points out that he just claimed he wanted to cut ties, yet he is the one continuously creating these situations. Shane lets out a thoughtful sigh before a sly grin appears on his face. He tells her that if she returns unharmed, he might just change his mind about her. Extending a hand, he seals their complicated agreement with a firm shake. With a final, determined promise to return, Elena's wagon rolls away. Shane is left watching as she disappears down the road, her journey finally underway. After Elena's wagon disappears down the road, Shane remains frozen in place. He looks at his hand and clenches it tightly, as if he can still feel the warmth from their handshake. The memory of her promise, and his own, clearly weighs on him. Meanwhile, Elena's journey is well underway. Her new companions, the actors, ask how she's finding life on the move. With a genuine smile, Elena looks out at the vast, open landscape. She admits that it might sound strange, but she's finding the whole experience exciting. She never imagined such a beautiful and free world existed outside the palace walls. Her words remind the actress of someone else. She mentions that their little prince had a very similar reaction when they first showed him the world. Elena correctly guesses they're talking about Prince Shane. Her curiosity piqued, she asks how they came to know him. The man grins slyly, asking if she's truly interested in Shane's story. Elena playfully insists she's just a little curious. Seeing it as the perfect travel entertainment, the man agrees to tell her everything. As the actors settle in for the night, the woman strikes a flint to start their campfire. She begins Shane's story, explaining that it all started when their troupe first arrived in Lanfair. One day, a young boy covered from head to toe in mud approached them. Despite his messy state, his fine clothes and confident gaze made it clear he was a young lord from a good family. When they asked what he wanted, the boy had a simple, direct request that they take him with them. Moved by his plea, the actors spent the entire day with him until soldiers finally came to take him home. During their short time together, the actress had casually mentioned her dream of performing in a grand theater. Back in the present, her partner asks Elena if she's ever been to the main theater in the capital. She hasn't. With pride, they reveal that their little prince, Shane, had that very theater built just for them, insisting she must visit when they return. The actress adds that their next visit would be even more special if Elena brought the little prince along. Clearing her throat, she continues the story. Just after the magnificent theater was finally finished, she found a young Shane standing alone on the stage, staring out at the rows of empty seats. Thinking he might be curious about an actor's life, she offered him a script. To her surprise, Shane refused to read a single line. Worried, she followed him as he left the stage. He offered only a cryptic explanation, stating that it was not up to him what role he played. The story leaves Elena deep in thought, quietly murmuring Shane's name. Suddenly, she stands up, announcing she's going for a quick walk. She privately hopes Kyle's camp might be nearby, but also just needs a moment to think. One of the women voices her concern, warning that monsters roam these parts. Her warning is cut short when a small child tugs on her dress, asking when they'll get to eat. As Elena walks through the woods, her thoughts drift back to the past. She recalls a fond farewell with her father, promising she'd be fine and return quickly. Back then, she'd naively believed that freedom was waiting just outside the temple walls. Now, she feels that everyone is simply trapped, fighting a helpless battle against a vague destiny. But Elena refuses to accept that. Clenching her fist, she reaffirms her mission. She has no intention of yielding to fate and came all this way for one reason: to save Kyle. She sends a quiet prayer into the night, hoping that he is safe. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the silence, asking if she's mad for being out here alone. Before she can fully react, a gloved hand clamps firmly over her mouth, pulling her back into the shadows. Her eyes widen in shock to see it's Kyle. He pulls her close, whispering for her to be quiet and feel the vibrations in the ground. He warns her to hold her breath unless she wants a close encounter with the monster. Just as Kyle's warning leaves his lips, the ground beneath them erupts. A massive, horrifying centipede monster bursts from the earth with a deafening screech. Reacting instantly, Kyle yells for Elena to get behind him. He draws his sword and positions himself as her shield, facing the beast head-on. In a breathtaking display of skill, Kyle leaps into the air. His blade flashes through the moonlight in a single, decisive arc that finds its mark. The creature is silenced in an instant. Landing softly, Kyle glances at the monster's remains before his gaze falls on Elena. His relief quickly turns to frustration, and he starts to scold her for wandering out alone. Before he can finish, his personal guard Philip finally arrives, asking if the prince is unharmed. Kyle looks from his kneeling wife to his tardy escort and remarks sarcastically that they've finally decided to show up. With the immediate threat handled, Kyle turns his attention to a group of strangers who have appeared. He directly asks a silver-haired man to identify his companions. The man explains they are a traveling troupe, and the child with them makes his story seem plausible. One of the hooded women pleads that they came from Landfair. Hearing this, Kyle's soldiers suggest that if they are truly actors, they should perform after dinner to liven things up. The silver-haired man turns to Kyle, asking for his decision. He agrees to the performance, but clarifies that the woman beside him will not participate, as she has an injured leg. Suddenly, a young man rushes over, complaining that their food is getting cold. He expresses his disgust at the monster's remains before the silver-haired man tells him they're heading back to camp. As they prepare to depart, the man glances back at Kyle and the woman, asking what he plans to do with her. Kyle coolly replies that he has something to ask her. The leader of the traveling troupe accepts Kyle's decision and excuses himself, leaving the prince and the hooded woman alone. Without a word, Kyle leads her away from the camp, their footprints marking the quiet, moonlit ground. Suddenly, he stops. His tone shifts from cold authority to something far more personal as he looks directly at her and says her real name, Elena. She freezes, her eyes widening in disbelief. He knows her true identity. His patience finally breaks as he grabs her wrist. Kyle states that he knows she isn't the type to do something so reckless without a reason. He demands to know what she is doing out here. His intense red eyes bore into hers as he asks if she ever once considered how he would feel, finding her in such a dangerous place. His anger is clearly rooted in a deep, protective concern for her safety, catching Elena completely off guard. Stunned by his raw concern, Elena insists she understands how he must feel. Kyle immediately dismisses her claim, his grip tightening as he states that she has no idea. But then, his anger unexpectedly shifts. Instead of scolding her further, he pulls her into a sudden, firm embrace. Safe in his arms, Elena finally explains why she risked everything to find him. She reveals she received a letter from Layla, believing her sister might be in a place called Aspera, ready to fulfill her promise. As tears well up in her eyes, her voice cracks with emotion. She admits that while she knew she should have waited at the palace, she was terrified of what might happen to him alone. Hearing her confession, all the tension leaves Kyle's body. He looks down at her, his expression softening with a new understanding. He realizes she didn't just come for her sister. He quietly says that she came all this way to save him. Kyle leads Elena into his private tent, assuring her that no one would dare enter without his permission. He correctly guesses that after coming all this way, she wouldn't have left without him anyway. As she steps inside, he surprises her with a quick, gentle kiss on her forehead. Once inside, Kyle sets down a lantern and asks what her plan was after she found him. Elena explains that she learned disguise techniques on her journey and proudly presents a wig, revealing her idea to pose as one of his soldiers. She then pivots, asking if the travelers were just a simple troupe and how he knew them. He turns the question back on her, demanding to know how she found out about them. Elena admits she received help from a person he knows. With a hint of apprehension, she reveals that the one who made their meeting possible was none other than his half-brother, Prince Shane. At the mention of Shane's name, any warmth in Kyle's expression vanishes completely, replaced by a cold, hard look. Kyle's tone hardens as he asks if his brother Shane sought Elena out after he was gone. Elena calmly corrects him, stating that she was the one who approached the prince. This revelation shocks Kyle, who demands to know what she was thinking. He reminds her of the intense animosity between the two brothers, emphasizing the risk she took. But Elena interrupts, explaining that his brother's hatred was the very reason she went. She felt she had to try and change Shane's perception of him, no matter the outcome. Her gamble, she adds while gently touching his face, is what ultimately led her to him. Still conflicted, Kyle asks how she managed to persuade him. Elena explains she just told Shane the truth, believing that he must have wanted to save Kyle, too. Despite her earnest words, Kyle grows quiet. He tells himself that it should be good that someone else is looking out for her. But a deep sense of unease takes root, leaving him to question why this news doesn't make him happy at all. The lingering unease refuses to leave Kyle. He has to know what his brother is up to, asking Elena if Shane demanded anything in return for his help. Elena recalls their strange conversation. Shane's only condition was for her to forget they ever spoke and pretend he wanted nothing more to do with her. Kyle is baffled by the bizarre request, but Elena isn't finished. She explains that Shane added a final condition. If they both return to the capital safely, he said he might reconsider. With a genuinely hopeful smile, she adds that he even suggested they might become good friends. That one word, friends, is the final straw. Any remaining warmth in Kyle's expression evaporates. He moves in an instant, his hand cupping her face to draw her focus entirely onto him. He pulls her closer, his voice low and trembling with intensity. He declares that Elena is supposed to be his. As the possessive words hang in the air, a single tear escapes, betraying the deep fear beneath his sudden anger. Kyle struggles with his own thoughts, telling himself that if Elena wants to be friends with Shane, it's her choice. He knows this rationally, and yet a powerful instinct makes him pull his hand away as if burned. Noticing his sudden withdrawal, a concerned Elena gently asks if he's all right. She begins to apologize for surprising him and tries to insist there's nothing to worry about, but she doesn't get to finish. In a swift motion, Kyle closes the distance and pulls her into a tight embrace. He leans in close, his voice low and intense as he whispers that he wants her right now. Elena is left speechless, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. In that moment, Kyle admits to himself that having her by his side is a blessing, but it's no longer enough to quiet his fears. He feels a desperate need to leave a permanent mark on her, something that proves to the world and to himself that she is his. He seals this unspoken vow with a deep, possessive kiss. The next morning, Kyle gently wakes a sleeping Elena. He apologizes for the early hour, explaining they have to prepare before anyone else is awake. He leads her to a large wooden crate that was left near the entrance. Confused, Elena opens the box and finds a letter resting on top of neatly packed supplies. It's a farewell note from the traveling troupe. They congratulate her on successfully reuniting with the one she was searching for. The message explains that while they would have liked to see her journey through, they had to return on their master's orders. They end the letter by praying for her safety, reminding her of her promise to come back to them. Outside, a young knight wonders if they should track the troop down, finding their sudden departure suspicious. Philip, however, tells him to let it go, confident they weren't spies. As the men prepare to leave, Kyle confirms it's time to get moving. As their group prepared to move out, Kyle walked towards a carriage, a thoughtful look on his face. He stopped at the entrance and asked Elena if she was certain she'd be all right. In response, the wooden step groaned as she stepped out, revealing herself in a full suit of knight's armor. A bright smile lit up her face as she asked if she looked like she'd fit in with the other soldiers. Kyle looked her over, surprised by how convincing the disguise was. He warned her to be careful and not spend too much time with the others, explaining that he shuddered to think what might happen if her true nature was noticed. He gently reached out, his gloved hand cupping her cheek for a brief moment. Feeling her heart race, Elena formally reported that they were ready for departure. Kyle simply told her he would be there soon. With a rare, subtle smile, he said he would see her later, then turned to rejoin his men, leaving Elena flushed but determined. The grand gates of the city swing open, revealing a magnificent new destination. A procession of knights on horseback makes its way through the cheering crowds. The people are ecstatic to see a man in brilliant white armor, shouting the name Prince Edwin. He smiles and waves, a hero returning home. Riding nearby, Kyle remains stoic, his intense gaze sweeping over the scene. Hidden amongst the onlookers, Elena peeks out from behind a large banner. Her heart thumps as she takes in the breathtaking view. This was Aspera, the land of the lion. Later, Elena finds herself sitting with Kyle. Still in a simple disguise, she nervously asks if it's okay for her to be right by his side, worried it will draw suspicion. Kyle calmly asks where else she would possibly sit. He points out that it would be just as problematic if she tried to blend in with the other soldiers. For now, her place was with him. Kyle reassures the disguised Elena that she is safe as long as she remains by his side. Their conversation is cut short when a man with white hair approaches the table, expressing his surprise at seeing the prince. Kyle asks if his presence is a problem, but the man clarifies he is glad to see him. His friendly demeanor shifts as his attention lands on Elena. He asks Kyle who the soldier is, pointedly calling the prince Dragon. Elena visibly flinches at the name. Kyle deflects, asking why he's so interested, but the man presses on, noting how closely she is seated. He compares her to Kyle's other companions, suggesting she must be special. Another knight proudly declares himself the prince's right-hand man. The white-haired man ignores him, instead sizing up Elena's slender build and questioning her role. As the knight leans in to challenge her, Kyle's voice cuts through the air. He orders him to stop right there, declaring he'll not tolerate any more disrespect. The white-haired man grabs his overeager knight, pulling him back. He asks Kyle to forgive the knight's hot-blooded nature, but his smile doesn't hide his own curiosity. He admits he also finds it strange that Kyle is so partial to this one particular soldier. He then suggests that if the other knight is truly Kyle's right-hand man, he'd love to see a demonstration of his sword skills. Kyle's expression hardens. He sees the man is just itching for a fight. Stepping up, Kyle offers to spar with him personally, since he was escorted back without any trouble. The man suddenly laughs, claiming he took his joke too far. Just then, servants arrive with platters of food, and he suggests they all eat and drink. As the food is served, Elena, still in disguise, can't help but blush at the women's revealing outfits. She finds one of them particularly beautiful and can't look away. After a moment, she steals a glance at Kyle, wondering what he thinks of the stunning server. The man with white hair presents a beautiful woman, introducing her as his younger sister who recently came of age. Looking directly at Kyle, he boldly asks if the prince has any plans to take a concubine. Disguised as a soldier, Elena's heart begins to race. She now understands the real reason their host insisted they stay the night, realizing that as the crown prince, Kyle must constantly receive these kinds of political offers. Gripping the fabric of her tunic, she is overwhelmed by a powerful feeling of rejection, absolutely hating the idea. Kyle's sharp gaze catches her subtle reaction. He cuts through the conversation, turning to the host and asking if he saw his wife back in the capital. The man is clearly caught off guard. Kyle then declares with unwavering certainty that he has no need for any other woman. The host lets out a surprised laugh, admitting he never imagined hearing such words from the prince. Unimpressed, Kyle simply asks him what's so funny. The host looks at Kyle, admitting he never knew the prince was capable of showing such affection. Kyle's expression is unreadable as he agrees, admitting he hadn't known it himself. Underneath the table, He gives Elena's hand a gentle squeeze, adding that if he had never met her, he doubts he ever would have found out. Their host simply smiles, saying how envious he is and that he'll have to drink the night away to feel better. He then raises his glass high, proposing a toast to the glory of their nations. Later that night, Elena wakes up alone in their room. She sits up, feeling a bit disoriented, and quickly realizes that Kyle is nowhere to be seen. Getting up, she quietly searches for him. She finds him just outside the doorway, his back turned as he speaks with someone hidden from her view. Peeking around the corner, she wonders who he could possibly be talking to at this hour. The mysterious man reveals they have been tracking the soothsayer's location for some time, with a good idea of when and where she appears. Kyle immediately questions this, wondering why they haven't just captured and interrogated her themselves if they know so much. The man avoids a direct answer, claiming it's not in his nation's best interest. Instead, he changes the subject to Kyle himself. He confesses that he's watched Kyle on the battlefield for years, always curious why the prince never looked like a victor, even after conquering countless enemies. He admits he could never understand what Kyle was fighting for. With a slight smirk, Kyle dismisses it as a foolish question. He coolly explains that there's nothing he wishes to gain from all the conflict. Things like land, wealth, and honor are his father's ambitions, not his. Hidden just inside the doorway, Elena grips the frame, whispering his name as the weight of his empty resolve sinks in. The mysterious man apologizes for his earlier rudeness, but Kyle simply tells him not to bother. With a cold look, the prince states that being called a landfair is no different from being called a beast. Unfazed, the man presses him, asking if that's still the case and if Kyle merely does what he's been ordered to do. He believes the prince has changed, observing that he now gives the impression of someone who's fighting for something. Kyle's eyes narrow at the suggestion. He warns the man that even if he had something precious to protect, it wouldn't be a weakness for others to exploit. Laughing it off, the man insists he has no intention of blackmail. He just wants to speak with Kyle on equal terms. He explains that his entire life has been dedicated to his country, Espera. Everything that makes up his nation is why he fights, drawing a stark contrast to the prince who claimed to have no ambitions of his own. The visitor from Espera tells Kyle that regardless of orders, he is the very reason the Landfair Empire is so feared. The prince flinches, the weight of that truth hitting him hard. The man explains that people with troubled hearts are easily swayed by prophecy. His own citizens in Espera, constantly fearing invasion, clung to a soothsayer's promise of victory. To them, even baseless words became a beacon of hope. He declares his duty is to protect these vulnerable people. To counter the soothsayer, he must offer them hope even greater than her words. This, he explains, is why he needs the prince's help. Kyle understands immediately. The man wants a promise that Kyle will protect Espera. The visitor confirms it, stating that just as Kyle has something precious to defend, so does he. Realizing the man truly sees his new resolve, Kyle agrees. He promises to help uncover the truth about the soothsayer, asking if his answer is enough. The visitor from Espera accepts Kyle's terms with a look of genuine gratitude. Squeezing his hand, he declares he will put his faith in the prince, and they part ways, wishing fortune upon their new alliance. After the man leaves, Kyle turns and is surprised to find Elena standing on the balcony. She quietly says that perhaps she should have been the one to ask what went through his mind on the battlefield. Realizing she overheard their talk, Kyle gives her a brutally honest answer. He explains that his mind was empty during battle. He was simply tired of watching the same sun rise and fall every single day. He confesses that he used to pray every night for the sun to never rise again, hoping for an end to his suffering. Elena is stunned by his bleak admission. But then, Kyle's expression softens. He tells her that now, he finds himself looking forward to the sun rising in the morning. Kyle gently touches her face, confessing that he now looks forward to the dawn simply because it means he gets to hear her say his name. But this new hope is terrifying. He admits that the idea of a life where he actually wants to see another day is a frightening concept he's not used to. His thoughts drift to the battlefield, and he wonders if he even deserves this happiness. The path he's walked is forever marked by the conflicts his father forced him into. Feeling the immense weight of his past dragging him down, Kyle begins to spiral. But Elena refuses to let him. She reaches out and pulls him into a firm embrace, making a solemn promise. If his life is too much to bear alone, she will be there to carry the burden with him. This is a life they will now walk together. The two stand united as the sun rises over the empire. As Elena and Kyle stand united, their quiet moment is violently interrupted. An arrow slices through the air, barely missing Kyle and nicking his ear. Elena cries out his name, panicked when she sees he's bleeding. Kyle, however, remains completely calm. He reassures her that it's all right, shielding her as he steps forward. The arrow, now embedded in the balcony floor, has a letter tied to it. He plucks the message free, remarking that the sender must have something to say. He unrolls the paper, revealing a strange, coded message about following a flock of birds on a moonlit night. Kyle frowns, puzzled by the cryptic note. Suddenly, Elena stumbles against him, her eyes wide with shock. She looks from the letter to Kyle, her voice filled with a new tension. She tells him that she recognizes the handwriting. In a stunning turn of events, Elena knows exactly who sent this dangerous message. A heavy realization hits Elena. The promise that guides Kyle's every move, the one he holds so sacred, was made to Layla. It was never hers to begin with. Just then, the door opens and Kyle steps inside. He sees her troubled expression and immediately asks if she's all right. But Elena cuts straight to the point, wanting to know if his duty escorting the other prince is complete. Getting to her feet, she urges him to return to Landfair with her, insisting he'll be in danger if he stays. Her sudden urgency gives her away. Kyle stops her, his gaze intense as he asks if she overheard his conversation. Without denying it, Elena grabs his robe, her own resolve hardening. She tells him that she also has a promise to keep. While she understands his vow is important, she makes it clear that it is not worth more than his life. Kyle grabs Elena's hand, his expression serious. He tells her that his promise to Layla isn't the sole reason he chose to stay. There's another major development. A new soothsayer has appeared, one who claims to see the future of both their empires. This mysterious figure apparently knows about the fated conflict between Landfair and Espera. More alarmingly, they know a secret that should be impossible for an outsider to possess, the true name of Landfair's ancestor dragon. Elena is shocked. As far as she knew, it was only ever called the Black Dragon. Her heart pounds as she asks Kyle if he knows its name. He confirms it, explaining that only those with the dragon's bloodline have the privilege of learning it. Later, Kyle walks down a dark, foreboding corridor. He approaches a stone altar, opens a small box, and retrieves an ornate dagger. With grim determination, he makes a deep cut across his palm. His hand is instantly covered in red as he prepares for whatever ritual comes next. As Kyle's blood drips onto the cold stone altar, a ritualistic tradition unfolds. A descendant can only learn the ancestor dragon's true name through a blood offering. The name is finally revealed, Shar. Back in the present, Kyle explains the gravity of this secret to Elena. He confesses that he was baffled by the secrecy surrounding the name until he learned it himself. The revelation was deeply personal and unsettling. Kyle tells her that Shar isn't just some long-dead ancestor, it's the very name he takes on in his terrifying nightmares. Stunned, Elena asks if he's ever met this other version of himself. He confirms he has, explaining it's a natural consequence of carrying the dragon's blood. Then, Kyle turns the conversation around, asking Elena if she has ever dreamed of a woman named Edna. His expression instantly hardens as he sees her reaction. He grips her arm, demanding to know how she knows that name. Kyle's grip remains firm as he demands to know if she learned the name Edna from Layla. Elena simply shakes her head, revealing a stunning connection between them. She has the same dream. She begins to describe the vision. She walks through a vast, blooming field and finds a giant tree. Beneath it, a man with long, dark hair waits for her. Elena calls out to this man, using the name Kyle had just revealed, Shar. The dream version of Kyle, Shar, then turns and responds by calling her Edna. The serene vision, however, always shifts to something painful. Elena explains that it ends terribly. Every single time, the man who looks just like him stares at her with a look of profound betrayal. With tears in his eyes, he accuses her of being a traitor. The weight of her confession leaves Kyle completely speechless, staring at the woman who shares his nightmare. Elena admits the dream felt so real that his betrayal hurt her deeply, which is why she kept it a secret. Closing the distance between them, Kyle firmly states that the man in her vision is not him. Taking comfort in his words, Elena leans against him, but then reveals another stunning piece of the puzzle. She explains that the shape of her holy markings changed right after she started having these nightmares. This is a recent development for her. She recalls that the dream first appeared after her body miraculously healed itself from a serious injury. Kyle is taken aback, clarifying that this wasn't some lifelong vision since childhood. He reveals that he has been plagued by this exact dream for years. Even more puzzling, Layla had also confessed to having the same dream since they were young. This raises a critical question. If only the Holy Maiden and the dragon's descendant share this fate, why has the powerless Elena started seeing it too? As Kyle processes this new reality, a thought takes hold. He had always believed this connection was exclusive to the Holy Maiden and the dragon's descendant. If Layla is the true maiden, then Elena having these dreams makes no sense. He realizes he must have been mistaken about something fundamental. Gently touching her hair, Kyle asks Elena to confirm her reason for traveling to the desert. He recalls she came after reading Layla's letter and feared her sister would harm him.
Elena quietly agrees.
With a deep breath, Kyle makes a confession of his own. The only reason he stayed in Espera was his suspicion that the mysterious soothsayer could be Layla. He explains his logic. He was actively seeking Layla, while Elena came only after coincidentally finding that letter. He compares their situation to a delicate game of chess. If the timing of any single event had been different, their actions would have changed, and they might never have met. He concludes that their current situation is the result of a precise series of seemingly random chances, all leading them to this exact moment. Kyle voices a chilling thought. He likely wasn't the only one Layla intended to lure to the desert. A wave of dizziness hits Elena as she understands. Her sister must have anticipated her arrival, but she can't figure out the reason. Kyle admits he won't guess Layla's motives, but he points out a crucial possibility. If her sister can truly see the future, she must have known Elena's powers would eventually awaken. The comment stuns Elena, who has always been treated as the powerless, ordinary twin. Suddenly, a forgotten memory flashes through her mind. She sees a younger Layla ominously telling her that one day, she would have to return everything she took from her at birth. The strange warning makes her feel sick as another fragmented memory follows. She recalls a woman's voice describing Elena as quiet as a corpse, but a certain boy, presumably Kyle, as having the fierce eyes of a beast. The past was clearly far more complicated than she ever knew. A disturbing memory continues to play in Elena's mind. Her sister Layla's voice echoes, suggesting that if Elena saw Kyle for herself, her opinion of him would change. Layla's words grow more cryptic, claiming Elena had only taken her softer parts. Tapping Elena's chest, the younger Layla pointed out that they were the first twin holy maidens in history, questioning if it was pure coincidence. She then proposed a disturbing theory, that they only shared half of the blood and breath between them, as if they were two parts of a whole. The memory grows dark as a voice frantically commands Elena to forget everything. The vision is too much, and Elena stumbles back into the present. Kyle is there, holding her steady with a worried expression. He offers to call for a physician, but she quickly refuses, knowing they can't risk it. Leaning against him for support, Elena voices the question now haunting her. Does he really think Layla can see the future? Kyle considers Elena's question about Layla's ability to see the future. He admits he can't say for sure, as she never hinted at it directly. However, he does remember one strange detail. Layla once told him about a dream where she, as the Holy Maiden, had to face a dragon. She explained that she believed this dream was a sign from a higher power, telling them they needed to find a new path for themselves. Elena is still processing the cryptic message when a sharp knock interrupts them. An aide enters, announcing that Prince Edwin has something to discuss with Kyle. Clearly annoyed by the interruption and his brother's lack of courtesy, Kyle dismisses the messenger, telling him to return at noon. The aide grumbles under his breath before leaving them alone once more. Meanwhile, the memory shifts, showing young Edwin frantically running through the city streets. He moves with incredible speed, determined not to lose sight of the person he's following. Bursting through a doorway, he finds himself alone in an empty room. The realization hits him hard. She disappeared, and he has no idea where she went. He slides to the floor, defeated and overwhelmed by his failure. Looking out at the unfamiliar buildings, Edwin understands he's completely lost. He was so preoccupied with the chase that he never considered he might lose his way. A wave of guilt washes over him as he thinks about his friend, certain that Kyle must be worried about his sudden absence. Just as he's about to lose hope, a dark figure approaches from behind. A hand reaches down and grabs him, pulling him back. Before Edwin can shout, another hand covers his mouth. He looks up in shock to see Kyle, who sternly tells him to be quiet. Kyle quietly tells the lost boy that everyone is looking for him after he suddenly ran off. He asks if Edwin managed to find Layla, but Edwin shakes his head. He explains he was chasing someone else, Prince Edwin's sister, whom they had just met at a banquet. Confused, Kyle asks for a reason. Edwin reveals that the girl had a wing-shaped tattoo on her, leading him to believe she might be one of Layla's followers. This could be a huge lead. As Kyle carries him through the city, Edwin speculates that her royal status might grant her access to information that could lead them straight to Layla. The memory fast-forwards to the present day, where an adult Kyle lies awake, reflecting on his friend. He knows Edwin is strategic, the type to let an enemy go just to catch them off guard later. Since this involves his own family, it's likely Edwin is simply observing his sister for now. The memory starts to break apart, snapping like a fractured web as the vision ends. As Kyle's vision of the past fades, Elena stumbles through the street, fumbling with her disguise. In a moment of panic, she realizes the mesh on her wig has torn, revealing her true hair. Before she can spiral, Kyle reaches out and gently touches a golden strand. Instead of being annoyed, he looks at her intently, remarking that this hair undeniably suits her better. His unexpected compliment leaves her blushing and flustered. She insists now isn't the time for such things, worried about how she can possibly return to the palace with a broken disguise. But Kyle remains completely unfazed. He calmly explains that the soldiers have already left and no one in the area recognizes them. His solution is simple: they will just pretend to be travelers and buy a hat from the market. Before she can protest, he pulls her along into the bustling crowd. Her panic melts away, replaced by a spark of genuine excitement. The thought of exploring the market like an ordinary person brings a bright smile to her face. Elena and Kyle make their way through the lively market, blending in with the crowd. She notes how busy it is, and Kyle agrees, adding that the goods sold here are much more interesting than in the capital. He suddenly stops them at a stall filled with handmade accessories, his attention caught by a delicate, flower-shaped brooch. He picks it up and, turning to Elena, tells her it suits her perfectly. She feels it's a little too fancy for her, but the shopkeeper quickly disagrees, exclaiming that it couldn't look better on anyone else. With a knowing smile, the woman guesses they must be newlyweds. She explains that the gem on the brooch is a special blessing for fertility, mentioning a similar gift led to her own son. The comment makes both Elena and Kyle blush intensely. As her heart begins to race at the thought of a child, Elena glances at her husband, wondering what's going through his mind, but he remains completely silent. Still flustered by the shopkeeper's forward comment, Elena quickly tries to change the subject by asking about a hat. Before Kyle can respond, a young local boy suddenly tugs on her sleeve. He declares that it's bad luck to sell sadness to a traveler and insists on cheering her up himself. Without waiting for an answer, he grabs her hand and starts pulling her deeper into the bustling market. Caught off guard but clearly amused, Elena looks back at Kyle, suggesting they should just see where the boy takes them. A bright, carefree smile spreads across her face as she's whisked away on an impromptu adventure. Left behind, Kyle watches her go, his expression turning serious and thoughtful. He clenches his fist, struck by a powerful realization. He's been so consumed by his own curse that he has never once considered what kind of future Elena herself dreams of. A heavy question forms in his mind. Can a man like him truly give her the happiness she deserves? The young boy leads Elena and Kyle away from the bustling market to a more open area. Looking around, Elena remarks on how peaceful it feels. Kyle agrees, thinking to himself that the town is nothing like the tense place he'd been warned about. The boy, full of energy, cheerfully tells the beautiful visitor he will teach her a local game designed to turn sadness into joy. He points toward a drawing on the ground, a version of hopscotch that Elena doesn't recognize. Before she can respond, he sprints ahead to a group of children, shouting that he found a lady from another land who wants to play with them. Elena is taken aback by his forwardness. Her attention then drifts down to the chalk drawings beneath her feet. Among the squares and lines, she spots two unmistakable images, a large tree and a fearsome dragon. The innocent children's game is a stark, unexpected reminder of Kyle's curse. With Kyle holding her protectively, Elena points to the chalk drawing and asks the boy if the tree is the tree of life. The child beams, confirming it is, and Kyle remarks that he's seen it himself. Elena then gestures to the other figure, asking if it's the dragon of Lanfair. The boy explains that she's only half right. It's actually the dragon of the tree of life. Kyle's relaxed expression tightens at the unfamiliar name. Another child adds that a soothsayer's messenger told them it was wrong to call it the dragon of Lanfair. As the children begin to explain the game, their voices fade into a solemn chant. They speak of a prophecy for wanderers seeking rest. They must find the tree of life with the heart of the black dragon. The game, they say, represents this journey. It begins on a blank square because a wanderer never knows where their path truly starts or how to get where they need to go, a sentiment that hits a little too close to home for the prince. The children continue explaining their strange, prophetic game. They reveal that if a player lands on the dragon square, it's a major setback, forcing them 2 spaces back. However, there's an important exception. If a player was on the branch square during their last turn, the dragon can't harm them. The lion and snake squares also force a retreat, while the bird allows a player to advance. The first one to reach the tree of life is declared the winner. Once they have a moment alone, Elena asks Kyle for his interpretation of the game. His expression is grim as he connects the symbols to his own life. He concludes that the black dragon is him, and the lion represents his political rivals for the throne. The bird likely symbolizes his followers. He admits he isn't sure what the snake or the branch could mean. It is then that Elena connects the final piece of the puzzle. She calmly declares that the branch is her. It represents the one person capable of holding the dragon back. Elena calmly explains her conclusion. The branch isn't just a game piece. It represents the Holy Maiden, who is essentially the dragon's other half. Hearing this, Kyle processes the information and realizes the true protagonist of this prophetic game must be the Wanderer. Elena confirms it seems to be about Layla, which is why the prophecy's mention of the dragon's heart is so deeply unsettling. Leaning down to the children's level, she asks if the person who taught them the game shared any other details. One of the boys pipes up, remembering something important. He explains that the game story is ending soon, adding that when the glowing flowers on the Tree of Life are in full bloom, everyone will find true peace. The cryptic message hangs in the air, leaving Elena looking profoundly disturbed by its implications. Just then, an older woman calls the children home for the evening. As they run off, she turns her attention to the royal couple, observing that they must be visitors from another land. Kyle senses Elena's unease and pulls her closer. The old woman gives them a knowing look, stating they are all just wanderers in the dark. She advises them if they truly feel lost, they should return to this square tomorrow, under the light of the full moon. The birds, she explains, will then show them the way forward. Before Elena can ask if the woman is connected to a soothsayer, a frantic voice shouts from across the square. It's Philip Baldwin, their guard, rushing towards them. He's exasperated, telling them he was moments away from posting a wanted notice. His scolding stops when he gets a better look at Kyle, and his concern shifts. Philip asks what happened and reaches out to check if the prince is hurt. In a protective reflex, Kyle steps back, shielding Elena from view. But in his haste, his hand brushes against her cloak. The hood falls back, revealing her face to their loyal guard. A shared moment of panic freezes them in place. With his initial annoyance replaced by worry, Philip rushes to Kyle's side, asking what happened. He reaches out to check for injuries, but the prince instinctively recoils, pulling Elena behind him. The sudden movement causes her hood to fall back, and in that instant, her face is revealed to their loyal guard. The three of them freeze, a shared moment of panic hanging in the air. Elena quickly recovers, stepping forward to explain that Kyle sustained a minor injury chasing a pickpocket, but insists it's nothing serious. Just then, an older man approaches, expressing his relief that the prince is unharmed. He suggests it's late and they should head back to the palace. Kyle curtly dismisses any further questions, stating they are done for the day. Philip relays the order, sending the other guards away. As they prepare to leave, the older man places a hand on Kyle's shoulder, quietly informing him that they have something important to discuss after the full moon tomorrow. The older man grips Kyle's collar, informing him that after the full moon tomorrow, they might finally locate the soothsayer. Kyle demands to know the significance of waiting, but the man dismisses his question, saying it's too early to share the details. His tone turns serious as he delivers a strict order. Kyle and his men are absolutely forbidden from leaving the palace on the night of a full moon. He gives a cryptic warning, explaining that on such a night, one might have the misfortune of coming face to face with a deity of death. Elsewhere, knights grumble about being called to an evening assembly right after returning from a long expedition. However, their complaints are cut short by a reminder that His Highness has been eagerly waiting for this night. Meanwhile, Elena, cloaked and anxious, walks down a long palace corridor. Swallowing her nerves, she proceeds toward the assembly, her expression tense with apprehension about what she is about to face. As they head towards the evening assembly in their cloaks, Kyle mentions that Prince Edwin is also on the move, forcing them to be extra cautious. Elena's anxiety spikes. She grabs his cloak, asking if he's sure this isn't a trap. Kyle offers her a way out, saying she can wait behind if it feels too dangerous. In fact, he would prefer it. But Elena stands firm, refusing to leave him. If he's going, she's going with him. Her mind flashes back to a terrifying prophecy about a wanderer seeking the black dragon's heart. That warning has troubled her ever since, solidifying her sole mission: to keep Kyle safe. Sensing her unwavering resolve, Kyle pulls her into a close embrace. He admits she has a habit of saying exactly what's on his mind. He then quietly tells her to never forget that he is always thinking of her. 2. His heartfelt words bring a warm, genuine smile to Elena's face. As Kyle and Elena make their way to the assembly, the palace grounds are eerily silent. Kyle notes the stark contrast from the day before, observing that not a soul is in sight. Elena reasons that the civilians must have received a similar warning to stay indoors. Suddenly, her instincts flare up. She grabs Kyle's cloak, telling him to wait just as something flies through the air above them. From the shadows, a long procession of robed figures holding lanterns emerges, walking in unison. Elena wonders who they could possibly be. Kyle recognizes them as Layla's followers. He eyes the scene with suspicion, finding it strange that so many are gathered in the square without a single soldier present. An older robed man approaches and welcomes them, handing Kyle a lantern. He instructs them to follow the others to get back on track. After a shared glance and a nod, Kyle and Elena take the lantern and join the mysterious group, walking forward into the unknown. Kyle and Elena walk in the unnerving procession, surrounded by Layla's silent followers. Elena finds the complete quiet unsettling, wondering where the group is headed. The path soon shifts as the crowd halts, then begins to descend a flight of stone stairs into the darkness below. Shocked, she realizes they are heading underground and questions where the passage could possibly lead. Suddenly, Kyle gets her attention, calling out her real name, Elena. He suggests they should break away from the group to investigate. She flinches, surprised that he knows her true identity. As he says her name again, a bright, ethereal figure materializes directly behind her. The glowing apparition looks exactly like her missing twin sister and also calls out to Elena. Stunned, Kyle turns his gaze past Elena to the ghostly figure. His eyes widen in disbelief as he asks if it's really her, Layla. As they walk with the silent followers, Elena suddenly grabs Kyle's arm, forcing him to a halt. She urgently asks if he heard a voice just now, but he simply looks back at her, confused. He tells her he didn't hear anything and asks what she means. With conviction in her eyes, Elena insists that her sister, Layla, is here. Before Kyle can question her further, a young follower approaches them with a lantern, welcoming them to the gathering. The boy explains they need to hurry if they want a chance to see the soothsayer. Kyle seems unimpressed, asking if seeing this person is truly such a special event. The young follower beams, confirming that it is. He excitedly reveals that no one has ever seen the soothsayer's face. This news clearly bothers Kyle. He realizes far more people have gathered than usual, knowing that in this entire crowd, only a select few can actually tell the difference between Elena and her identical twin sister. Kyle understands the grave danger of their situation. If anyone in this crowd were to see the real Layla, it could spell disaster for Elena's charade. He suddenly tightens his grip on her hand, asking her for one simple promise, that she won't leave his side, no matter what happens. Without hesitation, Elena gives him a firm nod of reassurance. As they approach the stairs, a guide instructs the crowd to be careful, descending one by one and holding their lamps tight. Elena follows the procession down into the unsettling darkness. With each step deeper underground, a strange, sweet scent grows stronger in the air. It's a disturbing aroma, like overripe fruit that has just begun to rot. A feeling of dread creeps over her as she questions what could possibly await them in the depths below. Elena whispers to Kyle, commenting on the strange, sweet scent filling the tunnels. She asks if he's feeling its effects, but he quickly insists he's fine, dismissing it as incense. In reality, he's lying through his teeth. A wave of nausea hits him hard, and his heart begins to pound erratically. His vision blurs at the edges as a tremor runs through his body. Since Elena and the others seem unaffected, he resolves to push through it, knowing he must stay composed to protect her. They emerge from the staircase into a massive, torchlit cavern where the followers have gathered before a lone figure on a stone platform. Realization dawns on Elena. She leans close to Kyle and asks if this is his first time seeing Layla in 8 long years. Kyle quietly confirms that it is. He finally understands the cause of his sudden sickness. It wasn't the incense, but the overwhelming prospect of facing the girl who has been his sole source of hope for so long. The figure on the platform addresses the crowd, calling them her birds of Aspera. Declaring herself a messenger sent by a higher power, she pulls back her hood, revealing none other than Layla, Elena's identical twin sister. The followers gasp, hailing her as the great soothsayer. Kyle observes the scene, his suspicions confirmed. He recalls how he always got a headache whenever he met Layla in the past. It's crystal clear to him now. There is no comparing the two sisters. Even after 8 years, he can tell them apart perfectly. Sensing Elena's distress, Kyle turns to her and makes a quiet promise that Layla can't hurt her now. He then speaks her true name, Elena, causing her to look up in shock. As the crowd continues their worship, he gives her hand a firm squeeze, a silent vow that he will keep her safe no matter what comes next. An old follower incites the crowd, warning them that the Landfair army grows stronger every day. He claims they intend to use their dreadful dragon to conquer the entire continent. If their rampage continues, he cries, the whole land will be dragged into war, and even their grandchildren will be forced onto the battlefield. The followers clamor in agreement, questioning why the Almighty would permit such a terrible fate. Cutting through the noise, a soft voice asks her, birds of Aspera, if they are lost. Layla gently reassures an elderly woman, telling her not to fear, as victory has been promised to them. She understands their faith wavers because they see no end to the darkness. For this reason, she declares her intention to reveal the end of that darkness here and now. Layla tells her followers they can be at ease, for their fears will not be realized. With a serene smile, she makes a chilling promise. The Landfair Empire will not last to see another year. Layla continues her address, stating that the world fears the Landfair Empire for one reason, the dragon's descendant. She describes a man with superhuman strength, a warrior nearly impossible to defeat. While his own people might call him a divine blessing, Layla skillfully plants a seed of doubt, questioning if this is truly the case. Watching stoically from the crowd, Kyle observes Layla challenge the listeners, asking why only Landfair would receive such a blessing. If it is a gift, she wonders, why has every descendant before Kyle died a premature death? She urges them to consider that everything they believe might be a lie. As the crowd's uncertainty grows into hushed whispers, Kyle observes his former betrothed. He thinks she hasn't changed at all, noting Layla has always possessed an uncanny talent for finding a person's innermost fears and using them for her own purposes. Kyle watches Layla, recognizing her talent for manipulation. She weaves a sweet-sounding illusion, a poison that keeps people from moving on, trapping them once they taste it. As the scent of incense thickens in the air, Kyle suddenly stumbles, overcome by a wave of sickness. Elena, disguised by his side, studies him and calls his name in alarm. Clutching his head, Kyle struggles against an intense, splitting pain. An unbearable pressure builds inside his skull, and his red eyes narrow in agony. He glares at Layla on the stage, silently questioning what new scheme she is plotting. He grimly realizes that everyone gathered here is about to learn the truth. Just then, Layla's voice rings out with her final, shocking revelation. She declares to the stunned crowd that the dragon's descendant is not a divine blessing at all, but a terrible curse from the Almighty himself. The world's history begins not with a bang, but with a simple seed. After absorbing divine energy, it blossomed into the mighty tree of life, which in turn gave birth to the world itself. To guard this sacred creation, the Almighty appointed a powerful protector, the black dragon, Shar. Blessed with unmatched strength, Shar's presence ensured thousands of years of uninterrupted peace. However, the world eventually changed with the arrival of a new, insatiably curious creature known as mankind. In the present, a descendant of that ancient protector makes its presence known. The massive dragon takes a heavy step into a sunlit grove, its wings rustling as it regards a lone, golden-haired woman. A deep growl rumbles from its chest, warning the fragile wanderer that she is trespassing on holy ground. It makes its command clear: she is not welcome here and must turn back immediately, leaving her utterly stunned. The golden-haired woman stands her ground before the massive dragon, her voice trembling but firm. She insists she didn't come for the tree. She came for him. The creature's eye twitches, its deep voice questioning her motive. Swallowing her fear, she steps forward, explaining that she has always been curious about him. She thinks back to watching him through the seasons, seeing him remain by the tree of life in rain and snow, never once leaving its side. This constant vigil sparked a question in her heart when she was just a child. The dragon, intrigued, agrees to answer whatever she asks. Looking at the beautiful but empty grove, she finally voices her question, wondering if he ever feels lonely being there all by himself. The simple inquiry sends a tremor through the dragon's powerful frame. Until that moment, the concept of loneliness had never occurred to him. But now, thanks to her words, the feeling had taken root in his heart, destined to remain forever. The question about loneliness had already shaken the ancient dragon, but the golden-haired woman wasn't finished. Reaching out a hand, she made an even bolder request, asking if he would be her friend. The massive guardian, Shar, visibly hesitated, caught completely off guard by her forwardness. Before he could respond, she closed the distance, leaning in to gently embrace his colossal head. She then introduced herself, telling him her name was Edna. The dragon softly repeated the name, a new and unfamiliar sound. As she waved goodbye, promising to return, it became clear that Edna was the first and last human name he would ever truly remember. The Almighty had created the Black Dragon to be an unmatched protector, free from emotions like sadness or loneliness. He was supposed to be stronger than any other being in existence. Unfortunately for the world's perfect guardian, this great dragon had just fallen in love. The wind rustled through a golden field of wheat. A red-haired man named Deborah looked out at the bountiful harvest, satisfied that they would have another winter of plenty. He turned as someone dashed up the path, calling out her name in surprise. It was Edna, who happily greeted him back. Deborah asked where she was off to in such a rush. With a bright smile, she held up a basket of freshly picked fruit, explaining that the apples were so good this year, she just had to share them with someone. He offered to carry the basket for her, casually asking who it was for. Edna became slightly bashful, promising to introduce them when they were a little closer. Before he could ask more, she wished him goodbye and hurried on her way. Deborah called out her name one last time, but she was already gone. He stood alone in the field, clenching his fists tightly. His mind raced, wondering who in the world she was going to see. Edna sits with the great dragon Shar, taking a bite of a crisp apple. He notes that many couples get married during the harvest season. Edna agrees, admitting that she has been extremely busy with preparations. This explains her recent absence, Shar realizes. With a playful smile, she asks if he missed her. He seems hesitant, so she asks if it would be wrong for him to. Relieved, she laughs when he quietly admits that he did. She then lets out a sigh, wishing she could invite him to her wedding when the day arrives. This piques the dragon's interest, and he asks if she has someone she wishes to marry. Reaching out, she gently touches his scales and confesses that she doesn't. In truth, she enjoys her time with him the most, but their fundamental differences are an undeniable barrier. He is a dragon, and she is a human. Shar then asks a profound question. If he looked like her, would anything change? Before Edna can even begin to answer, a brilliant golden light starts to radiate from his massive body. The brilliant golden light completely engulfs the clearing before fading, revealing a startling sight. The great dragon is gone, and in his place stands a man with long black hair, holding Edna from behind. He whispers it is still him, in a different form. Utterly stunned, Edna can only manage a soft, "oh." He then picks up the apple she dropped, noting he can savor her gift much better this way, and takes a bite. His attention quickly shifts. He gently takes her hand, bringing it to his lips. A flustered Edna calls out his name, protesting his human form is far too bold. Char disagrees, explaining this is nothing new, it's how he has always felt for her. As he leans in to place a gentle kiss on her cheek, Edna has a profound realization. She finally understands she has been hiding her own feelings, telling herself she couldn't possibly love a dragon. But despite this clarity, she comes to a heartbreaking conclusion. It would be best for both of them to forget their feelings for each other. Confused by her sudden rejection, Char grabs Edna, desperately asking why she wants to forget him. Pained, Edna begs him to stop, explaining that even in this form, he hasn't truly changed. To her, his human appearance doesn't alter the fundamental fact that he is still a dragon. She reminds him of what he once told her. As a being blessed by the Tree of Life, he will never die. In heartbreaking contrast, she clenches her fist, stating that one day, her own life will end, and they will be separated forever. As Char tries to protest, Edna gently stops him. With tears in her eyes, she confesses she is only saying this because she loves him. The pain of imagining him either mourning her for eternity or forgetting her completely is simply too much to bear. But her deepest fear, she admits, is leaving him all alone after she is gone. Shaoi pulls her close, refusing to accept her rejection. He insists it's still early for them, but a heartbroken Edna corrects him, stating it's already too late. He confesses that in every single moment he spends without her, his thoughts are of her. He holds her tightly, making a bold declaration. If the problem is that time flows differently for them, then he vows to make it the same. Completely stunned, Edna asks how that is even possible. Char then reveals a powerful secret of this world. There is one way for a mortal to live forever, by eating the fruit from the Tree of Life. His words seem to carry on the wind, reaching a red-haired man in another location. A look of dawning comprehension crosses the man's face as he processes the incredible possibility that he, too, could become immortal. Char lays out the heavy price of her decision, warning her that there is no turning back. He explains that choosing to become immortal means being abandoned by death itself. The passing of others will eventually become routine, and any sense of sadness or loss will fade away. The final cost, he tells her, is complete isolation from the world around her. His grim words do not frighten her. Edna gently reaches out and touches his face, speaking his name with total conviction. She assures him that since they have each other, they can face eternity together. With him by her side, she has nothing to fear. As they embrace, he passes a small, glowing blue object into her hand. Accepting her new fate, she makes a solemn vow, declaring that after thousands of years of service to a higher power, she is ready for what comes next. Having vowed to follow his every command, Edna asks for one thing: forgiveness for her love. The two share a quiet, profound moment, sealing their decision to face eternity together. Meanwhile, back at the temple ruins, others begin to notice Edna's absence. They murmur amongst themselves, wondering where she could have gone at such a critical time. Some even voice concerns that she may have been attacked by a wild animal in the forest. A red-haired man named Deber overhears their chatter and finds their sudden worry strange, recalling how they always treated her as an outcast. He cuts through the noise, telling them to stop. When they turn to him, he calmly states that he thinks he knows where Edna is. Pressed for an answer, Deber explains he needed to be certain first. He then makes a shocking accusation. Edna has been charmed by the dragon. He tells the stunned crowd that he saw her himself, frequently visiting the forest of the Tree of Life. Following her out of concern, he witnessed her meeting with the winged beast. Deber continues his story for the shocked crowd, recounting what he witnessed in the forest. He explains that Edna seemed surprisingly familiar with the dragon, acting as if they were old friends, or perhaps even something more. He lets out a sigh, telling the others that with the dragon's near-godlike powers, it could have easily put her under a spell. He concludes that the beast's intentions must be devious. The villagers' worry quickly turns selfish. They begin to mutter, concerned that Edna might speak ill of their village after they took her in. Deborah looks at them with disdain, noting that they don't feel a shred of remorse for how they treated her. Clapping his hands together, he confidently declares that he has an idea to bring her back. In his mind, however, a different narrative plays out. He sees Edna as a poor, compassionate soul who would be tormented by an immortal life. He believes the beast could never understand her noble heart, convincing himself that he is the only person in the world who truly does. Debor's true, selfish ambitions come to light in his thoughts. He fantasizes about taking the fruit from the tree of life, becoming the supreme ruler, and making Edna his one and only. Back in the present, he confidently assures another man that his scheme will work. His entire plan hinges on Edna's compassion, believing she is too soft-hearted to ignore suffering. Meanwhile, as a storm rolls in with thunder rumbling overhead, Edna worries about Char's safety. She knows being the guardian of the Tree of Life is a tough job, especially in foul weather. Suddenly, Debor appears from the downpour, startling her. With a pained expression, he reminds her of a promise she once made to introduce him to a friend. She acknowledges the memory, but insists he shouldn't be there. He presses for a reason, then asks a chilling question. Is she worried the dragon might harm him? Edna shudders, realizing her secret is out. In the middle of the storm, Debor grabs Edna's hand, his face a mask of desperation. He begs her to help him, admitting he overheard her talking about the legendary fruit from the Tree of Life, the one that can bring people back. His performance is convincing. He falls to his knees in the mud, tears streaming down his face as he tells her his little 5-year-old sister is dying. He pleads with her to get the fruit to save the child. Edna is clearly conflicted. She clenches her fist, insisting that the fruit isn't hers to give away. But Debor's act preys on her compassion. Believing that Char is a kind soul who might know what to do, she relents. She tells Debor to just hold on a little longer, promising to try. A subtle, triumphant smile touches Debor's lips as he agrees to wait. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the rain. Char emerges from the shadows, demanding to know what she just said. Char emerges from the shadows, his voice cutting through the rain as he demands to know what Edna just promised. He overheard everything. As Debor watches, Edna fidgets, her mind consumed with the thought of the dying child Debor described. If they don't use the fruit, she wonders what else they can do. Suddenly, Char grabs her arm. His eyes are intense as he reminds her that she has eaten from the Tree of Life. He tells her she isn't one of them anymore, and their personal affairs are none of her concern. Edna is stunned by his coldness. She challenges him, asking how he can be so dismissive and if a child's life means nothing to him. His silence is all the answer she needs. Frustrated, she pulls back. Just because she wants to live with him, does that mean she has to ignore everyone else's suffering? She clenches her fist, convinced that if there are ways to delay death, there's no harm in seeking them out. Char pulls Edna into a tight embrace, trying to calm her. He whispers that everything is going to be all right. He follows this with a chilling warning. While it won't be easy at first, she will eventually grow numb to it all. Instead of feeling comforted, his words confirm her worst fears. A tear streams down her face as the grim reality of his world sinks in. Suddenly, she shoves him away. Staggering back, Edna is overwhelmed by a painful thought. All she ever wanted was to be special to him, but she never imagined his affection would feel so terrible. Stunned by her reaction, Char can only watch as she turns and bolts into the pouring rain. He calls out for her to come back, but she's sprinting away, lost in her own despair. She realizes she had taken his warnings too lightly, and as her foot slips in the mud, she feels utterly alone and unsure of how to go on. As Edna flees through the downpour, her foot slips in the wet mud, sending her collapsing to the ground. Before she can react, a figure approaches. It's Debor, and he kneels beside her, brushing a hand against her face. Edna instinctively flinches away from his touch. Looking down at her, Debor confirms that the fruit's effects are real. He offers a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. He promises that if Char won't be by her side, he will. Later, Edna's eyes blink open. She finds herself in a warm, unfamiliar room and wonders where she is. Just then, Debor enters, calmly asking how she's feeling. Startled, she recognizes him and realizes she must be in his room. He confirms her suspicion with an unsettling comment. This isn't the first time he's had her there. He then steps closer, placing a hand on her forehead and noting with satisfaction that she doesn't have a fever. Shane finds Elena and tells her she gave him a scare after he discovered her passed out in a field. He then smoothly pivots, asking if her sister's condition has improved. Overcome with guilt, Elena apologizes to Shane, feeling powerless to help the situation. His demeanor shifts. He cryptically warns her that consuming the fruit of the tree of life isn't as wonderful as people believe. Grabbing her shoulder, Shane's voice becomes urgent as he admits he desperately needs the fruit. He tries to manipulate her, calling her the dragon's special friend, and suggesting Kyle would surely forgive her for taking just a couple of fruits for him. He begs her for help. Elena pulls away, her resolve hardening. She states firmly that she cannot betray Kyle. She is special to him, she explains, just as he is special to her. Turning her back on Shane, she declares that her place is by Kyle's side, even if the entire world were to turn against them. Deber grabs Edna's wrist, his voice filled with desperation. He tells her he understands she is to leave, but pleads with her not to let this be their final farewell. Leaning closer, he asks when he can see her again, wondering aloud if she is just another temptation he's not allowed to have. Edna hesitates, remembering that Deber was the only person who ever showed her kindness in the village. Feeling she can't completely ignore his wish, she agrees to a brief, secret meeting. She suggests they meet at dusk, just before dawn, hoping another man named Shar won't notice. With that, she turns to go. She offers a final, quiet apology for not being able to help him anymore and slips out the door. The moment the door clicks shut, Deber's heartbroken expression vanishes. His face twists into a possessive glare as he stares at the closed door. He makes a silent, chilling vow. Edna can't leave him, and he will make sure she never sees that dragon ever again. As rain pours from the sky, Elena hurries through the darkness. She notes how late it's gotten, only hoping that Shar isn't worried about her. Suddenly, a sharp command to halt cuts through the night, and she flinches. A group of village guards blocks her path, demanding to know where she's going so late. Their leader steps forward, warning her of the dangers in the dark. Elena tries to wave them off, insisting she'll be fine, but he refuses to let her pass. He declares she must wait until morning. Sensing that something is deeply wrong, Elena makes a run for it. The guards shout and give chase as a terrible realization dawns on her, and she cries out Shar's name. Miles away, Kyle awakens with a jolt, clutching his head as a powerful throb of pain hits him. He sees a vision of her in distress and collapses, whispering for her to wait for him. In a searing vision of the past, Kyle feels his body ignite with an unbearable heat. He's forced to watch a horrifying memory unfold. The sacred tree of life, the very symbol of his kingdom, is engulfed in a raging inferno. Standing before the blaze is his half-brother, Shane, holding a torch with a disturbingly calm smile. Overcome with pure rage, Kyle's power surges uncontrollably. He screams, demanding to know what Shane has done as his entire being glows with intense energy. The light erupts, revealing his colossal dragon form. He roars at his brother, questioning if he really thought he could burn the sacred tree and escape unharmed. But as he prepares to unleash his fury, his strength suddenly evaporates. The mighty dragon stumbles back and then crashes heavily to the ground, completely helpless. Shane calmly walks forward, a triumphant smirk on his face. He remarks that it's just as he suspected, admitting he was curious if the fruit had truly made his brother immortal. As Kyle lies helpless in his dragon form, Shane calmly steps forward. He reveals his discovery. Kyle's power was directly connected to the Tree of Life. Now that the tree is burning, Kyle can't even stand. Shane then holds up his torch, explaining he fashioned it from a sharpened branch of the tree, intending to run one last test. As he raises the weapon with a sinister grin, a horrified Elena screams for him to stop. But her cry is lost in the roar of the flames. Shane brings the sharpened stake down with brutal force. The devastating impact sends a shower of red across Elena's face, her eyes wide with shock. Reaching out a trembling hand, she whispers Kyle's alias, Shar, before letting out a final, agonizing scream. Shane lets the weapon fall to the ground and begins to laugh. He marvels at how simple it was to defeat the immortal dragon, declaring that fate has clearly chosen him to rule the world. As Kyle lies helpless, Elena positions herself as his shield, facing down a man named Deber. With a stone-cold glare, she orders him to leave Shad alone, her voice tight with a barely controlled rage. Deber questions her actions, wondering if the dragon's influence has finally broken her mind. Though she stumbles with exhaustion, Elena's determination doesn't waver. She warns him that she is just one step away from ending him right there. Her eyes blaze with intensity as she promises to follow through on her threat if he dares say another word. But her strength soon fails, and she falls to her knees beside Kyle. Overwhelmed by despair, she clutches her head and prays for punishment. In a devastating confession, Elena reveals the truth. She was the one who coveted the fruit and became immortal. And it was she who set the sacred tree of life on fire, causing this entire disaster. Kneeling beside the fallen dragon, Elena makes a final, heartbreaking confession. She reveals her only desire was to stay by his side forever, even if it meant her own end. But a higher power had a different, crueler punishment in store. For his sin, Kyle was cursed to lose all his memories and be reborn as the child of the very man who took his life. His new destiny, to one day bring that killer's nation to ruin. Elena's fate was to bear the burden of all their memories, reborn through the ages to impede his fated revenge with her love. For centuries, the Holy Maiden was reborn, while the dragon, without his memories, despised his existence. In every lifetime, he made the same desperate plea, for someone to end him before he became a monster. As Elena processes this devastating history, Kyle suddenly lurches forward. He collapses to the ground in a heap, and a single, terrified scream of his name escapes her lips. Clutching Kyle's unconscious form, Elena desperately calls his name, trying to wake him. Her pleas turn into a frantic cry for help, but her voice echoes unanswered in the desolate space. Suddenly, a cold feeling washes over her as a group of white-robed figures emerges from the shadows. One of them steps forward, their voice chillingly familiar. The person tells Sister that her role is over and she can get away from Kyle now. As Elena demands to know what they mean, the figure pulls back her hood, revealing the face of Layla, her long-lost twin. Before Elena can react, two robed attendants grab her, dragging her away as she screams Kyle's name. Layla calmly approaches the fallen prince. She kneels, noting the sweet scent in the air is the same one from when the tree of life burned. Grabbing his hair, she pulls his head back, a cold smile on her face. She tells him a life like his has no purpose, and it's time for them to end it right there. A single tear streams down Kyle's cheek. As Layla looms over the fallen prince, she reveals her plan is far worse than a simple end. She declares that with Elena present, this is their last chance. Kyle's loyal guard, Philip, tries to intervene but is quickly stopped, demanding to know Layla's intentions. With a cold smile, Layla explains her true, horrifying goal. She points to the dark scales already creeping across Kyle's skin, a clear sign of his curse taking hold. According to her prophecy, once he fully transforms into a dragon, she will unleash him upon his own empire, letting him bring the nation to ruin. As her followers chant in support, Kyle clutches his chest in agony. Seeing this, Elena breaks free from her captors. She runs toward him, screaming his name as a terrible memory flashes in her mind. Kyle had warned her. Once the flowers on the tree of life bloom, his transformation into a monster would be irreversible. That moment had finally arrived. As Kyle suffers, his own words haunt Elena's memory. He had once warned her that he would eventually lose his humanity and become a complete monster. But she also remembers her promise. If his life was too much to bear alone, she would be there to carry the burden with him. The thought of him forgetting her, of losing their shared path, strengthens her resolve. Reaching out a determined hand, Elena declares that she will not let her sister win. As Layla's followers murmur about her resemblance to a soothsayer, Elena makes a solemn vow to make Kyle wholly human again. Layla approaches, unfazed. She questions why Elena is even there, wondering aloud if Shane failed to deliver her message to have Elena wait at the palace. With a cold smirk, Layla tells her twin that she has clearly forgotten everything she was told. She adds that perhaps seeing Kyle in his current state will finally make Elena understand things differently. Layla reveals a chilling truth, stating that Elena is nothing more than her own softer parts given form. She urges her twin to think about why no holy maiden in history has ever been born a twin, suggesting they were once a single being. Layla confesses she despised her naive side before they were separated, finding it pathetic to repeat the same life for the sake of love. She places a strange kiss on Elena's forehead, predicting that she will inevitably fall for Kyle again like a fool. Layla then advises her to forget everything, just as she always does. Through tears, Elena asks if their shared birth was Layla's will. Layla confirms it with a smile, explaining that Elena's existence fulfilled a specific purpose, to play the dreadful part of falling for the dragon. Now that her role is over, Layla can finally let Kyle meet his end as a monster. As she turns her back, Kyle collapses further, his body racked with pain. As Kyle crumbles to the ground, horns sprouting from his head, he utters a single name in his agony: Elena. Watching him suffer, her expression hardens with unwavering resolve. She makes a quiet prayer, accepting her love for Kyle as her destiny. With newfound determination, she dashes toward him. Elena throws her arms around the prince, holding him close. She declares that even if a higher power wills it, she will not accept them taking his life. The moment she embraces him, a brilliant burst of golden energy erupts from her body, pulsing outwards. The ground beneath them cracks and violently shakes from the sheer force of this unknown power. Layla and her followers watch in absolute shock. This was never part of her plan. She hadn't foreseen her powerless twin wielding such incredible strength. As the blinding light and chaotic energy consume the area, Layla can only scream her sister's name in disbelief and rage. Elena groans, slowly regaining consciousness in a dark, collapsed chamber. She immediately turns to Kyle, who is still unconscious beside her, small horns protruding from his head. Panicked, she shakes him gently, calling his name and urging him to wake up. His intense red eyes flutter open. At first, he's disoriented, but then his gaze locks onto hers, and he whispers her name. Relief washes over Elena. He recognizes her and hasn't fully transformed into a monster. Kyle admits he doesn't understand what's happening to him and starts to warn her to stay away for her own safety. Before he can finish, Elena firmly places a hand over his mouth, telling him not to dare say another word. Stunned by her resolve, Kyle quietly apologizes. He then leans forward, placing a soft kiss on her cheek and asking her not to cry. The dust settles around them. They've fallen through the floor into the basement of the chamber, surrounded by rubble and the quiet sound of dripping water. Amidst the rubble of the collapsed chamber, Elena asks if they're safe for now. She helps Kyle to his feet, checking if he's hurt. He tries to reassure her that he's perfectly fine, but freezes when he sees his own hand. It's twitching, covered in dark scales, and ending in sharp claws. Expecting her to be scared, he asks if she's afraid of him deforming into this monster. But Elena simply meets his worried gaze with a calm smile. She asks why she would be, taking his transformed hand in hers without a moment of hesitation. She tells him that no matter how he looks, he is still himself to her. With unwavering confidence, Elena insists they will find help. And if they can't, she declares they will simply learn how to live this way, together. Stunned into silence by her complete acceptance, Kyle can only stare as a small rock clatters down from the ceiling, a stark reminder of their immediate danger. As Kyle pulls Elena protectively to his side, a hooded figure emerges from the shadows. The man recognizes the crown prince and princess, and Elena nervously identifies him as another prince. The newcomer steps forward, ordering them to halt and scolding Kyle for ignoring his warning about the dangers of the night. His gaze fixes on Kyle's scaled hand resting on Elena's shoulder. The prince remarks that it seems the dragon's descendant has more in store than a simple death. As Elena tries to speak up for Kyle, he gently stops her. The prince finds it strange that Kyle is frightened by a change in appearance when he didn't even flinch watching his body reattach itself before. The man admits this transformation is what truly scares him. He demands proof that he can let his guard down. Kyle fires back, questioning if his promise meant nothing, and accusing the man of being quick to latch onto any weakness. Their tense standoff is clearly rooted in a history that Elena is just now discovering. Elena knew they had to get moving. Kyle's body was still unstable, and she worried he couldn't protect himself if her sister, Layla, found them. But the hooded prince interrupts their standoff with an unexpected offer, claiming he can give them exactly what they want. A skeptical Kyle asks what he means. The prince's simple answer, information on the soothsayer, makes Kyle shout Elena's name in shock. The prince explains his reasoning, admitting he's been afraid of Layla since they were children after seeing her manipulate and hurt people. This strengthens Elena's own resolve to stop her twins' destructive plans. Then, the prince reveals he knows her secret, asking if she came to the city disguised as a man just to find her sister. Stunned, Elena asks how long he's known. He coolly replies that a face like hers is unforgettable, then requests forgiveness for his subordinate's earlier actions, clarifying the man was kept completely in the dark about her identity. As they move deeper into the crumbling underground passage, one of the prince's men, Chester, expresses concern about a potential cave-in. His warning is cut short when he spots Kyle and Elena, noticing the horn growing from Kyle's head. The prince tells him to calm down, then halts their progress to address Elena directly. He asks if she's absolutely certain she's willing to betray her own sister. Without hesitation, Elena confirms it's something she must do. The prince then reveals Layla's true, horrifying motive. She doesn't just want the empire to fall, she wants the eternal slumber that will result from its destruction. He describes Layla as an unstoppable force, a boulder rolling downhill. This triggers a painful memory for Elena, her sister coldly telling her that her existence brought no joy. With newfound resolve, Elena pulls her cloak tight, declaring she is the only one who can stop her. Elsewhere, the true holy maiden Layla stands surrounded by her robed followers. She informs them that the main group has already left for the palace, and that it's time for them to move. With a cold look, she gives a chilling order: burn the remaining branches so the scent can drift deep into the passages. As she turns, Layla lifts her arm and notices a faint floral mark appearing on her skin. A golden memory of Elena embracing Kyle flashes in her mind. She connects the dots. Her powerless sister somehow used that sacred ability. Layla wonders if a mistake during their separation caused some of her power to leak into Elena. Whatever the reason, this is a problem. Believing Kyle is incapacitated, Layla decides to deal with her sister first. She hardens her heart, telling herself there is no need to hesitate because Elena was born for her sake. She pushes aside all emotion, convinced her actions are necessary to save them both from a repeating fate. As the group nears the passage's exit, a thick, sweet scent suddenly fills the air. Elena immediately recognizes the smell of the burning branches and flinches, wondering why it has grown so much stronger. The intense scent has a terrible effect on Kyle, who starts breathing heavily as his curse reacts. When Elena reaches for him in concern, he sharply brushes her hand away, insisting through ragged breaths that he can endure it. His loyal guard, Philip, notices the prince's horns are more pronounced and realizes the other men cannot see their leader in this state. He calls out to another guard, Chester, giving him a curt order to remove something. Before the confused guard can ask what he means, they emerge from the dark tunnel into a clearing. As they step into the open, Kyle's strength gives out. The strain of fighting his transformation proves too much, and he collapses to his knees, drained. As Elena struggles to support the weakened prince, Philip and his men rush to their side, expressing their relief. The guards report hearing the underground collapse, revealing they used a different entrance and alerting Philip to the possibility of multiple passages. His face hardens with resolve. He commands his men to sweep the mountain range and capture any suspicious individuals they find. The soldiers immediately move out to follow his orders. Philip then approaches the crown prince, asking about his condition. Elena, cradling Kyle's head, explains that he has a high fever and is no longer responding to her. Concerned, Philip steps in to check on him directly. He gently holds Kyle's shoulder, trying to see if the prince is still lucid. He asks Kyle if he knows who he is, warning him that losing control now would be a disaster for them both. Kyle, however, remains completely dazed, his eyes vacant as his consciousness fades away. Just as Philip warns the prince to hold on, Kyle's golden, reptilian eyes flicker with a dim light. He suddenly lurches forward, and Elena cries out his name as she moves to catch him. In a brief, lucid moment, Kyle grabs her arm, managing to whisper her name through the haze of his fever. Elena quickly confirms it's her, trying to ground him in reality. The effort proves too much, and Kyle loses consciousness, slumping heavily against her. One of the other guards lets out a relieved sigh that the prince didn't fully transform, immediately earning him a sharp, silencing glare from Philip. The loyal knight then looks at the unconscious Kyle and states that there must be a way to reverse the curse. He seeks Elena's agreement, and she nods with renewed determination. Just as Philip offers to support the prince, a massive explosion rips through the air. Everyone freezes, staring in horror at the source of the sound. Below them, the entire palace is engulfed in a raging inferno. Standing on a hill overlooking the chaos, Elena watches in horror as the palace is engulfed in flames. She wonders what could be happening, her mind reeling from the sudden disaster. As she tries to process the scene, a mysterious white-haired man calmly approaches her. He tells her that it seems they now have a sufficient reason to be on the same side. With an intense gaze, he says he will trust her word that she is willing to betray her sister. Elena is silent, stunned that he knows her secret. Looking at the burning capital, she reaffirms that she has no intention of reneging on her promise. The man then asks her not to betray Kyle, or him, extending a hand to seal the deal. She agrees without hesitation. He firmly grasps her hand, vowing that as long as circumstances allow, he will fight alongside her. A new, uneasy alliance is forged in the fire. Inside a quiet room, the white-haired man watches Elena sitting by Kyle's bedside. He considers calling a physician but quickly decides it would only complicate matters. Stepping up, Elena declares that she will tend to the prince herself. She gives him a condition. If Kyle isn't awake by sunrise the next day, they'll have to find another solution. The man agrees. He explains that he must leave to interrogate the captured attackers and assess the extensive damage from the palace fire. Elena understands completely, telling him to go do what he must. She reminds him of their promise to protect what they hold dear. Her steady resolve impresses him, and he admits he may have misjudged her. Trusting her completely, he leaves Kyle in her care. As the door closes behind him, Elena sits up straight, her unwavering gaze fixed on the unconscious prince. As the hours passed, Elena sat faithfully by Kyle's bedside. Leaning over his still form, she gently brushed a lock of hair from his face. She confessed that while she didn't believe everything her sister Layla had said, she knew one thing for certain. With unwavering resolve, Elena promised that she would love him just the same, whether he turned into a dragon or not. As she pleaded for him to wake up and come back to her, a single tear fell from her eye, landing on his scaled glove. In response, his fingers twitched, then squeezed her hand with surprising strength. Elena's eyes widened as Kyle stirred, finally awake. He softly told her he had always thought the last time he saw her cry would be the final one. Before she could process his words, he pulled her into a firm embrace, holding her close and whispering how much he had missed her. Then, he called her by a name she didn't recognize, Edna. Awake, he seemed to be remembering someone else entirely. Elsewhere, a knight commander delivered his report. He explained that the recent fire was merely a distraction, a way for a soothsayer to escape during the chaos. He confessed with a heavy heart that his own sister was among the group responsible. The white-haired official sighed, blaming himself for not intervening sooner, but he quickly reassured the commander not to take responsibility. Despite his own exhaustion, the official decided he had to see Kyle and Elena himself. He waved off his subordinates' offer to go for him and walked toward the prince's chambers. As he got closer, his determined steps slowed when he heard quiet sobs coming from behind the door. Worried, he pushed the door open, asking what had happened. He found Prince Kyle sitting up in bed, fully awake. But across from him, Elena was crying. The official froze, utterly confused by the scene. Kyle was conscious, so why was the princess so distressed? He looked closer at the prince, noticing a strange, unfocused look in his eyes that made it clear something was very wrong. The official stared, completely lost. Kyle was awake, yet Elena was covering her face in tears, insisting that the man before her wasn't him. Kyle tried to get her attention, calling her Edna. The name struck a chord with the official. It belonged to the soothsayer who had just escaped. Elena trembled, noticing the prince's eyes were no longer red, but a piercing gold. She realized that while the body was Kyle's, another consciousness was in control. She identified him as Shar, the ancient dragon of legend, something she had only heard about from her sister, Layla. The being in Kyle's body confirmed it true. He was Shar, guardian of the Tree of Life. Panicked, Elena asked where Kyle had gone. Shar explained Kyle was not gone, but merely asleep. Normally, their minds would have merged, but Elena's presence had forced Shar to awaken while Kyle's consciousness retreated. Desperate for answers, Elena shot to her feet, demanding to know what she had to do to wake him up. With a chillingly familiar face, the ancient dragon Shar reaches for Elena. His hand, now covered in dark scales, gently brushes her cheek as he asks her to love him just as she always has. But Elena is not fooled. She pulls away, her voice firm as she declares that the one she loves is Kyle, not this imposter. Interrupting the tense standoff, the white-haired official steps in. He explains to Elena that her unique power prevented Kyle's complete transformation. He believes she holds the key to helping the prince return. A flicker of hope appears in Elena's eyes. Could she really be the one to wake him? Suddenly, she looks down at her arm, realizing her holy markings have changed shape. Before she can wonder what it means, Shar grabs her. He explains that this change signifies that his time is running out. He looks at her with urgency, insisting there is something he must tell her before Kyle's consciousness returns. Shar, still in control of Kyle's body, insists he has an urgent message for Elena. He claims it's something she must hear before Kyle's consciousness returns. When Elena asks if it's a private matter, Shar states that the white-haired official, whom he calls the son of Aspera, should listen as well. He then asks about the other Edna, and the official confirms he means Layla, who has vanished. Shar begins to explain their shared history, revealing that he and Edna have lived many lifetimes together. He shows a grim vision of their past, where Edna was deeply worn down by their fate. In this life, he unveils her shocking plan. She intends to burn the Tree of Life to the ground. Elena questions repeating a past mistake, but Shar clarifies that the last attempt was incomplete, hinting that Layla plans to succeed where others have failed. Shar, still in control of Kyle's body, poses a critical question to the official. Has he ever wondered why the Tree of Life, a supposed divine blessing, grew specifically in the Landfair Empire? The official casually shrugs, suggesting a tree simply grows where it's planted. Shar scoffs at this simplistic view, revealing the real reason. The tree only took root there because its sacred fruit was buried in that very soil. In a vision of the past, Deborah is shown planting the fruit and naming the land Landfair. Elena grabs Shar's arm, confused, asking why Deborah would give up eternal life by planting the fruit instead of eating it himself. Shar explains that Deborah saw the horrifying truth with his own eyes. The fruit didn't grant immortality. A grim memory unfolds, showing Edna lifeless on the ground after being struck down by a divine hand for eating it. Witnessing this, a terrified Deborah chose to bury the fruit, fearing the Almighty's wrath more than he desired eternal life. Shar scoffs at his past self, calling Deborah a weak and pathetic man who couldn't bear the weight of his sin. Elena presses him, asking what will happen if Layla actually succeeds in setting the Tree of Life on fire. Looking out towards the horizon, Shar explains the dire difference between them. Unlike Deborah, this version of Edna has no interest in glory or the future. Her only goal is her own demise and the end of the world. He paints a grim picture. Once the tree's leaves, roots, and fruits turn to ash, the life force sustaining the world will be extinguished. Only death will remain. Alarmed, Elena asks if he intends to return to Landfair to prevent this. Shar confirms that he cannot stand by and watch the world fall to ruin, confident that Kyle would feel the same. However, the official from Aspera raises a critical issue. If his nation were to raise an army to help, a war with Landfair would be inevitable. Shar calmly states that a good ruler must be prudent, then turns back with a sharp, intimidating gaze, suggesting the official make his decision before it's too late. With Shar's ultimatum hanging in the air, the official from Aspera makes his decision. He announces that he will order Landfair's soldiers to prepare for their return, and that his own men will follow his lead. Before departing, he gives Elena a final look, telling her he hopes she also chooses wisely. Once the door closes, Shar tells Elena they must prepare for their journey back, warning that it will be all over if they are late. However, Elena stops him in his tracks. Looking at him with fierce determination, she declares that he mustn't go. She insists that she must be the only one who returns to Landfair. Her mind flashes back to her true purpose. She came all this way to save Kyle, the man whose body Shar now controls. She remembers him fighting impossible battles and risking everything. Elena made a promise to protect him, and she refuses to stand by and watch anyone force him to put his life on the line again. Elena's conviction is rooted in a promise she made to Kyle. She had vowed to share his burdens and face any punishment alongside him. With this memory fresh in her mind, she declares that she absolutely cannot send him into danger while she waits safely behind. Shar, taken aback by her defiance, grabs her arm and questions her plan. He insists that she must hide here while he confronts Layla alone. Elena pushes back, asking if his determination is because he loves her. Shar immediately shuts down the notion, telling her she is mistaken. He explains that love isn't her only motivation. He compares her guilt to something festering inside a sealed container, destined to rot over time. Leaning in close, his dragon features becoming more pronounced, he calls her a single, sharp word: traitor. He then asks if she's afraid of being called that again, leaving Elena frozen in shock and fear. A memory unfolds, showing a woman named Edna standing in a sunlit meadow. The dragon, Shar, appears behind her, gently wrapping her in an embrace. He asks if she's starting to feel at home here. Edna admits she isn't quite used to sleeping under the open sky, comparing herself to the deer and rabbits that roam free. Shar holds her a bit closer, reminding her that she was once very fond of humans. He questions if she feels lonely without her own kind. To his surprise, Edna says she doesn't feel lonely at all. In fact, she feels even more comfortable here. She turns the question back on him, noting that she has never seen another dragon. Shar's expression grows solemn. He explains that while most creatures were made in pairs, he is the only one of his kind, created for a single purpose: to protect the Tree of Life. He walks towards the enormous tree and places his hand on its ancient trunk, declaring that this is the partner he was given. Shar reflects on the concept of an imago, what the divine calls the other half of a soul. It's a perfect partner, a shadow, a reflection in a mirror. He explains that since his life is tied to the Tree of Life, he always believed the ancient tree was his designated partner. But a memory surfaces, showing the woman Edna gently grabbing his sleeve. With determination in her eyes, she asks if he would let her become his imago. The unexpected offer breaks through his solemn demeanor, bringing a rare, genuine smile to his face. However, the memory quickly darkens, flashing to a scene where he covers her eyes as chaos unfolds around them. Back in the present, Shar stands behind a crying Elena. He reminds her that she made that same promise in this life. He asks if that vow doesn't shackle her now, making her a traitor for choosing someone else. Trapped by a past she can't remember, Elena's tears fall freely. Shar's voice presses her, asking if she would truly protect Kyle, even at the cost of her own life. After a tense pause, Elena firmly agrees.
She knows this is the right path.
Her mind races, recalling how her sister Layla had already broken her promise and how Shane's misperceptions only made things worse. This is exactly why Elena felt she had to be the one to restore Kyle's hope. Calling her feelings simple pity would be a lie. The world around her dissolves into a black void. Confused, she takes a few steps through the darkness, wondering where Shar went. A glowing trail of light then appears at her feet, cutting through the emptiness. Believing it might lead to Kyle, she follows the path and calls out his name. The light suddenly intensifies, erupting into a swirling storm of golden butterflies that forces Elena to shield her eyes from the overwhelming brightness. The overwhelming light finally subsides, revealing Kyle lying motionless in a field of golden butterflies. Disoriented but determined, Elena sprints towards him, calling his name. She gently cradles his head, urging him to wake up and see that it's her, Elena. As his eyes flutter open, he looks at her with a dazed expression, asking why she appears so much younger. His question sends Elena back to a forgotten memory of their childhood. She remembers him as a young boy on a horse, riding away without looking back. Yet, he had left her with a promise that gave her hope and made her feel less alone. Clutching him tightly in the present, Elena clarifies her intentions. Her drive to protect him isn't born from guilt or a need for self-sacrifice. She explains that saving him is also a way to save herself. With this profound realization, she leans in close, pleading for Kyle to open his eyes and return to her. Elena's plea dissolves into a silent, heartfelt wish. She admits to herself that she no longer wants to be alone, but to dream of a tomorrow with the man she has come to love. The golden light swirls and then settles, bringing them back to reality. Kyle's eyes slowly open. As a tear escapes, he gazes up at the woman holding him and gently touches her cheek. For the first time, he sees her not as an image of the past, but as herself, whispering her true name, Elena. With tears in his own eyes, Kyle confesses that he loves her and wants them to be together forever. Elena pulls him into a deep embrace, her resolve now unbreakable. She promises him that no matter what awaits them, whether in light or in darkness, she will always walk by his side. It's a vow that seals their future, finally uniting them as one. A noble from Aspera stands on a grand balcony, letting out a heavy sigh. He had always known that a conflict between Lanfair and Espera was just a matter of time. He considers the vast difference between fending off an invasion and launching one. Running a hand through his white hair, he wishes Kyle were already emperor, believing it might simplify the difficult path ahead. His thoughts are interrupted by an aide, who reports that the Lanfair soldiers are preparing for departure as ordered. Seeing the worry on his master's face, the aide asks if something is the matter. The noble deflects, prompting the aide to ask if he should be blunt or gentle with his opinion. The noble tells him to be straight. The aide astutely points out that he seems like a man who has made a decision but is conflicted about the consequences that will follow. The noble playfully pinches his cheek, telling him to be gentler next time. The aide complains he was just being honest. Then, more seriously, he advises his master that some burdens can't be carried alone and that many people, including himself, are ready to support him. The noble's aide, Chester, approaches his master with a look of pure devotion. He pledges his undying loyalty, promising to serve the noble until he becomes king. Chester declares he would do anything his master asks, even if it meant sacrificing his own life, before dropping to one knee. The noble accepts this solemn vow. The conversation then shifts to a pressing matter. The Lanfair Empire has unexpectedly requested military aid. Chester questions the reason, wondering if monsters have invaded. He speculates that perhaps a soothsayer is instigating a civil war, making it a difficult decision for them to get involved. The situation is even more serious because the request comes directly from the Black Dragon. Chester reports other ominous signs. Monsters are gathering near their borders and birds are swarming towards Lanfair. It feels as if a massive, world-altering event is on the verge of happening. Inside the palace, a strange and foul smell hangs in the air. Two maids cleaning the halls look out the window to see a massive flock of crows swarming the grounds, their calls filling the air. One maid nervously wonders if it's a bad omen, but the other quickly hushes her. They whisper about the strange happenings, noting that Crown Prince Kyle still hasn't returned, while Crown Princess Elena remains secluded in her room, supposedly sick. Watching the same scene from his office, Prince Shane smirks. He calls it a fancy way for someone to announce their return, sarcastically wondering if that woman wants to be known as a witch. His thoughts drift to the twin sisters, Elena and Layla, and how different they are. He recalls Layla returned safely, but has heard nothing about Elena, only that she managed to meet Kyle. For a moment, he seems concerned about what might have happened to her, but he quickly dismisses the feeling. Just as he decides not to worry, a sharp knock echoes from his door. As a sharp knock breaks the silence, Prince Shane angrily demands to know who is there, reminding them he ordered no one to enter. A voice from the hall replies that someone important is looking for him, the very woman who will place the imperial crown upon his head. The messenger advises him not to keep her waiting. A smirk plays on Shane's lips. The door creaks open to reveal a hooded figure who simply states that the time has come. Without hesitation, Shane tells them to lead the way. As he follows, his thoughts drift to his schemes. It was too late to back out of his arrangement concerning Layla, not after gaining the temple's support. He reflects that Elena, unlike him, wouldn't let a past mistake hold her back. He admits that while he may play the confident prince, he often feels helpless when facing a real challenge. A new resolve seems to harden in his eyes. As Prince Shane follows the hooded figure, he reflects on his weaknesses. Unlike Elena, who faces challenges head-on, he feels his past mistakes hold him back. Meanwhile, at the temple, the archbishop addresses his followers. He announces that the true holy maiden, Layla, has returned. With her return, they only need to decide when to execute their plan. One of them reports they still need more time to acquire the dragon's heart. Layla, looking regal and composed, confirms that her own preparations are ready. But her thoughts reveal a chilling agenda. She believes Elena would gladly sacrifice herself for the sake of the world, and the archbishop agrees their first step will be to capture her twin sister. Annoyed by Elena's unpredictable behavior, Layla scoffs at the idea of love. She declares that with a body that has discarded such foolishness, she will be victorious this time and sever the strings of fate. Prince Shane followed the mysterious figure, completely lost. He didn't understand where they were heading until they stopped before an ornate set of doors. The hooded guide simply told him to enter. Shane froze, recognizing it as the crown princess's drawing room. The door opened to reveal a shocking sight. The true holy maiden, Layla, sitting calmly with Kyle's loyal knight, Philip, standing behind her. She greeted Shane coolly, then placed her teacup down. Layla, having heard he did something unnecessary, demanded to know why he didn't just deliver her letter to Elena as ordered. Shane's mind reeled. He couldn't understand why Philip, his brother's loyal man, was with her. Philip, meanwhile, was just as confused, wondering why Layla was acting like the princess when Elena was the one who deserved that seat. Cutting through the tension, Layla directly asked Shane if he had met Elena in Aspera. Still reeling from the revelation, Shane demanded to know what happened to Elena and Kyle. Layla stood, calling his question silly as she approached him. With a chilling calm, she gently brushed his face and asked if she wasn't the one he had been anxiously waiting for all this time. She reminded him that he had a promise to fulfill. A small, knowing smile appeared on her face as she confirmed that since he kept his end of the bargain, she would now have to keep hers. Later, Elena sat alone on a quiet balcony, enjoying the night air. Suddenly, Shane burst from the shadows of the garden below, sprinting towards her. He drew a sharp blade, his intentions clear as he swung it down in a deadly arc. Before the weapon could find its mark, glowing white vines shot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around Shane's wrist, stopping his attack. The blade fell from his grasp, clattering loudly on the stone floor. Struggling against the glowing vines, Shane demands to be released, calling Elena a witch. From the balcony, Elena calmly sips her tea, unimpressed by his outburst. She questions his nerve, noting that insulting a holy maiden is a good way to earn divine disapproval. Shane scoffs, declaring he has no fear of the Almighty, as the deity was never on his side to begin with. Unfazed, Elena picks up the dagger he dropped, asking what he hoped to gain from his attack. He admits he wanted to know if Kyle would truly become a monster, and if that was the reason his mother was gone. Elena confirms his fears are true. Stunned, Shane asks if fate can truly be changed when a dragon's descendant and a holy maiden are involved. Elena looks at him and makes a powerful declaration. No one can alter destiny, except for her. She explains that such a monumental task requires a great sacrifice, and all he needs to do is follow her counsel with unwavering faith. Elena lays out her offer, telling Shane that following her path might lead to endless solitude or force him to make choices against his will. Still caught in the glowing vines, he asks what he would gain by following her counsel. Her promise is absolute. His greatest desires will be fulfilled, even if it means placing a golden crown upon his head. Later, the real Layla furiously confronts Shane in a private room. She strikes him on the chest, demanding to know when he intends to keep the promise he made 8 years ago. Shane seizes her wrist, warning her to keep her emotions in check. His focus, however, is elsewhere, as he urgently asks if Elena is still alive. Layla dismisses his concern for her powerless twin, but her tone turns menacing. Grabbing his lapels, she confirms that Elena is alive for now. Before a stunned Shane can respond to the thinly veiled threat, a guard announces Prince Kyle's return, forcing them to separate. Shane can only watch with a dark expression as Layla walks away. The news of the crown prince's return echoes through the palace. Outside, a procession of knights enters the main gates, led by Kyle himself. Clad in dark armor and riding a powerful warhorse, he looks every bit the seasoned warrior. Waiting for him is not a warm welcome, but the stern archbishop. Kyle halts before the official, his expression unreadable. He remarks he's surprised the archbishop would bother to greet him. The archbishop coldly replies that isn't his purpose. He is only there to confirm a disturbing rumor he heard. He continues, stating he was told Kyle would return with an imposter pretending to be the crown princess. As the words hang in the air, a figure lunges for the cloaked person riding behind Kyle. With a swift motion, the real Layla yanks back the hood, revealing a stunned Elena to everyone present. Her secret is now out in the open. As Kyle's procession enters the palace gates, the crowd murmurs, shocked to see the crown princess among the knights. They are met not with a welcome, but with the cold figure of the archbishop. He announces he's heard a rumor that Kyle would return with an imposter. At that moment, the real Layla lunges forward, yanking the hood from Elena's head and revealing her to everyone. Kyle's voice cuts through the sudden silence. He demands to know on what evidence the archbishop is making such a claim, explaining he snuck his wife out of the palace himself. The archbishop isn't convinced. He states that while Kyle may love his wife, he wouldn't be reckless enough to bring her into enemy territory. With a cruel smile, he delivers the final blow, the real crown princess is already inside the palace. He declares with absolute certainty that he has personally confirmed the identity of the true Layla Underwood. Listening to the conviction in his voice, Elena knows it's over. He isn't lying. The Archbishop's words confirmed Elena's worst fears. Her twin sister, the real Layla, was already inside the palace, and her secret was out. As the crowd descended into chaos, Prince Shane pushed through the royal guards, telling them to get out of his way. Upon seeing Elena arrive safely beside Kyle, a satisfied smile touched his lips. She had returned, just as she had promised him. This public spectacle was no surprise to the Empire's rulers. Just moments before, Shane had informed his father of the situation. The Emperor coldly asked if he was there to welcome Kyle home from a military victory. Shane replied that he wished it were that simple, then delivered the damning news. His brother had returned with an imposter. Unfazed, the Emperor merely noted that this fake was the spitting image of Princess Layla. From the crowd, Shane watched Elena, confirming his father's observation as his own plans began to click into place. The Emperor calmly processed the news of an imposter crown princess. Standing beside him, Prince Shane knew this was the Archbishop's play. The temple leader wanted Elena charged with deceiving the entire imperial family, a crime with a heavy price. Shane weighed his options. He wasn't on Elena's side, and with the true holy maiden, Layla, now back in the picture, helping the fake offered him absolutely nothing. Logically, he should stand back and let the chaos unfold. But a strange feeling took hold. Despite having zero reason to get involved, Shane felt an undeniable urge to step in and help her. He turned to his father, ready to make his move, but the Emperor's hand shot out, gripping his arm with surprising strength. The ruler looked at his younger son with sharp eyes, his voice low. He asked if Shane had run out in such a hurry because he had finally made his decision. The Emperor tightened his grip on Shane's arm, his voice low and cutting. He told his younger son that he never changes, always backing out at the most crucial moment just to save his own skin. Before Shane could respond, the Archbishop arrived with a true holy maiden, Layla, announcing he came because of the commotion. The Emperor acknowledged Layla, noting her presence should clear up the confusion. He then turned his cold gaze on Kyle, demanding to know why he wasn't looking at his real wife standing beside the throne. In response, Kyle gritted his teeth, his voice firm with defiance. He declared that the woman beside him, Elena, was his true wife. The other one was the imposter. The Archbishop seized the moment, a smug grin spreading across his face. He reminded the Emperor that a divine message had foretold this. A spy wearing the princess's face would appear. Layla played her part perfectly, sadly remarking that her poor prince couldn't recognize her because he'd been bewitched. Then, with a grand gesture, she confidently announced that there was nothing to worry about. Layla announced with a perfect, pious smile that she was the true holy maiden, the one sent by the Almighty to save Prince Kyle. She proclaimed that she was far more capable of freeing him from the spell he was under. Watching from the side, Elena's stomach dropped. She knew her twin's ambition and clenched her fists, realizing the danger Kyle was in. She had to keep them apart, no matter the cost. Just as Layla soaked in the attention, the sharp sound of hooves interrupted the scene. Elena charged in on a white horse, cutting her sister off. She declared that Layla wouldn't have her way. Her time with the prince was over. Unfazed, Layla simply asked Elena if she heard herself speak. Then, with a sly grin, she set the perfect trap. She posed a simple question to her twin. If the woman on the horse was Layla, then what was her own name? With a grand gesture, she demanded that the court hear the name of the woman claiming to be the crown princess. With the court's full attention, Layla demands to hear the name of the woman claiming to be the crown princess. As Elena stays silent on her horse, the Archbishop turns to the Emperor, noting that her lack of an answer is as good as a confession. The Emperor agrees and immediately orders his guards to seize the imposter. The Imperial Knights draw their swords and close in, surrounding Kyle and Elena. In a flash, Kyle draws his own weapon, his intense red eyes locking onto the soldiers. He growls, questioning how they dare to draw their swords on his wife. The guards hesitate, clearly shaken. Stepping forward, Layla calmly tells Kyle not to blame them, as they are only following an imperial command. She adds that his irrationality is not his fault, claiming he is under a wicked spell. But Kyle is not swayed. He glares at her, his voice low and dangerous, stating that no one in the court can stand against him. Layla calmly acknowledges Kyle's power, agreeing that he is unmatched in the court. But in a shocking display, she presses her hand firmly against the sharp edge of his sword. As red drips from her palm onto the ground, she warns him that spilling more blood will only push him closer to his monstrous transformation. Seeing her sister's dangerous manipulation, Elena knows she has to intervene to protect Kyle. She dismounts her horse and turns to the Emperor, her voice steady. She announces that she will surrender to his command, but on one condition. She asks for the chance to swear an oath that she is not a spy. Looking directly at the Emperor, Elena then plants a seed of doubt. She advises him that if he truly fears a spy in his midst, he should first suspect those who are much closer to him than she is. The Emperor's gaze shifts, landing on the Archbishop, who begins to look incredibly nervous under the sudden scrutiny. He quickly interjects, trying to deflect suspicion. The Archbishop, now cornered, desperately shouts for the Emperor not to trust the heretic. He insists that once the dark spell possessing her is removed, she will confess everything. But Kyle cuts through the noise with a cold, steady voice. He declares that no matter what anyone claims, the woman by his side is the Landfair Empire's crown princess. Looking at his father, Kyle issues a challenge. If they insist on interrogating his wife, he demands a guarantee that the Archbishop won't lie. The Archbishop is outraged, but the Emperor's interest is piqued. Kyle then suggests a witness from the royal family, his own brother, Shane. Shane is completely taken aback by the nomination. Leaning in close so only his brother can hear, Kyle clarifies his position. He admits he doesn't trust Shane one bit, simply placing his trust in Elena, who for some reason seems to trust him. The Emperor slowly claps, a smirk playing on his lips. He agrees to Kyle's terms, declaring that the temple will interrogate the impostor, with Prince Shane acting as a royal witness. However, he adds a stipulation. Elena can stay with Kyle, but they will be under heavy supervision, with guards posted outside their room. As the situation de-escalates and people begin to leave, Kyle approaches his brother. He puts a firm hand on Shane's shoulder, a calculated public gesture. In a low voice meant only for Shane, Kyle entrusts Elena to him, noting that his wife seems to think they can become friends. This places the responsibility for her well-being squarely on Shane's shoulders, whether he likes it or not. Turning away, Shane scoffs quietly to himself. He can't help but be a little impressed, thinking that Kyle and Elena are quite the headstrong couple. Kyle, having played his hand perfectly, stands alone, his expression unreadable as he considers his next move. Later, a mysterious woman with golden hair confronts Kyle on a balcony. She remarks that he has changed, expressing surprise that he would trust someone like Shane with Elena. She then reveals her own expectations, admitting she thought Elena would have convinced him to run away from Landfair and hide. Her tone twists into a sneer. She tells Kyle she sees his dragon blood hasn't changed one bit, still forcing him to prioritize the safety of the tree above all else. Her anger explodes, and she screams that his cursed heritage has ruined her life time and time again. Declaring that it ends now, she lunges toward him. But Kyle is faster. He catches her wrist in a firm grip, stopping her completely. With his eyes glowing red, he looks down and tells her that her plan is not going to work. He calls her by her true name, Layla. The Archbishop leads Elena and Shane up a long flight of stairs, his intentions a complete mystery. Shane follows, deeply suspicious. He realizes that neither the cunning old man nor Layla ever intended to share their real plans with him. Suddenly, the Archbishop halts. As the stone floor shifts and cracks beneath them, Shane warns Elena to mind her step. She asks where these stairs lead, and he explains they go to a small room at the very top of the temple dome. As a door creaks open, he quietly admits it's a place he knows well. They used to lock him in there as punishment when he was a child. Later, Elena stands alone on a balcony, looking out over the world. The temple used to be everything she knew, but now things are different. Her face hardens with resolve. Just then, a figure approaches from behind. It's Kyle, and he gently places a hand on her shoulder, softly calling her by her true name. Kyle stands firm, telling Elena he won't let her go to the temple alone. To keep her safe, he's sending Shane with her. Elena, however, is more concerned about him, reminding him that being alone with Layla is a huge risk. He reassures her, explaining that ever since she found him in his darkest moments, he feels something inside him has changed. As long as she trusts him, he knows he can stay in control, and remain himself. Taking a deep breath, Elena resolves to place her faith in both Kyle and her own judgment. Later, she thanks Shane for coming with her, but their conversation is cut short by the Archbishop. The old man scoffs, telling Elena she is terribly mistaken. He then mockingly reveals a secret he believes she doesn't know, that not even the Emperor or Kyle realize whose side Shane is truly on. Suddenly, Elena grabs Shane's arm. She looks the Archbishop dead in the eye and declares that he is the one who's mistaken. She claims she knows exactly what kind of person Prince Shane is, leaving the clergyman completely stunned. The Archbishop freezes, thrown off by Elena's unwavering confidence. Her defiant gaze triggers a memory of a time before her spirit was broken. He questions the dread he feels. He knows Elena is the powerless twin, unlike Layla, yet this girl unnerves him. Pushing the feeling aside, he lets out a harsh laugh. He tells Elena that she is completely ignorant of the real situation. With a smug look, he announces that he will reveal the terrible fate that awaits her. Elsewhere, Kyle confronts the woman he knows as Layla, demanding to know what she hoped to achieve by sending Elena to the temple. He grabs her arm, commenting on how convenient it must be to have no memory of their shared past. The scene then cuts to a vision of the Tree of Life engulfed in flames, an act only ever accomplished by a person named Deborah. A question echoes through time, wondering why this one memory has persisted through countless rebirths. A memory flashes, revealing a grim truth from a past life. To set fire to the sacred Tree of Life, it was necessary to sacrifice the dragon's other half. However, deep feelings of love and guilt had always made that task impossible. Back in the present, the Archbishop interrupts Layla's silence by grabbing her arm. He reveals his twisted plan, calling Elena a living sacrifice. He explains that for a dragon's descendant to complete the transformation, a great deal of bloodshed is required. He paints a horrifying picture for Kyle, Elena, facing a fiery end at the stake while the public brands her an imposter. The Archbishop taunts the prince, sneering that after taking the life of everyone in the Empire, Kyle would finally become a true dragon. He then turns back to Elena, triumphantly declaring her fate. She is to be burned to ashes, all to pave the way for his new world. Prince Shane scoffs at the Archbishop's grand illusion. He questions what good a throne is if the world is about to end, calling the entire offer ridiculous. He resolves that he cannot let Elena be sacrificed. Leaning in close, Shane quietly tells Elena that their guards are nearby. He promises to keep the Archbishop busy while she makes a run for it. But their planning is cut short. The Archbishop appears behind them, grabbing Elena's arm and declaring he was right to keep an eye on them. In a flash of movement, the Archbishop draws a weapon. He lunges directly at Elena, shouting that she will not defy Layla's will. Shane yells Elena's name and shoves her out of the way, shielding her with his own body. The blade, intended for Elena, finds its mark in Shane's back. Blood pools on the ground as he crumples into Elena's arms. Stunned and horrified, Elena screams his name as he collapses. As the blade is pulled away, Shane stumbles into Elena's arms with a grave injury. Horrified, Elena screams his name and demands to know what the Archbishop has done. The Archbishop calmly replies that it was punishment for defiance, tossing the weapon aside. He adds a chilling justification, claiming that the real Layla gave him permission to do whatever he pleased with the prince. Despite the pain, Shane pushes Elena, telling her to get away and insisting the wound isn't fatal. He promises to stop the Archbishop, but his strength quickly fails and he collapses onto the cold floor. Elena rushes to his side, pleading for him to wake up and refusing to leave him behind. As he loses consciousness, Shane faintly murmurs that she never listens. Looming over the desperate scene, the Archbishop coldly calls out to Elena. He tells her to come to him, reminding her there is nowhere left to run. Holding the fading prince, Elena refuses to let him perish. She whispers for him not to give up, vowing that she will save him. In that moment, a brilliant golden light erupts from her, enveloping them both in a divine glow. The Archbishop stares in utter disbelief. This girl was supposed to be a powerless fake. This display is impossible. He watches in horror as Elena's holy energy flows into Shane, completely mending his life-threatening injury in seconds. She looks down at the astonished prince, calmly telling him he'll be fine now, just before he loses consciousness again. This revelation shatters the Archbishop's reality. He stumbles back, frantically denying the existence of a second holy maiden and calling it a trick. His panic quickly turns to rage. He screams for the guards to come, pointing a trembling finger at the composed princess and ordering them to seize the witch immediately. A mysterious woman taunts Kyle, surprised he hasn't stormed off in anger. The prince coolly refuses to take the bait, stating that Elena is not as weak as she believes. She acknowledges she's aware of Elena's awakened powers, but dismisses them as being too insignificant to change fate. She then urges Kyle to stop fighting the pain and simply submit to the voice inside of him. Firmly rejecting her, Kyle grabs her hand to stop her advance. He declares that her plans have already been thwarted because the entity she's trying to reach, Shar, has left him. Her shock quickly turns to rage. She grabs him, screaming that he can't deny his destiny. She reveals her horrifying endgame. At dawn, Elena will be executed at the stake. This act, she insists, will be the trigger that finally awakens Kyle's full power, transforming him into a dragon destined to raze the entire country to the ground. The mysterious woman refuses to accept Kyle's words. She grabs him, frantically insisting that he cannot escape his destiny, that he is nothing more than a shell for the dragon inside. But Kyle has had enough of her games. He strikes her hand away, his own resolve hardening. As dark scales creep across his skin and his red eyes glow with power, he makes a chilling declaration. He is not losing control. He is turning into the dragon by his own free will. A devastating shockwave of energy erupts from the prince, shattering the palace windows and shaking the entire capital to its core. From her position on the execution platform, Elena watches in disbelief as the palace begins to crumble. Inside, terrified servants scramble for cover. Then someone points toward the sky. Soaring above the destruction is a massive, winged silhouette. The dragon has finally appeared. As Kyle's transformation completes, the palace shatters under the sheer force of his power. Panicked servants scramble through the debris, shouting in terror about the legendary black dragon now dominating the sky. Even in his new form, Kyle has only one thought: he must get to Elena. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman who orchestrated this chaos walks through the destruction, completely bewildered. She cannot understand what's happened. Kyle has become the dragon, yet she cannot sense the presence of the entity known as Shar. She wonders if the man and the beast have finally become one. The possibility sends a chill down her spine. If she fails now, she might lose him forever, even after reincarnation. Refusing to accept this fate, her despair hardens into a fierce resolve. After being punished for 100 years just for loving him, she will not let him go. Spurring a horse into a gallop, she vows that he will not escape this destiny alone. They must be together forever. As dawn breaks, the archbishop stands before Elena on the execution platform. He coldly informs her that once the sun has fully risen, the public will witness her end. He gives her one final, hollow offer of mercy: confess the source of her supposed dark arts, and he might reconsider. Suddenly, the guards behind him cause a disturbance. One of them cries out, pointing at the sky in terror. Annoyed by the disruption, the archbishop demands to know what all the fuss is about. His question is answered by a deafening crash. A massive black dragon, Kyle, smashes through the palace archway, its sheer size casting a shadow over the entire platform. The force of its landing sends guards tumbling. Ignoring the chaos, the dragon's intense red eyes find Elena. Realizing it's him, she calls out Kyle's name and immediately runs toward the beast. The archbishop is horrified, yelling at his men to stop her from approaching the monster at all costs. As the archbishop reaches out to stop her, the great black dragon lets out a deafening roar. A torrent of destructive fire erupts from its mouth, shooting directly past Elena and engulfing the execution platform. The archbishop and his men are caught in the blast, their panicked cries silenced by the intense heat. Elena ignores the chaos behind her, her gaze fixed on the creature. She softly asks if it's really him, whether Kyle is still in there. The dragon's red eyes simply stare back. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light envelopes the beast. When the glow subsides, Kyle stands in its place, back in his human form. He looks down at her with relief, quietly saying her name. He closes the distance between them and pulls her into a deep embrace, whispering how glad he is that she's here. Before Elena can respond, Kyle's strength fails, and he collapses unconscious against her. As Kyle recovers, his brother Shane approaches, expressing his disbelief. He recalls their past conversations, where Kyle made it sound like the transformation would erase him completely. Yet here he was still himself. Kyle cuts the reunion short, focusing on their next move. He tells Elena they must find the real Layla, certain she has fled to the Tree of Life now that her plans have failed. But before leaving, Elena turns to Shane with a surprising offer of friendship, asking him to stay safe. A bit thrown off, Shane scoffs at her concern, telling her to just go handle her business. With that, Kyle transforms once more, soaring into the sky as a massive dragon. Shane is left behind on the balcony, watching them disappear into the distance as murmurs rise from the destroyed courtyard below. From the ruined courtyard, the Emperor glares at the sky, where the dragon vanished. He is furious, questioning how Layla could possibly let Kyle escape after he transformed. Recalling the old prophecy that a fully turned dragon descendant would destroy Lanfair, he resolves that his son must be eliminated. He commands his men to gather the able-bodied and capture the creature. The knights exchange confused glances, murmuring in disbelief. One guard dares to question the order, asking if the dragon isn't meant to be their guardian. He points out that the marriage between Prince Kyle and the Holy Maiden was arranged specifically to protect the Empire. Other soldiers voice their agreement, fearing disaster if they were to capture their prince and protector. As the dissent grows, the Emperor cuts them off. He declares that they still have the Holy Maiden. A single footstep rings out, drawing everyone's attention as a new figure arrives on the scene. As the Emperor's orders are met with disbelief, a new force rides into the ruined courtyard. A scout runs in with urgent news. The neighboring kingdom of Aspera has brought an army into their land. Furious, the Emperor grabs a nearby knight by the collar, demanding to know how their gates were breached. The young knight stammers, unable to answer. The leader of the Aspera Knights, a composed man with white hair, calmly interrupts. He declares they have not come to make war, but rather at Prince Kyle's personal request. Their mission, he explains, is to stop anyone who might threaten Lanfair's safety. The Emperor strikes his own knight, calling him a fool for believing such a story. But the Aspera commander rides forward, undeterred by the ruler's rage. He partially draws his sword, announcing that he has upheld his end of the bargain with Kyle. As the prince's dragon form disappears into the clouds, the commander states that it is now Kyle's turn to fulfill his promise.